The story begins as a group of muscly men are conducting a ritual. We see a boy named Yuki being carried along, and we learn that his father is the founder of this strange cult. His father tells him about the ritual, where he will be submerged underwater for 3 days, overcoming death, and becoming the new leader of their religion. Yuki begs his father to let him go, saying he will die, but his father insists it's a ritual, calling out to their god Matama. He tells Yuki not to worry, saying that Matama will protect him, and he gives him a necklace. Yuki is thrown off the cliff, and falls into the water. As he sinks, his life flashes before his eyes, and he remembers how his life was always a struggle, because he was forced to take part in the religion. He tried to stay positive, but one thing kept happening after another, and he had a terrible fortune. Seeing all his struggles, Yuki wishes that if he is reborn, to be sent to a world without gods and religion, just wanting to have a normal life where he can make some friends. When he wakes up, we meet a girl reading a book, and she strokes a certain area, hoping to revive him. Yuki wonders what she is doing, and the girl becomes embarrassed, apologizing profusely. She introduces herself as Al, offering to serve him until he is healed, telling him he can come to eat at her restaurant for free. Yuki comes to the realization he was sent to another world, so he immediately asks Al about the whereabouts of the guild. She doesn't quite understand him, but Yuki says he is looking for the Adventurers Guild, where he can get jobs and meet other adventurers. Al tells him to follow her, and Yuki gets excited to start his adventure in a fantasy world. But he ends up as a farmer, and he thinks it's a boring quest to start with. He gets approached by a guy named Roy, telling him to keep his hands off of Al, but he is interrupted by Clan, who tells him not to cause trouble. They introduce themselves, and Clan says he has a job for Yuki. He hands him a dagger, and Yuki thinks it's his starter weapon. He wonders if he will be sent to fight some goblins, but he ends up being tasked with harvesting grapes. Clan thanks him for his help, but Yuki thinks he is being tested with boring quests at the beginning, so he gives it his all, and harvests as much as he can. However, it turns out he harvested too much, and Clan worries they will have to throw the excess away, since they have no way to preserve it. But Yuki ends up turning it all into wine, and Roy takes a liking to him. Alcohol is usually too expensive to buy, but Yuki managed to make it from the grapes. Everyone drinks, and has a good time, but Yuki thinks about what he has done over the last month, having only farmed and made wine, which is different to how he imagined it should be like in another world. We learn that Al has a sister named Sil, and they let Yuki stay with them at the restaurant. Although this world is not what he expected, he is glad he was able to make some friends. The next day, Yuki wonders when he will get to do something otherworldly, when suddenly, one of the villagers tells everyone to run. A giant beast appears, and Yuki thinks it's a monster. Roy calls it a kaiju, and the beast turns towards them. Yuki is terrified, but Roy prepares to handle it. He takes out a book, and starts waving his arm. But as Roy reads, they end up running away. They end up in a cave, and he asks what was in his book. Roy explains it was his kaiju strategy book, and it is only filled with escape strategies. We learn that magic doesn't seem to exist in this world, so his wounds are treated manually. They all drink together again, and although things aren't going the way he expected, he thinks that things aren't too bad. Yuki outdrinks Roy, and Sil declares him the winner. As he rests, Al mentions that the village has been happier ever since he arrived, and she hopes that he will stay in the village forever. Yuki thinks he wouldn't mind staying, thinking things have been better than his past, so he thanks God for sending him there. But Al is unfamiliar with what God is. Yuki learns that not only is there no magic in the world, there is also no concept of God or religion. He finds a dead animal, thinking he should give it a burial, but he realizes that without a god, he wonders how the people treat the dead. He suddenly runs into Al and Roy, who wonder what he is up to, and they think he has been out hunting. Roy suddenly asks if they are friends, and he mentions a rumor he heard about a forbidden book. Yuki thinks it's finally a lead to learn more about the world, asking what it's about, but it just turns out to be a book about segs. They head to the capital, and we learn that they live in a remote village a while away. Roy points out the palace, where all the knowledge about farming and dealing with the beasts is taught to them by the emperor. Roy advises Yuki not to talk with anyone from the city, saying that their village is despised by the rest of the people. Yuki finds this strange, but Roy points out the shop they are looking for. They are greeted by a girl, and they come across the forbidden book. Yuki takes a look, and Roy can't handle it. Yuki thinks it's more artsy rather than dirty, but Roy thinks he is a freak, saying that type of thing is super forbidden in their country. As they leave, they come across a gathering. Yuki gets a closer look, and he sees a bunch of people drinking a vial, which causes them all to die. Yuki is devastated seeing this, and Al pulls him away. Yuki wants to know what he saw, and Al explains that their country has an end-of-life system, where the country can order people to end their lives. Yuki finds this hard to accept, and starts to get worried, but Roy says they are special, and tells him not to worry about it. As they leave, the people look at them with disgust. At night, Al sneaks into Yuki's bed. Yuki wonders what she is doing, and Al wants to practice the things she learned from the book, thinking it can give men more energy. She promises to do her best, and there is a struggle, which leads to Yuki being tied up, and Al apologizing to him. She thinks she was sent to this village because she is weird, revealing that their village is an isolation camp where all the outcasts are sent. Yuki wonders what that means, and Al shows off a branding mark that marks her as a resident of the isolation camp and as someone who fears the end-of-life system. Al says that he was the first person she met that didn't look at them with disgust, even sharing in their life and laughter, so she thanks him, and Yuki is also glad, because they are the first friends that he has made, so he doesn't care if they are outcasts. Al notices his necklace, calling it beautiful, and Yuki thinks about how it was the only thing he brought from the other world. He gives it to Al, thinking it's nothing special, and Al is overjoyed. He tells her it's getting late, so Al heads off, but she is glad to have met him. When Yuki gets up, he finds it strange their restaurant isn't open. When he heads outside, he finds Roy beaten up. Roy explains that their village is a dump for everyone who is considered a deviant, and instead of being told to end their lives, they are forcibly taken. He says that it was time for Al and Sil, so they were taken, and he apologizes for not telling Yuki sooner. Clint arrives on a carriage, saying they still have a chance, and they head off to the capital. We see Al in the rain, and she looks at her sister's body. A soldier prepares to end her life, but Yuki comes rushing to save her. He fights off the soldiers, and they wonder who he is. Looking at Sil's body, Yuki wonders why things have to be like this, but a captain appears, saying it's because they are deviants who fear the end of life. Yuki wonders what's wrong with fearing death, but the captain says that life coming to an end is nothing to fear, thinking of it as their duty. Yuki is stabbed by the captain, and he falls to the ground. Al cries for him, but she is also taken out. Seeing his necklace, Yuki thinks about how his father said their god would protect them. So he calls out to his god, and his bead flies up into the sky, causing lightning to strike. The sky opens, and a being emerges, and descends down to the world. There is a huge shockwave, and the girl hugs Yuki, happy that he called upon her. She realizes he is about to die, and she turns toward the captain, unleashing her power which traps them all, and she proceeds to swallow them all up. She goes to patch Yuki up, and Al realizes she is alive. The girl clings onto Yuki, but he wonders who she is. She is devastated to hear he doesn't recognize her, so she introduces herself as his god Mitama. Everyone is healed, including Sil, who is brought back to life, and Mitama flexes her power. Yuki is surprised she can revive the dead, and all the spectators seem to just leave. The trio return to the village, and everyone is shocked they made it back alive. Roy tries to hug Sil, but she just dodges him. Everyone drinks in celebration, but Yuki starts to worry that they have pissed off the people in the capital. He wonders how he can protect the village, because they don't really stand a chance against an army, so he thinks that Mitama is the only one he can rely on, but Roy interrupts him, telling him to drink. We see Mitama with the two sisters. She wants to go to Yuki, but they try to get her dressed. Al wonders what her relationship is with Yuki, and Mitama says she is his god. Al still has no idea what that means, and Mitama explains it means they are together until death. Al becomes devastated hearing this, thinking she means they are married, and she starts thinking that Yuki is into little girls. She starts overthinking things, and Sil explains she is in love with Yuki. Mitama is glad to see that Yuki has people that care about him in this world, and she asks Al to continue to be his friend, and Al instantly agrees. Back at the bar, Yuki asks Clen to tell him more about the country, asking to learn more about the end-of-life system. Clen explains it was a system established hundreds of years ago by the Emperor, but Mitama suddenly headbutts him and interrupts. Clen asks who she is, and Yuki explains she is from the same place he came from, and they have known each other for a long time. Roy sees Mitama, and he instantly falls in love, asking her to marry him, but she instantly rejects him, and he starts to lose it, while everyone finds him creepy. Yuki wonders how powerful Mitama is, and she claims that she can do anything. He wonders if she could beat the army of an entire country, and she says she could just wash them away with a gush of water. Yuki gets excited, thinking about how he was reincarnated into the world without any overpowered skills, but he realizes he finally got one. Mitama attempts to show off her power, but she only manages to refill a drink. Yuki wonders what happened. Mitama checks her number of followers, which turns out to be 0, so she has no powers, explaining that a god's power is linked to the number of their followers. Yuki thinks she is useless, but she wonders why he isn't her follower, even though she used up her remaining power to save him. They suddenly get a message that the capital has started looking into their incident, so they start to worry that soldiers will be sent to them, but Roy tells them not to worry, because Yuki will save them again, and Yuki nervously agrees. Yuki has a bath, and he starts freaking out, not knowing what to do. Mitama suddenly joins him, wondering what's on his mind. Yuki worries that the village will be attacked because of him, and Mitama suggests the two of them run away. Yuki refuses to run, and Mitama reminds him how he just endured things in his past life. But Yuki refuses to stand by as he did in the past, so he decides to help her gain followers and create religion in this world, so that she can become a real god and use her powers. They start with Roy, and since he is in love with Mitama, he instantly agrees to be her follower. Mitama sees that she finally has one follower, but complains that Yuki still hasn't followed. Yuki plans to get 10,000 followers before the army arrives to attack them, and Mitama says it would be enough for her to reduce them all to ashes. They think about the best way to get followers, which would be to perform miracles, but since Mitama can't do that in her current condition, Yuki thinks about what his father used to do. But Mitama tells him not to worry. Even without her powers, she has godly wisdom from living over 10 billion years. They set up along the street, and Mitama claims to know everything, giving examples about Yuki's childhood, like how he couldn't pronounce broccoli as a child, and she even knows about his secret birthmark on his ass cheek. Yuki gets embarrassed, but Al thinks it's cute. As Mitama continues, Yuki says she is useless, telling her to stick with performing miracles. Yuki has no idea how to get more followers. They refuse to give up, trying to perform a magic trick, and even attempting to fly to convince the people. It all ends in failure, and Mitama thinks she is a useless god, while Yuki starts to appreciate what his father accomplished. Al suddenly comes in a panic, because their pet fox accidentally ate some pest poison. Yuki says they need to find a vet, but Sil says they don't have one in the village. At night, Yuki returns with some herbs, which he makes into an antidote, and feeds to the fox. They start to relax, and Mitama comments on how Yuki wouldn't have done this in the past, but Yuki says he wants to do what he can. The fox rejects the antidote, and starts to fade away, but Mitama uses her power on it, and manages to restore its health, although it drains Mitama of all her power, and she says it's all she could do with a single follower. But she suddenly gains power, as Al and Sil believe in her. Yuki is surprised she gains so much power, and he thinks that the way someone becomes a follower affects the amount of power they give. Since Al and Sil witnessed a miracle firsthand, they must be giving Mitama more power. Mitama starts laughing with her overwhelming power, and she decides to prove herself again. Al asks for the soldiers that they killed to be brought back, because she thinks they were just doing their job. Yuki gets worried about reviving the guard captain, but Mitama proceeds to use her powers and bring all the soldiers back to life. But a woman screams, and it seems Mitama accidentally brought the guard captain back as a woman. Captain Bertrand returns to the capital with a report about Yuki and the town. However, the guard doesn't recognize him, pushing him away. Bertrand tries to explain who he is, but the guard doesn't believe him since he is now a girl. The guard thinks he must be from the isolation camp, so he sends him away. Meanwhile, we see a mysterious girl battling a giant beast. The girl activates her power, which instantly destroys the beast. We learn her name is Ataru, and she is working directly for the Emperor. Bertrand wonders what he should do, now that the empire that he was so devoted to has abandoned him. He gets approached by Roy, who taunts him about getting rejected from the empire. Roy starts to find him cute in his new form, and Bertrand can't defend himself, because he can only use his sword for the sake of the Emperor. But Roy gets thrown away, as Yuki comes to the rescue. He admires Bertrand's loyalty, but now that the Empire has abandoned him, he asks him to join him, promising to create a place where he will belong. Bertrand stays loyal to the Empire, but agrees to help Yuki, to thank him for his help. The villagers are attacked by one of the giant beasts, but a man named Riki decides to stand his ground. Yuki arrives to help, and Mitama summons her holy weapon, telling Riki to use it to defeat the beast. Riki attacks, but gets instantly defeated, and Yuki wonders why the sword was so useless. He regrets counting on her, and they are about to be attacked by the beast, but Bertrand saves them just in time. He tells them to get back, as he slashes the beast, defeating it with a single attack, and everyone is amazed. Yuki takes the chance to introduce Bertrand as his holy knight, and tell the villagers about their religion, saying their fields can be protected against the beasts. The villagers wonder what religion means, and Mitama starts to explain she is God, but Yuki stops her, explaining that they are just a group who have a mascot that they call God. The people wonder what a mascot means, and Yuki compares Mitama to Al's pet fox, saying that if they follow the religion, where they just love Mitama as their mascot, they won't need to be afraid of the beasts anymore, and the people are convinced. At the restaurant, when people try to order wine, Al tells them they are now only serving wine to people in their religion, recruiting them to join, and the people happily agree to sign up. Yuki is using every way he can to gain more followers, even bribing people with cookies, which they have never tasted before. As a welcoming bonus, he even has Mitama using her power to give people a massage, and in the end, Mitama gained 107 followers, and her powers seem to be growing. Yuki says that since there is no concept of God or religion in this world, converting people is actually easier, because they have no aversion to religion, but he wonders just how many followers they will need to stand up to the Empire's army. We suddenly see Bertrand running for his life, as he gets chased by Al and Sil. He appears before Yuki, wearing a maid outfit, and asks Yuki to end his suffering. Yuki ends up asking him about the number of soldiers in the Empire's army, explaining that he just wants to keep the village safe. Bertrand tells him he is mistaken, because the soldiers aren't the threat he needs to worry about, explaining that the Emperor has an elite unit of Archons, which he has directly given special powers. Yuki wonders how strong they are, and Bertrand has heard rumors that they are all strong enough to destroy a mountain. Ataru prepares to head to the village, but she gets a message from another Archon named Loki, alerting her of another beast she needs to eliminate. Ataru thinks Loki is up to something, and her time is being wasted, but Loki insists that the beasts are a threat to the Empire and need to be taken out. Yuki goes to Mitama, asking if she has the power to destroy a mountain, but Mitama jokes that she could destroy a mountain of snacks. Yuki asks for a serious answer, and Mitama says she could easily do it with only 10,000 followers. She boasts about her powers, but Yuki becomes depressed hearing this, thinking she is useless. We see Yuki approaching Bertrand, who is in another outrageous outfit, and he thinks Yuki must be after his body. But Yuki is actually just interested in his sword, but it seems ordinary to him. Bertrand wonders what he wants with his sword, but Yuki thought there was something special about it, since he could slay the beast with a single attack. Bertrand shows off his power, easily cutting through an enormous stone, revealing that it has the power to cut through anything. Yuki wonders where he could get a sword like that, thinking he could use them to stand up to the Imperial army, but Bertrand says it's impossible, because they are only given by the Emperor to officers above a certain rank. Yuki holds a meeting with Klen and Sil, who wonder why they are the only ones there, but Yuki says they are the most intelligent people in their religion, which they instantly agree with. They discuss the threat that the Imperial army could invade at any time. Yuki suggests relocating the entire village, but Klen says it would be too obvious and they would get crushed. Yuki mentions they could fight back with 10,000 followers, but Sil says that would also be impossible, because they only have 2,000 people in the entire village, saying that the Empire limits the number of people in each isolation camp. But Yuki realizes that that means there are other isolation camps, and they explain that the capital is actually surrounded by a number of separate isolation camps, which are all filled with people deemed to be abnormal. Sil suddenly starts drinking, and Roy bursts in, sensing that people are drinking. The meeting comes to an end, as they all start drinking, and Yuki ends up joining in as well. Later that night, Yuki thinks about what to do. Sil checks up on him, seeing him as her little brother. Yuki wonders if she understands how much trouble they are in, and Sil can see how hard he has been trying to protect them, telling him not to overthink things, but her words suddenly remind him of his father, who would often tell him the same thing. He thinks about how his father built their following, when they started as a small cult, but grew to tens of thousands of people. He remembers that their followers were mostly martial artists, and using their strength, they took out a gang and took over their territory. So his father reminds him he can easily gain followers by just taking over a territory by force. The next day, Clan asks him about his plan, and Yuki says he is thinking of something that would completely destroy the culture of this world, but Clan finds it interesting, which is a surprise to Yuki. But Clan says that since they are outcasts, they are free to do whatever they want, so he encourages Yuki to carry out his plan, and Yuki says he will take their village 500 years into the future. 1 month later, Bertrand is in another ridiculous outfit that Al had dressed him in. Ataru suddenly appears, and scans him with her skill, realizing his real identity. She wonders how he was turned into a woman, and comments on his weird outfit. She classifies him as a rebel, firing a beam at him, and Bertrand prepares to fight. But he is no match, and easily defeated, but Ataru spares him, planning to take him back to investigate how his gender changed. But she is suddenly surprised, looking at the village, seeing foreign structures, and strange beasts that she has never seen before, wondering what is going on. We cut back to a month earlier, as Yuki tells his friends about his plan to get Mitama 10,000 followers, planning to use Mitama's powers to offer incentives to people to gain more followers. Mitama ends up making harvesting machines to help the villagers with their farming, telling the people they will be allowed to use it if they believe in Mitama. The people are eager to join, but we see Mitama drained of her power. She ends up recovering, thanks to all of her new followers, reaching 927. Yuki thinks things are going well, but he wonders what they should do next. Al comes in with a bucket of water, but she slips and ends up spilling it on herself, thinking she needs to go and get more water. But this gives Yuki an idea, and he ends up installing a sink at the restaurant, saying that Mitama will bless all of their believers' houses. Thanks to this, they end up having a pool party to celebrate, and everyone has a good time. But Mitama is exhausted, having been forced to create plumbing and connecting water to all of the followers' houses. She manages to recover, thanks to even more followers, and she starts to get excited about fighting the Empire. Yuki thinks they still don't have enough followers, so he moves to the next stage of his plan. He brings electricity into the world, allowing people to drink at the bar, even at night. It soon spreads across the whole village, and Clan is impressed at the sight, mentioning that even the Emperor wouldn't have a view like this. Bertrand asks how he would know about the Emperor, and Clan reveals he used to work in the Imperial Palace, but he chose to live in the isolation camp instead. Mitama thinks he is weird for his choice, but Clan thinks she is even more interesting, asking to know more about what it means to be a god. Yuki explains there are 2 types of gods, one is used to explain inexplicable events, and the other is a symbol created by religions. Bertrand thinks that would make their emperor their god, because all phenomena, disasters, and inexplicable events are explained by the assembly that works for the emperor. The next day, Mitama's power surges as she has over 2,000 followers. Yuki thinks that everyone in their village has been converted, so they need to start converting the other villages. However, Roy suddenly comes in, telling them that Bertrand was attacked and captured. Meanwhile, we see Ataru as she examines a hose, confused by how it works. She interrogates Bertrand about it, but she suddenly gets a message from Loki. She reports about the strange tools, and Loki suggests that only the Emperor or another Archon could create such things, reminding Ataru of the Archon that once betrayed them in the past. Loki tells her to just destroy the village, and Ataru starts torturing Bertrand. But Mitama suddenly appears, causing her to back away. Ataru attacks with an energy blast, but Mitama blocks it by shielding herself with some rocks. Mitama summons a number of plant monsters to attack, but Ataru vaporizes them. Mitama summons even more, and Ataru keeps destroying them, but she eventually gets caught as a bunch of monsters jump onto her, and Mitama follows up by binding her even further. Mitama thinks the fight is over, jumping onto Yuki, but there is suddenly a huge explosion as Ataru gets free, revealing her true form. Mitama knows she is running out of power, so she prepares her final attack. She sends her beasts to attack, but Ataru blows right through them. Mitama thinks she is about to lose, but Yuki begs for her to win. Mitama decides to borrow the power of all the other gods, because as a primordial god, she is able to use any of their powers. She attacks using their powers, and Ataru clashes with her. But after a while, the gods tell her they have to go, after seeing how few followers she had. And there is an enormous explosion as Ataru's attack lands. Ataru ends up exhausted, but Mitama is defeated, and she starts crying, apologizing to Yuki for letting him down. Their friends come rushing over, but Ataru charges up an attack, preparing to wipe out the village. She throws her attack, and it completely wipes out the village. Yuki thinks he failed all of his friends, but there is suddenly a glitch, and the damage is reversed. Ataru realizes it was an illusion, and Klen appears, who Ataru recognizes as Loki. Yuki wonders what is going on, and Klen reveals that he never existed, and she is actually the Archon Loki. Ataru wonders why she got in her way, and Loki appears behind Yuki, telling them she wants their help to assassinate the Emperor. Ataru asks why she is betraying them, preparing to eradicate her, but Loki suddenly stabs her from behind, telling her she stands no chance when she is already caught in her illusion. Ataru is restrained, and Loki takes them back to the capital. They are taken to meet the Emperor, and Ataru rushes to apologize for her failure. But the Emperor is unfazed, because everything was foretold. He even knows about Yuki, attempting to revive the notion of God and religion. Yuki is shocked the Emperor knows about God, thinking he could also be from another world, but Mitama becomes bored and wanders off. She suddenly destroys a pillar, thinking it was controlling Yuki, as she reveals they have been talking to a corpse this whole time. The whole palace suddenly changes, and Loki is impressed Mitama could see the truth. She reveals that they were in a fake space created by the room's facilities. She tells them that the Emperor died a long time ago, and the Empire is being run by the room he created. The room is filled with machines that analyze and control everything to do with the Empire, including the end-of-life system, and do everything to keep the Empire in an unchanging state. Yuki thinks that the technology is even more advanced than his own time, wondering what kind of world they are in. Loki mentions how she has been watching for centuries, but Mitama says that thousands of years ago, the world was once destroyed. But there were a few survivors that rebuilt the land so it would never meet the same fate again, and they ended up deleting their belief in God. Yuki wonders what she means, asking what world they are in, and Mitama reveals they are still on Earth, but at a time far into the future, because when he was drowning in the past, he wished to be reborn in a world where gods and religion didn't exist. Loki tells Mitama she should destroy the machines, wanting to destroy the Empire. Ataru thinks their purpose is to serve the Empire, but Loki is sick of serving a master that is already dead, telling Yuki it would mean the end to the end-of-life system, and threats of being attacked by the Imperial Army. But Yuki suddenly attacks her. Loki charges at him with her knife, but he disarms her, realizing she can't use her powers while inside the palace, which is why she needed Mitama's help. Yuki demands to know the real reason she is trying to destroy the Empire, and in a flashback, we see Loki as she watches over an end-of-life ceremony. She becomes sick with how the world is, so she looks to find why the Emperor created such a world. But she finds the history of how humans used to be free, as well as the gods they believed in. She wonders about her own existence, and starts living among the people in the isolation camps as Klen, finding their lives much more free, and that's when Yuki suddenly appeared. He knew nothing about the world, but he had used strange words, and had knowledge about things normal people shouldn't know, like how to make wine, and when he started talking about God, he caught her attention. After that, she spent most of her time at the village, and Yuki was even able to summon Mitama, bringing about great change to the village. One night, when Yuki thinks about establishing a doctrine, they wonder what he means, and Yuki explains that a doctrine is something that all the followers would believe, and Klen suggests living freely. Yuki likes his idea, and in the end, decides to go with followers be free. He thanks Klen for his suggestion, but Mitama suddenly comes up to him, warning him that Yuki belongs to her, saying that Yuki has a bad habit of attracting girls. Klen wonders what she means by girl, and it turns out, Mitama was able to see through her illusion, so she realizes that with Mitama's power, she would be able to destroy the Empire. Loki continued with an experiment, going to another isolation camp, and showing them illusions to gain followers, and she managed to use her powers without the help of the machines. The Archons were built like gods, so she plans to destroy the Empire and become a real god. Ataru thinks she is mad, but Loki reveals she told her plan to all the other Archons, saying they would become gods, and they all agreed. Yuki agrees with destroying the Empire, because he thinks Loki's wish for freedom isn't inherently bad. So he tells Mitama to destroy the palace. The palace is destroyed, as an enormous tree emerges, and Loki wonders what Yuki plans to do next. He knows that the Archons will fight among themselves, and their village will eventually get dragged into it, so he plans to make Mitama the true god, saying that fakes won't be able to compete with her. Back at the village, the people celebrate, now that they are no longer targets of the Empire, and Mitama is praised for taking out the Empire. But Loki and Ataru are also there. Yuki wonders what Loki wants, but she says she just wants to enjoy a final night at the village with everyone. Roy is surprised that Clan was a girl, and she tricks him with an illusion, swapping positions with Ricky. Loki decides to head off, not wanting the other Archons to get ahead of her, and she leaves Ataru behind, saying she can no longer use her powers without the Empire's machines. Yuki claims he will do everything to protect the village, and Loki says she will do whatever it takes to become a god. As she leaves, she is stopped by Bertrand, who sees her as a threat. But Loki uses her magic, turning Bertrand back into a man, and he is overjoyed to be back in his original form. However, Loki changes him back, mentioning how she still has powers, so he is no match for her. Bertrand wonders where she is headed, and she reveals she is going back to the capital. But Bertrand decides to follow her, wanting to stop her from doing as she wishes. The villagers finished celebrating at the bar, but Ataru is left devastated, not knowing what to do with herself. She blames Yuki for destroying the Empire, but he explains he didn't have a choice. He decides to team up with her, telling her that if they defeat all the other Archons, she could absorb their powers and recreate the system and the assembly. Ataru wonders why he would help her, but Yuki says they are up against other Archons, so he could use her help, and he can't just ignore a girl that's crying. He wins her over with some ice cream, but Al watches from a distance, seeing her as competition. The next day, Yuki announces that their religion will have 2 gods. Mitama is shocked hearing this, and her 2,000 followers get divided, with each of them having 1,000. Mitama is devastated, and Ataru uses her power, blowing up a nearby rock. Yuki thinks her fighting ability will come in handy, but Mitama reminds her who's boss. Ataru uses her power to defeat the giant beasts, and the group shows off their meat and alcohol to attract people from other villages. They even bring them back to the village, showing off their technological advancements, and Yuki offers to share everything with them as long as their village accepts Mitama as their god. And after doing this, Mitama is up to almost 3,000 followers, and we learn they have converted 3 villages. But Mitama gets jealous when she sees Ataru has more followers than her, but she says it's because she is the one defeating the strange beasts. Sil brings up some information she found about a woman named Dakini, who is claiming to be god in another village, and she already has 10,000 followers. Yuki thinks it must be an Archon, asking Ataru about her, but she says she only really had contact with Loki, although she knows that Dakini's power is related to love. Mitama wants to crush her, but Yuki has another idea, saying the best way to take over a religion is to hijack it from the inside. They go over to Dakini's area, and Yuki thinks it looks like a love hotel. They ask to join the religion, and a girl named Rish appears, introducing herself as one of the branch leaders. She guides them through their facility, and as the other followers see Rish, they think she is the #1 lover, and that she wears her glasses to contain her power. They reach Dakini's chamber, but Rish tells them they can only meet her as a male and female pair. Mitama worries if Yuki will be okay without her, but he says it should be fine. Al thinks their infiltration is going well, but Yuki tells her not to let her guard down. Dakini suddenly appears, mentioning how she has been busy getting so many followers recently. Yuki requests to join, and Dakini easily agrees, mentioning that they just need to do things the way they like, and live according to their desires. She takes a picture of them both, and just leaves the room. Yuki is suddenly overwhelmed by a strange feeling, and it seems Al has also been affected. Yuki wonders how they were affected by Dakini's powers, and he is overwhelmed looking at Al, but he manages to snap out of it, and there is suddenly an explosion, as Roy comes smashing through the wall, and Mitama reveals he tried to make a move on her. Roy runs off after being rejected, and Yuki wonders what they are going to do about the hole in the room. Meanwhile, Dakini tells Rish that the secret joining ritual is complete. Rish prepares to handle the rest, but Dakini warns her that she set their love to berserk mode. As Rish goes to check up on them, she sees Mitama as she is repairing the wall with her powers. But Yuki grabs onto her, warning her not to tell anyone about what she saw. They think about what they should do with her, but she starts crying, and reveals she has never actually been with a man. Yuki thinks it's strange, considering her position in the group, and Rish wonders why Dakini's power didn't work on them. Yuki explains he has resistance thanks to training from his father, and Mitama was unaffected since she is a god. Hearing that she is a god, Rish begs for their help, actually wanting to destroy her group. Rish explains how her village was taken over by Dakini's sect, and she was unwillingly forced to become a follower. Before she joined, she used to read the forbidden books about lovemaking, so she started making crazy stuff up, and the other followers became convinced she was experienced, even making her one of the branch leaders. She tells them she just liked to read about it, but can't stand it in real life. So she wants to get freed by destroying the sect. Yuki isn't sure he can trust her, but thinks she could be useful, so he agrees to help her. Mitama suddenly starts to panic as she sees her follower count dropping. We see the villagers as they try to restrain one of the giant beasts. The beast breaks free, but Syl says they bought enough time, and Ataru uses her powers to blast it and take it out. The villagers praise her, and she feels like her power is getting stronger. Meanwhile, Rish explains how Dakini rotates between each branch every few days, so it will be a few weeks before she comes back around to their branch. Yuki has a plan, but when he calls for Mitama, she is depressed, and Al is surprised her follower count has gotten so low when she was up to around 3,000, but Yuki says it was because she left the village. No matter how much a leader is worshipped, if they leave the group, their followers' belief will waver, but he is surprised at how fast it dropped. Mitama is completely demoralized, but Yuki tells her if she can help him, he will believe in her for real, and he manages to revitalize her power. Meanwhile, at another branch, Dakini spreads her message, gaining even more followers, but she notes that her power doesn't seem to be increasing. She overhears some followers talking about the new items they've obtained to help their love sessions, revealing Rish has been handing them out in her study group. We see Rish as she explains the science behind the human body, telling the followers how to achieve more intense pleasure, even attracting followers from other branches, and she starts to be praised by them. Yuki knows instead of Dakini, who is not always there, the people will tend to follow whoever is around, and thanks to the items summoned by Mitama and his knowledge from the modern world, Rish is able to grow her own faction. Dakini suddenly returns to their branch early, and she confronts Rish about stealing her followers, but Rish claims she was just helping them to better understand her teachings. The followers defend Rish, saying she has done nothing wrong, but Dakini realizes why her powers haven't been growing. She summons her guards to surround them, realizing Yuki as the one who has been influencing Rish. Roy has become one of her guards, and he suddenly punches Yuki, revealing that he was converted by Dakini. Dakini holds a trial, where she has the four of them restrained. She interrogates Rish about her special study group. Rish suddenly cries, as she apologizes for her actions, saying she thought she was being helpful, and she begs to be punished. The other followers are moved by her devotion, and they think she has done nothing wrong, begging Dakini to show mercy. But this was all a part of Yuki's plan. In a flashback, we see that Yuki predicted how Dakini would react, so he coached Rish on how to act, even giving her a script of what to say. Rish continues her performance, as she asks for mercy for the followers of her group, and thanks Dakini for taking her in. Everyone is moved to tears, and Dakini is put in a tough position, so she has no choice, and is forced to call off the trial. Dakini thinks about losing Rish, but decides she doesn't need her as she summons her guards. The group gets thrown into a cell, and Yuki tries to think of a way to escape. He looks over at Mitama, but she is completely out of juice, and at that moment, Dakini's guards appear, and Rish explains they are known as purgers, and will follow any order that Dakini gives, even if it means taking a life. We see that when Dakini was created, she was excited to use her power to spread love, but the Emperor tells her mission is actually to erase the people's desire for love. Dakini thinks this would lead to the end of humanity, since they won't have any children, but the Emperor tells her that people will be created artificially instead, and that way they will be able to control the number of humans. After that, Dakini would use her power on the people, taking away their desire for love, and she continued to do this every day for thousands of years. Eventually, she noticed that humans started to be born without the desire for love, and she ended up losing her reason to exist. As a form of rebellion, she spread books about making love, but they eventually became banned. As even more time passed, she met a strange girl named Taka, who would enjoy reading the forbidden books. She was oddly born with the capacity to feel love, and Dakini ended up becoming friends with her, because she was different from all the other lifeless people in the city. But she was eventually marked as an anomaly, and sent to one of the isolation camps. But a few years later, Taka ended up being killed by the other villagers at the camp because she had a child with someone, but since no one was able to have children naturally anymore, she was seen as a monstrosity, and at that moment, Dakini decides she will return humans back to their original state. Meanwhile, we see the purgers as they break into the group's cell, but there is suddenly a blast of energy as Ataru makes her entrance, along with Syl. Mitama is devastated to see she has over 6,000 followers, and she wonders what's going on. Ataru fights off the purgers, and Yuki tells the group to escape, but Riche is grabbed by one of the men, dropping her books. She reaches out for her book, because it's special to her, and Al protects her from the purger. The group gets away, and Mitama wonders how Ataru is so strong. Yuki explains that this was all a part of his plan. The first stage was to infiltrate Dakini's group and dilute her power by creating a division, and the next stage was having all of Mitama's followers concentrated on Ataru, so they can take over Dakini's group by force. They get out of the dungeon, and Dakini is waiting for them. She is impressed at how Yuki was able to get Riche to betray her, but she suddenly notices the book in Riche's hands, recognizing it as Taka's book. Ataru suddenly blasts her way in, and Yuki sends Mitama off with Riche. Ataru wants to make Dakini pay for going against the Emperor, and Dakini attempts to use her powers on her, but Ataru is able to stop her. Dakini claims she doesn't know what the Empire was really like, since she was created at the later stages of the Empire. Dakini unleashes her power, taking on a new form, and she prepares to crush them, revealing she has over 14,000 followers. Meanwhile, Mitama wonders where they are going, and Riche tells her that she is their only hope of winning. Dakini unleashes her attack on the group, and they all become branded by her power. They all start losing control, wanting to give in to their desires, but Mitama's vines suddenly appear, restraining the girls, and Mitama makes her return. Riche announces that her faction is splitting off from Dakini, and they've decided to follow Mitama instead. We see Dakini's followers being transferred over to Mitama, but Dakini says she doesn't care, because it's only a small number, and she still has more than enough power to crush them. But she suddenly loses her powers. Dakini wonders what's going on, and Mitama says she once knew a god named Dakini, so she realized that Archons are just fakes who are borrowing their powers from the real gods. She claims Dakini was a lower-ranked god, so they instantly submitted to her after she talked to them. But we see that in reality, Mitama begged the god Dakini for her help, slamming her head into the ground, and the god ended up taking pity on her, so they agreed to take away Dakini's power. Mitama laughs at her, and Dakini knows she can't fight, but Roy suddenly grabs onto her, deciding to switch sides so that Mitama will fall for him. Mitama is not impressed, and it turns out that when they were in their prison cell, Yuki gave him a note, saying girls will fall for him if he helps them when they are in danger, so he thinks it will also work on Mitama. While Dakini is stuck, Ataru takes the chance and she finishes her off. Dakini wonders how she lost when she had more followers, but Yuki says it was because she was fighting alone. Riche approaches her, revealing she is the daughter of Taka, and Dakini remembers how Taka would tell her how she wanted a baby, so that they could also become friends with her. Dakini is captured, and Yuki demands that she tell all her followers to worship Mitama instead. But Dakini refuses to do this, so Yuki threatens to kill her. However, Dakini knows that if she dies, her followers will all be scattered, and it would be hard for them to absorb, so she thinks she still has a chance. Riche visits her in the cell, and asks to learn more about her relationship with her mother. Dakini says they were best friends, and Riche thinks her actions were for the sake of her mother, so she wants to help her. Dakini agrees to hand over her followers, and they are all consolidated under Riche's faction. Since Riche worships Mitama as her god, all the followers are able to be absorbed by Mitama. Mitama acts smug towards Ataru, since she now has over 10,000 followers. One of the strange beasts appear before them, and Mitama prepares to show off her new power, but Ataru easily takes it out, revealing she also has over 10,000 followers. Mitama thinks she is taking her followers again, but there are suddenly more beasts that appear. Ataru blows them away, but there are just too many, and they get overwhelmed. However, Mitama is able to protect the group with her vines. She brags to Ataru, but Yuki becomes worried, realizing the beasts are headed to their village. The village is completely destroyed when they return, but the villagers were able to find a place to hide. Al finds the remains of their bar, but Sil tells her the important thing is they are safe. Yuki asks Mitama to restore the village with her power, but she refuses, not wanting to lose her powers again. But Ataru asks for her help, and all the villagers beg, so she becomes convinced, and she uses her powers to restore the village. From a distance, we see a woman who can tell there is something different about Mitama's power, but she plans to destroy the village again. She's about to send her beasts to attack, but she suddenly gets hit, and the beasts surround her. Meanwhile, everyone in the village celebrates, and Mitama is once again exhausted. Ricky suddenly bursts in, telling them the strange beasts are back, and we see Roy carrying the strange woman as he runs from the beast. Ataru takes it out, and Yuki arrives with Mitama. Roy worries for the woman, but she suddenly wakes up and beats him up. She introduces herself as the Archon Gaia, and reveals she has the power to control the strange beasts. Yuki trips her, preparing to take her out, because he thinks her power is too dangerous. Gaia claims it was just an accident that the village was destroyed, and they go back to the bar, where she reveals she only has 2 followers, so she doesn't have enough followers to control the beasts, and she was even attacked herself. Yuki wonders what she is after, and she claims she wants to work together to defeat Loki. She thinks that since Loki was the one who started everything, she must have an advantage. The group heads to the capital, and they find there is now a huge wall around the area. Mitama thinks about smashing it down, but Gaia shows off her power to create the strange beasts. She is only able to summon a small bird, but as it flies over the wall, it instantly gets blown away. A black knight suddenly jumps over the wall and lands in front of them, but it just turns out to be Bertrand. He claims that the Bertrand they once knew is no more, but he trips over, revealing his face, and he just wants them to end him. Loki suddenly appears, telling them they have no chance against her, and revealing that she has over 1 million followers. However, Yuki laughs at his number, saying they have seen enough, but he warns Loki that if she attacks them, she is the one who will be destroyed. The group leaves, but it turns out Yuki was just bluffing. They ask Bertrand about the situation in the capital, and he explains that after the system was destroyed, order in the capital was lost, but after Loki got inside the palace, things started to go back to how things were. Yuki thinks Loki must have used her powers to pretend to be the emperor, and all of the people in the capital became her followers. Al wonders what they can do against her, but Yuki claims that all her followers belong to the emperor, so he has a plan of attack. He plans to become a producer, but the others wonder what that even means. Mitama prepares to become an idol, but Yuki knows she has no charisma, so he decides not to use her. There seems to be no concept of music in this world, so Yuki teaches them, and he introduces it into their daily lives. The girls form a band, and they throw a concert for the people. Mitama complains about not being included, but she suddenly feels a surge in power. She finds her followers haven't increased, but Yuki mentions when Al and Sil first became her followers, she gained a disproportionately large amount of power because of the way they were converted. So Yuki thinks that her power isn't purely based on the number of followers, but also by how much they trust and believe in her. He thinks their religion is weak because it's based on providing benefits to the followers, but he thinks music is able to boost the sense of unity among the followers and make up for their weakness. Mitama gets excited to fight Loki, but Yuki stops her, saying there is someone else they need to deal with first. We see Bertrand as he follows Gaia around. She stops at one of the neighboring villages, and she approaches some kids. She pretends to be injured in front of them, thanking them for saving her, and she invites them to come to her house, but the children know better than to follow strangers. We see one of the strange beasts as it attacks a young girl, but Gaia arrives to stop it. However, the girl runs away terrified, and it turns out the beast is working with her. Bertrand is confused seeing this, and he ends up following Gaia to a house in the forest. There are a bunch of children that call her mother, and Bertrand reports back to Yuki, who realizes that Gaia's religion is formed around her family that she's created. He knows that although it's small, the bonds between them are strong. He thinks about a way to crush them, and he ends up making a call to Dakini. She reveals she has been hooked on his music recently, so she thinks he isn't so bad. Yuki asks her to use her powers to make the children love her, but Dakini doesn't like that plan. Yuki says he wants to save the children, revealing how he was in a similar situation in his own world, and never got to have a normal childhood. He doesn't want the children to be exploited by Gaia, and Dakini ends up agreeing to help. We see her approaching the children, wanting to play with them, while Yuki and Mitama keep Gaia busy practicing her drums. After a few days, the older children, Kai and Cyan, have noticed a change in their other siblings, and they catch them playing with Dakini. Dakini refuses to use her powers, wanting to save the children in her own way, and the older children wonder what's going on. Dakini claims they were just playing, but Kai can tell something is up, and they are somehow able to summon the strange beasts. Dakini runs away with the other children, and she knows she's too weak to fight. Kai and Cyan chase after her, and in a flashback, we learn more about the Empire's system. Everyone is born artificially, and at a certain age, children are assigned to a couple. We see Cyan as she is assigned, and even though there was nothing special about her parents, they always took care of her, and she felt loved by them. But one day, her father is called for his end of life, but Cyan doesn't want her father to be taken. The guards see this as rebelling against the end-of-life system, and her father says she should be sent to the isolation camp because she acts differently from the other kids. She feels betrayed by her family, and she meets Kai along the way. Their carriage gets attacked by the strange beasts, but they end up getting saved by Gaia, and she convinces them they can start over as a family with her. Cyan refuses to lose her family again as they chase after Dakini, but they find that their beasts have been taken out, thanks to Ataru. Yuki thinks about reforming the two children, but the ground suddenly shakes, and Gaia makes her appearance. Yuki warns her to know her place, but Gaia suddenly summons an enormous beast. Kai and Cyan rush over to her, and she is happy they didn't give in. However, she says they are no longer needed, and the two children sink into the ground. The creature is named Typhoon, and it's revealed to have power that's superior to even the Archons. The monster chases after them, and Ataru tries to blast it with her power, but the monster doesn't take any damage. The monster attacks with an energy blast, but Mitama manages to block it. Yuki tries to get Mitama to Bell to take away Gaia's power, but Mitama explains that the original god doesn't understand words, so that method isn't going to work. The monster charges at them, but Sil and Al arrive just in time, and the group gets away. The monster tries to chase them, but thanks to Al's driving, they manage to escape. Ataru wonders about the creature, and one of the children named Yushi mentions it's Gaia's strongest monster, explaining that it doesn't require any power, but it just takes a long time to create. Yuki wonders how he knows so much about the monster, and Yushi reveals he read it in a book that Gaia gave him from the past civilization. Yuki is surprised he can read and understand a book from the old civilization, so he asks the boy for a favor, but the monster suddenly appears from under them. They try to get away, but Yuki falls out of the truck. He gets stabbed through his chest, and Mitama rushes after him, but they both end up being eaten by the monster. The monster leaves, and the others return to the village, but they can't believe that Yuki and Mitama are gone. However, Yuki wakes up and finds himself in a strange room. Gaia explains they are inside her monster, and she reveals that he can't die. She tells him she tried to kill him over 300 times, but Mitama keeps bringing him back to life, even though she has no power left. Meanwhile at the village, Al refuses to give up, thinking Mitama is a god, so she can't die so easily. The pendant that Yuki gave her starts to glow, and a doll of Mitama suddenly appears. It writes a message to them, but they don't understand the language. However, Yushi is able to read it, telling them that everyone is still alive, and they are trapped inside the monster which is heading to the capital. Yuki wonders if Gaia can really defeat Loki, but she thinks it will be easy with her monster. She thinks his village are all victims that have been conned by him, and Yuki thinks about all the things he has done. But he suddenly hears Al's voice, calling him their precious friend, and we see them all calling out to him, saying they have been saved by him time and time again, so this time, it's their turn to be the ones who save him. Gaia wonders what they are trying to do, and the group starts to throw a concert. As the villagers get hyped, Ataru's powers get stronger, and she goes to confront Gaia's monster. She is able to destroy 2 of its heads, and Dakini uses her power to help out, causing the monster to attack itself. It seems they might be able to take out the monster, but Yushi thinks it's impossible, as the monster regenerates and attacks with its energy blasts. Things are looking bad outside, and Yushi thinks about how Yuki told him to take charge if something happened to him. He tells them all to move to phase 2 of their plan, and Ataru seems to get embarrassed, but the girls tell her she is their only hope. She takes the stage by herself, and she cries as she thanks all her followers for believing in her. But she tells them it's time she moved on from being a god, and she tells them to redirect their devotion to Mitama instead. Mitama notices her followers increasing, and she is easily able to get free. She unleashes her powers, summoning an enormous vine monster to fight Gaia's beast. Mitama finds an opening to stab Gaia, and her beast is destroyed, causing a huge explosion, but Mitama protects Yuki, and they manage to get out alive. Their friends come rushing over, and they are glad he is okay. Gaia is approached by her children, and she tells them to finish her off. Kai approaches her, but Cyan stops him. Gaia thinks about how she was used her entire life, wanting it all to end, but Cyan wonders why she tried to make a family. She thinks it was because she never had a real family herself, and Cyan remembers the times they shared, wanting to start over, and saying that they can be a real family this time. Everyone celebrates, and Gaia is allowed to stick around. Yuki warns her to behave, saying Kai will be watching her for him. Gaia thinks she can win him back, but it seems Kai has promised to work for Yuki. We see that the two of them had a meeting, where Kai tells him he can't be controlled by Dakini or Gaia, but Yuki figures out it's because he is in love with Cyan, so he tells him to keep an eye on Gaia for Cyan's sake, to make sure Gaia doesn't take advantage of her again. Mitama claims Gaia is now her underling, but Gaia doesn't mind this and she starts licking her. Yuki notices that Mitama has 30,000 followers, but he thinks that that's more than what Ataru could have given her. Loki suddenly appears, congratulating him on defeating Gaia. Yuki wonders if she had something to do with Mitama's followers, and Loki admits she gave Mitama some power, so that Gaia's monster could be defeated. Yuki tells her not to underestimate them, but Loki looks forward to their visit to the capital. Yuki finds a quiet place, and he thinks about all the things that have happened, all the things they have been through, and all the friends that he's made. He swears he will do everything he can to protect the village, but he suddenly gets splashed by wine, and his friends tell him he can't sneak away from the party. He gets dragged back in, while Mitama pesters him to become her follower, but he is glad that he ended up in this world. But that's where this video ends. I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching and I'll see you next time. In a kingdom covered by miasma at the end of the earth, home to monsters that once dominated and devoured mankind, a young girl is taken to the land, where she is presented to the king as the 99th sacrifice. The chancellor, Anubis, thinks that the girl is the scrawniest sacrifice they've been sent, saying she is not worth devouring, and suggests just tearing her apart. But the girl interrupts him, calling him a dog, and claiming that she is worth eating. The two begin to argue, but the king finds her intriguing, and orders Anubis to leave. He is left in the room with the girl, who calls him a short-tempered king, warning him that he'll be alone someday with that attitude. Her watchers, Sai and Klops, tell her to apologize to the king, who makes his way to her as he calls her impudent. The king reveals that every sacrifice before her has trembled in fear when presented to him, so he doesn't believe that the girl is not afraid of him, ordering her to beg for her life, as he wraps his hand around her head. But she just pokes at his paw pads, finding them soft and squishy. The girl claims that she doesn't have a family or a home, so she doesn't mind getting eaten. This sparks the king's interest, asking for her name, and she introduces herself as Sari. The king informs her that the sacrificial ritual will be held on the next night of revelation when the miasma clears, and he plans to keep Sari by his side until then, to see how long her bravado will last. After that, the monsters are surprised to see that Sari is walking around the palace. The officials become upset, asking Anubis if the king plans to keep a human pet in the palace, as they remind him that the late king made peace with the humans 100 years ago, but it requires the humans to send a sacrifice to symbolize that humans and monsters are not equals. As Sari looks out the window, the king grabs onto her, telling her that she didn't have permission to leave his room, so he carries her back. Sari tells him that his room looks boring, so she suggests putting some flowers in the room, but the king claims he doesn't like flowers, revealing that flowers don't even grow in that land because of the miasma. The king warns her that she will be killed by the other monsters in the palace if they see her, so she should do what he says, making Sari realize that the king is worried about her. The king grabs her by the neck, threatening to kill her, but the girl is not scared, claiming that she has seen worse. In a flashback, Sari learns that her name means sacrifice, so she goes to her parents, knowing that the next sacrifice is going to be from their village. At that moment, she overhears them talking about how they took her in to raise her as a sacrifice. Her parents notice her presence, and the room is illuminated by lightning as they stare at her. To this day, she still remembers the scary look in their eyes. And she tells the king that his eyes are different, so she is not afraid of him, and the king starts to take pity on her. They go to an old fortress city, which was damaged during their war with the humans 100 years ago. While the king is inspecting it, Sari sees the ruins of the lower town. The king explains that it's a lawless zone, where the monsters often cause trouble with humans, and it's his duty to stop that from happening. Sari sees flowers growing in the city, and the king explains that the miasma in the area is thin, so it's the only place in the land where flowers can grow. She takes some flowers from the garden, and puts a crown of flowers on the king's head, telling him that he looks adorable, but the king removes it, thinking that she is mocking him. Sari says that he always has a scary look on his face, so she wants to make the king feel better by making him look at the flowers. But the king grabs onto her, telling her that a storm is approaching. They head back to his room, where he tells her that the night of revelation is approaching. Lightning strikes, causing Sari to panic, because she remembers the look in her parents' eyes. The king covers her with his tail, so she won't panic when lightning strikes. Sari says that she is no longer scared, because the king is so warm, telling him that he doesn't need to act tough around her. On the night of revelation, they prepare Sari for the ritual of sacrifice, and she is happy because she gets to wear such beautiful clothes, thinking that it's like a wedding dress. Anubis escorts her to the altar chamber, where she will wait for the king's arrival, but she is ambushed by a lizard monster, who plans to overthrow the king. He thinks that killing her will help him with his goal, so he tries to attack her with his knife, but a cloaked man gets in his way, blocking the knife with his hand. The lizard thinks that he is an agent of the king, calling the king a coward, but Sari exclaims that they have a great king who prevents needless bloodshed. The lizard attacks again, slicing through the man's cloak and revealing his face. He disarms the lizard, pointing his sword against him and making the monster run away. Sari realizes that he is the king, but he points her to the exit as he explains that he is no king because he is actually half human, revealing that the night of revelation turns him into a human, so he has to hide in darkness until he turns back into a beast. The king feels bad, thinking that he is a pitiful weakling who is unworthy to be king, but Sari covers his wound, saying that he is not weak. Sari realizes that he didn't eat any of the past sacrifices, seeing that he has plenty of scars on his arms, and we learn that he used his own blood to make the other beasts think that the sacrifices were devoured during the ritual. She says that a weak person could never do that, so she calls him the strongest, saying that she wants to serve as nourishment for him instead of going home. Her chains break as the king hugs her, and the next day, the king informs everyone that Sari is going to be the queen. His subjects are not happy with this, so he challenges them to step forward, putting them in their place. Sari thinks about calling him Lionheart, which means brave-hearted, and he accepts it, saying he can live with that. Later, we see two officials begging him to reconsider his decision, because the queen should descend from a noble lineage, but the king scares them into submission. Sari is walking around the palace again, so Syac and Klops warn her that the king will be mad again, but she isn't afraid of the king, because she knows he is actually a good person who is trying to protect everyone. At that moment, the king appears, lifting her off the ground, and taking her back to the room, where he tells her to wait quietly, but Sari wants to help him out, so he tells her to join the court banquet, where the nobles of the land will gather. The king reveals that his officials proposed it to him, thinking that it would change his mind about making Sari his queen, but he tells Sari to hold her head high. That evening, the king returns to his room, where he sees Sari sleeping by the window. He carries her, and she screams as she wakes up, apologizing for falling asleep while he was working. The king sees flowers on her lap, and she reveals that they are artificial flowers that she made, to help him relax whenever he returns to his room. The king says he is not interested in flowers, but he thinks that artificial flowers suit him, because he is also a sham that has a lot to hide. Sari thinks that it doesn't matter if it's artificial, as long as it can touch people's hearts, and she tells him that he is like the bees that land on the flowers, because they are gentle and hard-working despite their scary appearance. She assures Lanhart that he is not fake, even wanting to be like him as she falls asleep. Guests from all over the land visit their castle, and Anubis tells Sari to behave herself during the event, seeing her as a hindrance to the king. They hold the banquet, where the guests are looking forward to seeing the new queen. Anubis tells them to stay silent as the king makes his entrance, but the guests are shocked as they see the king carrying Sari, mocking her appearance, and making rude remarks, since they look down on humans. The king demands silence, and Sari holds her head high, as Anubis tells the guests to enjoy the banquet. They sit on their thrones, but Sari notices the guests glaring at her, so she stands up, and serves a guest some food, making everyone surprised. The guest tries the food, finding it delicious, and all the other guests start enjoying the banquet. Sari goes to the kitchen to help serve the food, but she encounters some monsters who don't want to let her enter, since she's human. Sai and Klops tell them that she is the queen, so their head chef lets her enter. She gets food from the kitchen, and even helps with cleaning the tables, but a chameleon monster still finds her suspicious. Sari sees a strange wine, which is said to be a gift from a trading city, so she takes it to the king, but the chameleon monster uses his tail to make her fall. She accidentally pours the wine on the king, and the chameleon condemns her, claiming that she did it on purpose. The guests stare at her, but the king licks her face and acts cool. He grabs the chameleon's tail, knowing that he used it to make Sari fall, and reminds him that Sari is his queen, and he threatens to kill him with his claws, but Sari stops him. Leonhard spares his life, telling him that he owes his life to the queen. After the banquet, Sari thinks about what happened, when the floor suddenly starts glowing around her. The king appears, and she grabs onto him, as a holy beast named Gwibber takes them to the air. They start flying away from the castle, and the king thinks that the gusty upper airs would make her feel better, and Sari is relieved, because she thought that the king was going to get rid of her, seeing herself as a burden. They land on the ground, and the king calls her a fool, telling her that she is already a part of him, so he won't get rid of her. She is worried that he'll end up hurting someone like the chameleon, but he is sure that she will stop him if something like that happens again. He tells her that he carries a heavy burden as a false king, and it's only when he is around her that he feels truly free, even saying that he can become a better king with her at his side, so he wants her to stay with him. Sari studies about the monster kingdom of Osmargo, thinking that she needs to learn about it, but she is having a hard time taking it all in. Anubis reluctantly agrees to teaching her because the king ordered it, but he thinks that he is just wasting his time, so he goes back to his other duties. Sari goes outside with Lanhart, as she wears a beast costume so she won't look too conspicuous. She sees his weird disguise, making her laugh because he looks too suspicious. They walk along a busy street, where she discovers how normal beasts live their lives, thinking that they aren't so different from humans. She sees a bakery, and she is happy to see some bread, saying there is no bread in the palace. The baker's family hears this, so they become suspicious, but the baker tells them that the king would never dress up as such a shady character. We learn that the royals and aristocrats took all the rarities under the last king, but the current king doesn't care about delicacies or fancy decorations, which is good for their bakery. They end up buying some bread, and Sari feeds it to Lanhart, who thinks that it's nothing special. As they eat bread, she hears a child monster named Bolus crying, because he got separated from his mother. They help Bolus find his mother, but as they walk, Sari suddenly feels dizzy, so Lanhart takes Bolus from her, as she wonders what is going on. Bolus starts crying, and Sari assures him that they will find his mother. His mother finally sees him, thanking Sari for her help, but as Bolus falls from the king's head, Sari catches her, revealing her human face to everyone. Bolus's mother suddenly acts hostile, telling her not to touch her child, as the other monsters make rude remarks just because she's human. They start throwing stones at her, so the king unleashes his aura, obscuring their vision, and disappearing with Sari. They return to the palace, where Anubis informs him about a report that a human was spotted in the city, but he ignores it, along with the other requests that are presented to him. Sari apologizes for all the trouble that she caused, knowing that she's scared all the townspeople. She notes that it is similar to how humans react to beasts, and she thinks that it's because the two races have a history of war between them. But she is convinced that both races don't like conflict. The king apologizes to her, because he exposed her to danger, saying that he let his guard down, but he admits that he enjoyed his day with her. Sari tells him not to apologize, as she hugs him, telling him that she also had fun, but she suddenly blacks out. Anubis is talking to a priest, who reveals that Sari's health is declining because of the miasma, and it could eventually lead to her death. Sari tells the king not to worry about her, but the king knows that she can't stay in the kingdom. She later wakes up on a bed, seeing the blue sky, and she realizes that she is living with humans again. A doctor approaches her, informing her that she is in his clinic. She learns that she was brought in because of miasma poisoning, so they think that she must have come from the border, where the wind can blow miasma to their side. They give her medicine that's made from the ambrosia fruit, to help purify the miasma in her body. The assistant explains that someone left her unconscious in front of the clinic 3 days ago, with more than enough money for her treatment, as well as a note. Sari looks at it, recognizing the royal seal, but she can't understand what's written on it because it's in beast writing. However, it was enough for her to realize that the king saved her life. After that, Sari helps out at the clinic, while the assistant warns her not to force herself because she still hasn't recovered. She starts living peacefully in the town, and the assistant is happy with her performance, telling her that she can stay with them. Sari thinks about returning to the king, but she knows that she can't live there, because she will just make the king worried. The villagers start talking about her, and they learn that she came from the village that sent a sacrifice. They suddenly start shunning her, as they talk behind her back. She notices this, and she remembers how the monsters in the city acted hostile toward her, so she starts running back to the clinic. But when she reaches the clinic, she discovers that they have been attacked, and the doctor tells her to leave, because the townspeople think that she is a sacrifice that escaped from the beasts, fearing that the Beast King will destroy the town while searching for her. She starts wandering on her own, knowing that she has nowhere to go, so she starts crying, and she is about to fall down the cliff. But the king arrives in his human form, grabbing onto her in the nick of time. She asks him what he's doing there in human form, and the king reveals that he turns into a human whenever he's in the human realm, because there is no miasma. Sari thought that the king abandoned her, but he reveals that the letter states that he would come back for her. He gives her a ring with a crystallized ambrosia fruit, telling her that it will purify the miasma as it enters her body, so she can now stay with him. Sari returns to the palace, where Syat and Klops are glad to see her again. She wants to learn more about the kingdom, wanting to see its people with her own eyes, so she can stay by his side. Leonhard thinks that the ring will help her develop an immunity to the miasma, and tells her she can remove it after she becomes immune. But Sari doesn't want to remove it, mentioning what it means to give a human a ring. The king has no idea, and Sari says it's a promise to stay together forever. While walking around the palace, Sari encounters a princess named Vivian, who is there to ask for the king's hand in marriage. We learn that this was arranged by Anubis, saying Sari's appearance at the banquet was met with protest, so he is looking for a new queen to improve their relationship with their peers. More princesses arrive, and they are all there for the same reason. Vivian explains how they won't be able to face their countrymen if the king doesn't accept them, as concubines at least, before she walks away. That evening, Sari suggests granting the princesses an audience, but the king calls it a waste of time because he's not interested in keeping concubines, saying Anubis arranged this on his own. The king explains that concubines could be a threat to her position as queen, but Sari doesn't want to hold him back. The king becomes upset, saying they're done discussing the matter, and tells her to go to sleep. Sari hides in her watcher's room, where she wonders why the king was so worked up, because he doesn't normally lose his temper, so she thinks about returning to him. Meanwhile, Vivian enters the king's quarters, trying to seduce him into accepting her as a concubine, as she explains how the king can't make love with a human. Sari overhears this and enters the king's quarters, but she finds them in an awkward position, so she apologizes and runs away. The king gets upset, telling Vivian to leave, and Sari returns to her watcher's room, spending the night with them. The next day, they join the princesses at the dining table, but Vivian is nowhere to be found. The reptile princess named Amit accidentally drops her plate, so Sari cleans her up, accompanying her outside. While outside, Amit reveals she is afraid of the king, but she is there because reptilians face persecution. She is forbidden from returning home if she doesn't win the king's heart, so she has essentially been exiled. At that moment, they receive news that the royal guard has returned, and the guard captain Jorman enters the palace, wanting to meet the king immediately. He sees Sari, recognizing her as the queen, so he kneels before her, as he reveals he has sworn loyalty to the king. We learn that Jorman was once a commoner, but he rose through the ranks, managing to earn the king's trust. Amit is in love with him, revealing how Jorman used his royal guard's scarf to cover her wound in the past. She still has it with her, wanting to return it to him. She explains how he makes her heart race, and Sari thinks that the king makes her feel the same way. That evening, Sari is about to attend a banquet, but she sees Amit brooding in the corner, because her dress is ruined. The other princesses laugh at her, making Sari think they are the ones behind it. Amit wants to spend time with Jorman at the banquet, but thinks he's beyond her reach, so Sari removes her dress and lets her borrow it. Sari attends the event in her usual outfit, and Amit arrives wearing Sari's dress, returning Jorman's scarf to him, and making him remember her. As Sari drinks from her cup, she sees Vivian glancing at her, and the drink causes her to black out. She later wakes up, but Vivian approaches her, grabbing her by the neck, as she asks Sari to make way for her to be queen. However, Sari comments that she wouldn't stand a chance, even if she isn't around. This makes Vivian furious, threatening to kill Sari with her claws, but Amit grabs onto her, telling Sari to run. Amit gets knocked down, as Vivian lunges at them, but the king saves them, telling her to never show herself again, as the guards take her away. The king apologizes for speaking harshly the previous night, while Anubis thinks about how the princesses were all sent home, unable to move the king's heart. But Amit stays behind, having received permission to stay as Sari's friend. The king tells Sari that she is the only woman he desires, and this makes her realize that she really is in love with the king. Jorman escorts Sari to a meeting, as he explains that Anubis will do anything to protect the king's throne, even if it means defying the king's will. At the meeting, Anubis receives Sari as their formal queen, saying he has considered the king's feelings, but he imposes certain conditions, saying Sari must become the most accomplished consort in history for the people to accept her. The first condition is to command a holy beast, because it's seen as a symbol of royal authority. This makes the king angry, because Sari has no magical power, so her life would be consumed instead. and she might also end up summoning a demon instead, which would lead to a fate worse than death. He ends the meeting, saying he doesn't need to entertain such a proposal. As they walk back to their quarters, Sari thinks there will be chaos in the kingdom because of her, but the king assures her that he will keep her safe. Sari watches Jorman as he trains the other soldiers, thinking about how everyone is doing their parts, so she wonders what she can do for the king. The next day, the king sees Sari putting her blood on the contract, so he asks her what she's doing. Sari states it's the right thing to do, saying she needs to win everyone's acceptance to protect him. She draws a sigil on the floor, trying to summon a holy beast, but she suddenly gets a bad feeling as her strength is drained away. This causes her to fall to her knees as the sigil blows her away because she stopped before finishing the incantation. She tries it again, but the spell fails, causing her to collapse. The next day, she tries again, drawing the magic circle, as Klops comments that she'll be in danger if she keeps failing, because a human shouldn't try summoning more than twice a day. She ends up failing again, and the king catches her in midair, ready to take her away, but Anubis stops him, explaining how the pledge forbids her from seeking aid. The king states he is not aiding her, but just granting her a brief rest, taking her back to his quarters. Sari claims she's fine, but the king knows she will die if she continues. Sari doesn't value her life, but the king calls her a fool, as he explains he doesn't want to lose her. The next day, Sari tries to summon a holy beast again, and a flame comes out of the circle, before she could finish her incantation. Anubis thinks she has summoned a demon, but Sari continues chanting as the flame surrounds her. The spell is successful, and a tiny beast appears in the circle. Sari collapses, as the king compliments her for her performance. While Sari rests on the bed, they offer her some food, but her holy beast keeps eating everything, leaving nothing for her to eat. The holy beast explains he is the only one with the powers of immortality and rebirth, introducing himself as Bennu. He claims he was once the most beautiful holy beast in existence, calling himself a phoenix. Anubis arrives in the room, saying Bennu can't possibly be a phoenix, and Bennu tries to pick a fight with him. They can't understand what he's saying, and we learn that only the summoner can understand the holy beast. Anubis doesn't think the people will accept Bennu as the queen's holy beast, saying it needs to have a more regal form. Later, Sari wears a bird costume and tries to teach Bennu how to fly, but they aren't making progress, so Bennu decides to quit. Bennu reveals he has already used all of his powers, and we learn he was once overworked by the soldiers during a war. He says he'll never be able to fly again, but Sari tells him not to put himself down, saying he gave her so much confidence despite his current form. The next day, Sari sees Bennu trying to fly, as an assassin is targeting him. Bennu jumps off the castle wall, and it looks like he is about to fly, but an arrow almost hits him, causing him to fall. Sari dives after him, and he calls her an idiot for trying to save an immortal bird, but he is touched by her actions, and he awakens his powers, transforming into a real phoenix. Bennu reveals he will always come back if she believes in him, as he flies around the town, making everyone acknowledge him as a holy beast. At the palace gate, a guard is attacked by a mysterious man, saying he has business with the king of monsters. He ends up getting captured, and the king goes to him while he is chained in the dungeon. The man asks him if he killed Sari, but Sari happens to appear at that moment, recognizing him as Ilya. Ilya is happy to learn she is still alive, and Sari implores the king to pardon Ilya, saying she will accept his punishment instead. So the king claims that Ilya is his guest, and he only attacked because he didn't know how to ring the doorbell. The king wants to know about Sari's relationship with him, and in a flashback, we meet a young Ilya. As he is walking around the town, Sari goes to him, giving him some medicinal herbs, because he's always hurt. But Ilya says it's normal to get hurt, since he is training to become a warrior, and Ilya promises he will keep her safe, even from the beasts. Back in the present, Ilya is released from his chains, as Anubis tells him never to return to their realm. Sari arrives, and Ilya immediately grabs her hand, telling her he's taking her home, but Sai and Klops tell him that she is living with them now. Ilya kicks them away, wanting to leave with Sari, but she chooses to stay with the king. The king reveals that Sari is going to become his queen, ordering the guards to take Ilya away. Ilya grabs onto him, but collapses, and Sari worries about him. Anubis says it's because of fatigue, so the king allows him to stay overnight. They give Ilya some food, but he doesn't eat anything despite being hungry. He asks Sari if she's really going to become the queen, which she confirms, but Ilya tells her not to worry, because he plans to escape with her. Amit joins them in the room, offering Ilya some desserts, but he slaps it away, telling her to leave. Ilya wonders what's wrong with Sari, because she's too friendly with the beasts. He thinks the king will just toy with her, but Sari tells him that the king isn't like that, saying he is even willing to make sacrifices for humans. She tells Ilya she can't go with him, making him fall silent as she leaves to get more food. After she leaves the room, she is approached by Amit, who thinks she was too forward with Ilya. Sari claims Ilya is also kind, telling her about how Ilya wanted to protect her back when they were kids. Sari tells her that he just has a sore spot for beasts, but he isn't violent for no reason. The king sees Sari giving Ilya food, and Anubis comments on how she must find comfort in spending time with another human. She returns to Ilya's room, giving him his dinner, but Ilya doesn't talk, so she tells him that they may never be able to see each other again after he leaves. But Ilya knocks her unconscious, and he tries to escape with her. The king learns about this, and Ilya is now riding a horse back to the human realm. The king chooses to pursue Ilya himself, but Anubis suggests that maybe Sari chose to go with him, since they are both humans. The king starts to think that Sari could be happier in the human realm, but Amit implores the king to rescue Sari, knowing how much she loves the king. Jorman arrives, offering to take care of Ilya, but the king summons his holy beast, telling Jorman to take charge in his absence. As Gwibber tries to track Ilya, Bennu appears, offering to help them, because he shares his soul with Sari, so he knows her location. He guides them to his master, as Ilya reaches the hyena folk's territory, where his path is blocked by some monsters. They tell Ilya they will let him go, if he leaves Sari with them so they can eat her. But this makes him angry, so he attacks them, killing them one by one. One of the hyenas run, but Ilya catches up to him. The monster's son appears, begging him not to kill his father, but Ilya raises his sword, ready to strike them down. However, Sari grabs onto him, allowing the monsters to escape. Sari asks him why he would kill a child, but Ilya just sees all monsters as a threat to humans. Sari reminds him how he trained only to protect humans from monsters, but Ilya tells her it's not enough, thinking Sari is under a spell, so he thinks about killing monsters just to wake her up. He throws her on a bed, as he confesses his love to her, but Sari rejects him, telling him he is terrifying. She tries to tell Ilya that not all monsters are evil, and that the king has a kind heart, but he doesn't believe her, explaining how the monsters see humans as prey. In a flashback, we see Ilya with his sister Misha, who is afraid that the monsters will come for her, so Ilya promises to protect her from monsters. But one day, their mother returns to their house, making them hide in the closet, as she gets slaughtered by the monsters. The monsters find them, opening the cabinet, and they think about eating one of them for dessert. They take Misha away, eating her before his eyes, but they don't like how boys taste, so they decide to toy with him, letting him run away before they get him, but he ended up getting saved by his master. He saw a new ray of hope when he met Sari, but it was also taken away from him by the monsters. Back in the present, Ilya thinks about killing all monsters, tying Sari's hands to some wooden columns, as he tells her to watch him. At that moment, the king arrives, telling him to return Sari, but Ilya claims that Sari belongs to him. Ilya charges at the king, and they start fighting, as Bennu goes to Sari, telling her how Ilya is no match. Ilya knows this himself, but he refuses to back down, thinking the monsters will kill more humans if he does. He disappears before the king's eyes, pinning down his cape, as he jumps to strike him down, but the king unleashes his aura, blowing him away. Ilya still refuses to give up, telling the king to kill him, because he wants Sari to see how violent monsters are. He charges at the king, but the king allows him to stab him, saying Sari would be sad if he hurt Ilya. Bennu helps Sari get free, and she immediately checks up on the king, as she starts crying, while Ilya falls to his knees, realizing how he just made her upset. The king claims the wound is nothing to him, and Ilya starts questioning everything he has been doing. But Sari hugs him, telling him he has done so much for her, so he should forgive himself. Bennu heals the king's wound, and he transforms into a phoenix to transport Ilya, but he refuses to accept help from the monsters, choosing to go back alone. Ilya tells the king he has to give up Sari if he makes her cry, and the king gives him his word. Ilya ends up riding with Sari to return to the human kingdom, and Sari teases him for being afraid of heights. Ilya apologizes for acting so selfishly, and although he can never forgive the monsters, he decides to have faith in her belief in the king. He kisses her forehead, telling her he loves her, as they part ways. Sari flies back with the king, who tells her that he hesitated to bring her back, because he thought she could be happier with Ilya, but Sari says she just wants to be with him no matter what. Back at the palace, Sari receives news that the Duke Gallius wants to meet her. She is excited to meet the Duke, but Anubis warns her not to take this matter lightly, saying she needs to play hostess to the Duke, and proposing this as one of her ordeals on her path to queenship. Amit is surprised to learn about this, and she recognizes Galeas as a legendary general known as the Sea God. She warns Sari that Galeas hates humans, so she advises Sari to be careful. Sari asks the king about Galeas, and he reveals that Galeas is known for his ruthless behavior, but the king assures her that he won't let Galeas harm her. Galeas arrives in the castle, as Anubis gives him a proper welcome, but Galeas tells him to skip the formalities, wanting to see the queen. Sari joins them, introducing herself as the hostess, but Galeas becomes upset, not wanting to accept a human as the queen. His servant tries to calm him down, but Galeas threatens him with his sword. At that moment, the king joins them, saying he won't permit disturbances in the palace, and Galeas bows to him, but he tells the king that he won't accept a human as their queen. The king becomes upset, but Sari tells Galeas that she understands why he feels that way, because they never had a human queen before. She takes them to the courtyard, telling them about its history, but Galeas makes a loud noise, causing her to forget her script. Galeas realizes that she just memorized her lines, so he disparages her, telling her that she disgusts him as he starts walking away. During dinner, Sari leads the toast, but she doesn't drink the wine that Galeas brought with him. Galeas inquires about this, and Anubis explains that beast wine disagrees with her. Galeas tells her that she isn't fit to be queen, saying humans are unreliable, so his servant tries to stop him, but Galeas hits him, saying he can't eat while looking at his ugly face. Galeas states that Sari also makes him lose his appetite, ordering her to leave, so Sari excuses herself, making her way back to the king's quarters. Back in the room, the king gives her his food, revealing that he wasn't able to eat anything, because he couldn't stand Galeas's behavior. Sari tells the king not to worry about her, because she's used to being treated that way, saying she can't leave him with a foul temper, so she needs to turn things around at the ball. Sari tells him that she's done eating the food, so she wants him to eat her leftovers, but the king licks her instead, asking her to show them that he was right to choose her. That evening, Sari asks Galeas to dance with her, but he declines, and Anubis informs him that they will cancel the ball if he doesn't dance with Sari. Galeas orders his ugly servant to dance with her instead, and they dance together, as the servant asks Sari to forgive him, thinking his ugly appearance disgusts her. But Sari tells him this isn't the case, saying he appears to be in so much pain. The servant reveals that he received his wounds during the last war, where he was burned by humans. He tells her that war has divided humans and beasts, so she will have a hard time as the queen of the beasts, wondering why she even wants to be their queen. Sari states that she just wants to be with the king, wanting to help him in any way she can. They appear to be enjoying their time together, but Galeas suddenly hits his servant, saying it's not fun watching him befriend a human, and he pulls out his sword. However, Sari gets in the way, as Galeas tells her to move, reminding her that she'll never be the legitimate queen if she fails the ordeal. He gives her a choice, saying she can either make the smart move for her future by moving away, or be destroyed with his ugly servant. Sari chooses to give up her future as queen, and Galeas is surprised by her decision. The servant reminds her about her goal to stay by the king's side, but Sari states that she can't be a queen if she ignores the people who are getting hurt. Sari starts questioning Galeas's identity, saying he bullies people who can't fight back, so she wonders if he's really the legendary sea god. Galeas swings his sword, but the ugly servant stops him, telling him he's done enough. He suddenly bows down, and we learn that the ugly servant is actually the real Galeas, and the shark is his grandson named Jaws. Galeas explains that the king has improved the quality of their lives, but they went to the palace because they heard news that he wants to take a human as his queen. They wanted to test Sari by putting on act, claiming that the entire deception was his idea, so he begs the king to spare his men from punishment. However, Jaws implores the king to punish him instead of Galeas, because their race can't survive without him. Sari asks the king if they still need to be punished, saying nothing bad happened to her, but the king states that they deserve to be punished. He orders Galeas and his men to swear perpetual allegiance to him, telling them to defend the realm for him. Galeas thanks the king for his mercy, swearing allegiance to the king and his queen, and they sail back to their home. The next day, Anubis tells the king that Sari is now disqualified from queenship, because she gave up her future as queen. The king states that she performed her duties well, but Anubis still refuses to consider the ordeal a success. The king returns to his quarters, and Sari notices that something is bothering him, but he doesn't tell her about it, thinking it will make her regret her actions. Anubis reprimands 2 guards for being noisy, and as he walks away, he overhears the guards talking about Sari, thinking humans aren't bad. But Anubis doesn't share their sentiment, thinking Sari tricked the king to save her own skin, so he wants to get rid of her. While walking, he stumbles upon Sari, and he leads her to a nearby library. As she starts searching for a book, Anubis realizes that they're alone in that area, so he thinks about killing her. He is about to do it, but Sari pulls out a book, causing the other books to fall on Anubis. Sari checks up on him, telling him she'll look for the book herself, but Anubis offers to help her out. Sari appears to be oblivious of his intentions, so he wonders if she's stupid, as he thinks about proceeding with his plan, but he suddenly passes out. In a flashback, we see a young Anubis refusing to go to his father's funeral. His servant tells him that he is about to become the successor, but Anubis doesn't want this, because this would make him the royal family's lapdog. We learn that his family has served the royal family for generations, and his father died trying to protect the king from assassins, but none of the royals mourned his death, seeing him as just another pawn. One day, he meets up with the king, who thinks he's too young to assume his father's duties, so he orders Anubis to look after the prince. He formally introduces himself to the prince, and he starts serving him, but Anubis sees the prince as a fool, so he thinks he could take control after the prince succeeds the throne. Anubis falls ill, and he overhears the servants talking about how weak he is, wondering if he will be able to succeed his father. This makes Anubis upset, because he doesn't want to be like his father, as he remembers that his father never visited him when he was sick. At that moment, he feels a presence, and he realizes that the prince is in his room, checking up on him. The prince reveals that no one saw him enter, as he gives him a basket of healthy foods, telling him to eat plenty and get well. Anubis wonders why he's doing this, and the prince reveals that he is worried about him. Anubis is surprised to hear this, because he wasn't expecting the prince to be concerned about his servant. The prince reminds him that his father saved the king, and he is really grateful for this, saying he loves his father. Anubis tells him to leave the room, but suddenly, two beasts enter the room, and they are both taken away. Anubis wakes up inside a cave, where the kidnappers thank him for helping them catch the prince. They talk about taking the king's head, and Anubis realizes that they are the assassins who killed his father. Anubis bites one of them, telling him to give his father back, but the assassin pushes him back, and tells him that the members of his family die as the shadows of royalty. They think fate must have brought him to them, because their plan is to kill him and hold the prince hostage. One of them is about to kill him, but the prince protects him, which surprises Anubis. The prince stands against the assassins, as Anubis tells him to stop, but the prince states that it's a king's duty to protect everyone. He thinks that if he can't even protect a friend, then he wouldn't make a good king. The prince unleashes his aura, causing rocks to fall on the assassins, but he suddenly collapses, so Anubis checks up on him. The prince is happy that Anubis is okay, and this causes him to cry, as he starts dragging the prince away, until they are rescued by a search party. Back in his house, his servant tells him that the prince made a plea with the king, telling him not to hold Anubis accountable, because the prince didn't want to tarnish his family's reputation. Anubis realizes that he has found the king he wants to serve, so he visits the prince, apologizing for failing to protect him, and devoting himself to making the prince the best king. Back in the present, Anubis wakes up, and Sari tells him that he collapsed in the library. She is about to touch him, but he slaps her hand away, because he doesn't want to accept her as queen, saying he doesn't trust her. However, Sari doesn't seem to care, telling him that the king is worried about him. She tells him to think about her next ordeal, and she leaves the room. During their next meeting, Anubis states that Sari has succeeded in her ordeal, surprising everyone in the room. He has decided to give Sari a chance, wanting to see if she deserves the king's heart. Sari sees the statues of the first king and his queen consort, and Klops reveals that the first king was the hero who united the beasts. Sari wonders why she hasn't been able to enter this area before, so Klops explains that this is a sacred place, and it's only open during certain occasions like the Grand Consecration. The Grand Consecration is an event where the people gather for a celebration, which the king will lead while wearing the first king's clothes. Sari makes her way to the king, and she sees him trying on the clothes. He orders everyone but Sari to leave the room, and he reveals that a storm is going to drive the miasma away from the realm, so they're going to have another night of revelation. That evening, Sari looks after the king in his human form, as he reveals that he is always nervous before he faces the people, because they might learn about his secret, but he feels better when he's around Sari. The next day, the beasts gather for the Grand Consecration, but the king is still in his human form, because the miasma still hasn't filled the air. The king knows that he will regain his beast form, but it will take time, and the grand consecration is about to begin. At the venue of the event, Anubis learns that the king is nowhere to be found. He recalls that no king has ever been late for the event, so he orders the servants to look for the king. The servants claim that they have searched all areas, but the judge named Set suggests searching the underground chamber, saying the king must be meditating before the event. They enter the chamber, but they realize that it's empty, and we learn that the king used a secret passage to escape. They sneak past the guards, but they are about to be spotted, so Sari distracts them. Jorman asks her about the king's whereabouts, and she tells him that she's also looking for the king, but she couldn't find him there, so the guards walk away. Sari and the king make their way back to the underground chamber, where the king starts transforming into a beast, but he thinks that he won't be able to make it on time for the grand consecration, so he starts to think that he's not a good king. Sari tells him that he's a great king, and at that moment, the king senses a presence, so Sari leaves the room to buy time for him. She sees Set standing at the entrance, and he tells her that he senses magic in that room. Sari tells him that the king is concentrating, but Set calls her a liar, saying he's concerned about the king's safety, and asking her to open the door. Sari refuses to cooperate, so Set orders a guard to restrain her. As they open the door, they see the king in his beast form, and Set wonders what he's been doing all this time. The bell rings as the grand consecration begins, and Set tells him that he doesn't have enough time to dress up, but the king says he will go without it. At the venue, the beasts wonder why the king isn't there, because the king is always on time for the event. Anubis starts to panic, ordering the servants to cancel the ceremony, but at that moment, they see the king riding Gwibber, and he stands before everyone wearing his usual cloak. The beasts wonder what's going on. He tells the people that he has cast off the first king's armor, saying he respects tradition, but he reminds them about his duty to serve the realm. The king explains that he can't fulfill his duty by following his ancestors' footsteps, so they need to make changes for them to move forward, promising to lead them to a brighter future. The crowd cheers for the king, and Anubis tells him that he made a good speech, but he wonders why the king didn't inform him about his bold plan. The king states that it's because he would have objected, saying Sari gave him the idea for his speech. Anubis admits that he's impressed, and Sari wonders why he still hasn't given her an ordeal. At the conference room, Anubis tells her that he has no ordeals to give her, saying she will now take her place as the acting queen consort. Anubis asks her to perform the queen's public duties, saying that if she can do so without incident until the next grand consecration, she will be recognized as the queen consort in full. Anubis warns her that her public presence will be met with protest, and he will send her back to the human realm if she fails to perform her duties. He gives her an option, saying she could decline the position of acting queen consort, so that they can find a wife for the king, and she can stay in the palace as the king's pet. Sari takes her time to think about this, and Bennu tells her to accept the position, thinking she's the only one who can make the king great. Sari makes up her mind, as Bennu transforms into a phoenix, pushing her to the king's arms. She tells the king that she will take the position of acting queen consort, and the king is happy to hear this, saying he will share responsibilities with her. After some time, envoys arrive from all over the kingdom, wanting to talk to the king about the acting queen consort, but the king orders his servants to turn them away, because Sari still hasn't done anything. Amit visits Sari, as she tries on her new clothes, because Anubis told her that her normal clothes were too shabby for a queen's work. Amit tells her that she's so composed, because the kingdom is in turmoil, but Sari knows that brooding will do nothing, so she's just going to do what she can. As Amit walks around the palace, she overhears royal guards talking about subduing a band of rebels, and this makes her realize that Jorman is undertaking perilous missions. She realizes that both Sari and Jorman are faced with challenging tasks, so she creates charms for both of them, thinking it will give them protection. The next day, Amit overhears Jorman prohibiting a royal guard to march with them, because he knows that the guard has a family. The guard asks Jorman if he will ever marry, but Jorman tells him that he is too focused on his duties, so he has no intention of getting married. Amit gives Sari an amulet, and she notices that Amit is holding onto another one, asking her who it's for. Amit tells her that it's for Jorman, as she shamefully admits that she wants Jorman to notice her. But Sari tells her that it's nothing to be ashamed of, saying they aren't so different, because she feels greedy for wanting to stay with the king despite being human, and she tells Amit that she should also be greedy. Amit rushes to Jorman, and she gives him the amulet, saying she imbued it with charms to protect him during his mission. Jorman accepts it, promising to return from his mission unscathed so that her reputation won't be tarnished, and Sari is happy to see this. While she is walking around the palace, the king tells her that her first duty as acting queen has been decided. They ride a carriage to the vassal state called Sarbal, as the king tells her that the Sarbal's ruler, Tet, and his consort Kaura, have a newborn son named Kalkara. As acting queen consort, she must give Kalkara her blessings, saying Osmargo hasn't had a queen for years, so that task was performed by the priestesses for many years. Meanwhile, Kaura begs Tet to refuse the rite of blessing, because she doesn't want a human to touch her son, but Tet reminds her that they're a vassal state, so they must abide by Osmargo's customs. They arrive at Sarbal, and Tet welcomes the king to their state. Sari introduces herself as the acting queen consort, saying she will give their son her blessings. Kaura gives her a cold stare, saying their son is not feeling well, but he should be ready to receive the blessing tomorrow. During dinner, Sari is treated as a proper guest, but she drops her fork, and she suddenly starts to feel dizzy. The king notices that something's wrong, so he stands up, saying he's tired so he will have to rest early. He brings Sari with him to their room, where Sari reveals that Kaura's actions remind her of her parents, who raised her as a sacrifice, saying she could hardly breathe because of it. The king cuddles her, telling her that he doesn't know what to say, so he just imitated her actions, and this makes her feel better, knowing that the king is at her side. The following day, Sari is about to give Kalkara her blessings, but he suddenly starts crying, so Kaura asks to postpone the blessings. Sari agrees to this, as Anubis notes that Kaura is fond of her only son, so he suspects that she is planning to avoid the rite of blessings at any cost, wondering what Sari will do to fulfill her duty. While outside, Sari offers to soothe Kalkara, but Kaura tells her that she'll take care of it, asking her to have a look around the palace in the meantime, and Kaura's daughter, Tetra, volunteers to show Sari around. After Kaura leaves, Tetra immediately calls Sari ugly, saying that must be why her mother doesn't want Sari to hold Kalkara. Tetra claims that she can help Sari, but she must first become her minion and obey everything she says. Sari plays along, as Tetra turns her into a plaything, but Sari appears to be enjoying it. Tetra orders Sari to be her horse, so she gets down on all fours, telling her to climb aboard. Tetra asks Sari what's wrong with her, thinking she's just doing it to gain Kaura's favor, but Sari doesn't seem to care, saying she was having so much fun that it slipped her mind. Sari starts carrying her around, but Tetra calls her an idiot, as she reveals that Kaura doesn't care about her. Kalkara is the heir that her parents always wanted, so all of her elder sisters were married off, and she knows that the same thing will happen to her in the future, thinking Kaura wants to get rid of her. But Sari disagrees, saying Kaura loves her, but she doesn't know how to show it. Tetra still thinks she's an unwanted child, and she swiftly makes her way to the tallest tower in the palace, planning to take her own life while the king is there. Sari catches up to her, telling her not to do it, as the king watches them, but Tetra sees her life as irrelevant. Sari states that she wants to play with Tetra again, but she remembers how her mother only stopped crying after she gave birth to Kalkara, thinking her birth didn't make a single person happy. She notices that everyone is now staring at her, and this makes her feel good, because her last act is going to make an impact. At that moment, Kaura arrives, and Sari helps Tetra realize that she is only doing this to grab her mother's attention. Tetra takes a step back, and she starts falling, as Sari jumps after her, holding onto her as Gwibber is summoned, saving them from certain death. Sari tells her not to try it again, as she kisses her forehead, saying she is glad that she was born. Hearing this, Tetra starts crying, as she hugs onto Sari. Kaura realizes that she was too busy with Kalkara, so she never had the chance to hug Tetra like that, and Tet apologizes to the king for the unsightly spectacle, but the king tells him to prioritize his daughter instead of placating him. Tetra lands safely, and Kaura immediately hugs her, asking Tetra to forgive her, as she thanks Sari for saving her daughter. They proceed with the rite of blessing, where Kaura allows Sari to bless her son. Anubis still refuses to accept Sari as the queen, but he now recognizes her ability to change others. That evening, we see Sari spending time with Tetra, who reveals that she likes Anubis, thinking they would make a good match, because his blood is stronger, so it will allow her to bear children from his race. We learn that the beast's children take after the parent with the stronger bloodline, and Tetra tells Sari that she will have to bear the king's children in the future, so she needs to become familiar with that concept. As she tries to sleep, the king visits her, telling her that they need to talk. He takes her to a secluded place, and they discuss the king's duty to produce an heir, but he knows that the blood in his veins are different, so he isn't sure if he will be able to love his children, revealing that his parents didn't love him either. In a flashback, we learn that the king was raised with no mother and siblings, and his father treated him harshly, locking him up in a cell during the Night of Revelations. But despite this, he still thought that his father was just raising him to become a fine king. While on his deathbed, his father grabs onto him, telling him that he doesn't want to pass the throne to him, because he has filthy blood in his veins. His father reveals how much he hates him, but he suddenly coughs up blood and passes away. The priests thought that his father wanted to hug him before he died, but this is far from the truth. He later learns that his father was mentally ill, but this illness was never revealed to the public, and to this day, he still doesn't know why his father had a child with a human, but he curses his own blood, saying he doesn't want to pass it to his heirs. Sari starts crying, knowing that the king sees his human blood as a curse, so the king cheers her up, telling her that he wasn't able to choose the blood he was born with, but he chose her, saying her presence is a blessing to him. He promises to protect their future children, telling her that he wants her as his queen, as he kisses her. They leave Sarbal, and the king tells Sari not to push herself too hard, because she has just completed her first task. Back in their palace, the king tells Sari to visit the troops stationed in the city of Magia, but he can't accompany her for this task, so she needs to travel alone. The king explains that he didn't want Sari to go alone, but Anubis told him that he needs to visit his dying friend, and the appointment of Magia's ruler needs to be confirmed in the royal presence. Sari accepts the task, telling the king not to worry, because she can handle it alone. The king visits Sari as she packs her things, and she reveals that she is nervous, saying she isn't used to being away from him, but she needs to prove that she can handle the job on her own, so that she can become a good queen. The king leaves the palace, and Anubis tells Sari that she will need a new guard for her trip. He states that it's time for her to pick a captain for the Queen's Guard, who will serve as her right-hand man, but nobody volunteered to serve her, because she's human. However, a Hyenian suddenly steps on Anubis, and he volunteers to be the Queen's Guard, introducing himself as Lanto. Anubis advises Sari to choose her right-hand man carefully, saying Lanto is too rude to be the Queen's Guard, and suggesting that they should test his skill in combat, but Lanto suddenly slices his mask, threatening to show off his skills on Anubis. Sari stops him, and she accepts him as the captain of the Queen's Guard. They make their way to Magia, as Lanto tells the driver to change route, claiming there's a shortcut. Sari asks him why he volunteered to be her guard, so he tells her that he just wanted to be promoted to captain, because it's a high rank for a commoner. He knew that it would be easy to get the position, but he still can't believe that he was the only volunteer, thinking he got lucky because she's human. At that moment, they are attacked by a group of sand serpents, and Sari is about to get eaten, but Lanto saves her, easily defeating the monsters. The guards blame Lanto for their encounter with the sand serpents, thinking he deliberately led them there when he ordered them to change route, but Sari stops them, telling them not to fight each other. Lanto wonders if she finds him suspicious, and Sari tells him that she doesn't know him well enough to doubt him. Lanto reveals that the guards were right about him, saying he wanted them to encounter the sand serpents because he wanted to prove himself by defeating them, but he promises to keep Sari alive, knowing he would be in trouble if she dies. Sari chooses to trust Lanto, telling him that he can use her to make a name for himself, but he should never put other people in danger again. Lanto accepts her offer, and they reach the city of Magia, where the soldiers talk about Lanto because he's a Hyenian. Lanto notices this, so he calls them impudent, telling them about his position, and saying that he outranks them. The captain of the troops, Tyrene, orders his men to return to their posts, and tells Sari to address his men at once, because they don't have enough time. Sari appears before the soldiers, introducing herself as the acting queen consort, and telling them that the king has a message for them. She states that their services are needed by the kingdom, so they should be proud of their roles as soldiers, and perform their duties with discipline. She implores everyone to support the king, as she ends her speech. Cyclops thinks she did a good job, but Lanto tells her that she needs to be more authoritative, because she is the highest ranking person in that area. She meets up with the ruler of Magia named Braun, who tells her that they will hold the signing ceremony tomorrow morning. He explains that there is an anti-monarchist insurgency in the land, and the chaos was prolonged because they have no ruler, but the signing ceremony should make the rebels settle down. That evening, we see the soldiers accusing Lanto of being an anti-monarchist because he's a Hyenian. Lanto prepares to take them on, but Sari stops him, asking them what's happening. The soldiers explain that Lanto looks suspicious, telling her that she must not know about the Hyenians, but she defends Lanto, telling them that she knows how the Hyenians betrayed the kingdom in the past, but she thinks it has nothing to do with him. The soldiers apologize for their behavior, but they tell her that they don't trust her. After they leave, Lanto reveals that the last king executed innocent Hyenians, so he wanted to avenge them by destroying the royal family. He warns Sari that he can lie with a straight face, so she shouldn't trust him, but Sari thinks he's incredibly honest, saying he's not the type of person who can fool people with a clear conscience, so she chooses to trust him. Lanto is touched by her words, and the next day, Sari enters his room, but she can't find him there. She hears someone screaming for help, and we learn that Braun has been attacked by someone. Braun survives the attack, and he describes his attacker as a hooded man with one eye. He was able to tear out the assailant's fur, but its color is unremarkable. The officials begin to wonder how the attacker entered the building, asking Tyreen to explain what happened. At that moment, a soldier speaks up, saying he can name the culprit. Lanto enters the room, and the soldier immediately accuses him of attacking Braun. The officials think he fits the description, so they are convinced that he is guilty, as the soldiers surround him. A soldier asks him what he was doing last night, so Lanto tells them that he fell asleep on top of the building, but they see this as a flimsy excuse. The soldiers are ordered to arrest Lanto, so they charge at him, but Sari gets in the way, saying she will prove Lanto's innocence. The soldiers don't trust her, thinking she will frame someone to help Lanto escape, but Tyreen offers to accompany her, as he takes responsibility for what happened. Lanto is detained until he's cleared of suspicion, and they start looking for the culprit. In the dungeon, Klops tells Lanto that Sari believes in him, as Lanto thinks about Sari's strange behavior, because nobody has ever protected him like she did. In a flashback, we learn that the Hyenians are forced to live apart from the other beasts, but even the Hyenians cut Lanto and his mother off, because his father is not from the Hyenian district. His mother is dying of a disease, and Lanto buys medicine for her, using the money he worked so hard to earn. But as he makes his way back, he encounters two soldiers, who accuse him of stealing the medicine. Lanto explains that he bought it, but they won't believe him, and they proceed to confiscate it. He tries to take it back, but the soldiers knock him down, walking away as Lanto begs them to give it back. Because of this, his mother dies, and he gets the idea that rank is important, thinking it's the reason why the soldiers treated him that way. Back in the present, Lanto realizes that he's a liar, because he told Sari not to trust him, but he always wanted someone to believe in him. The next day, Lanto is released from prison, after the culprit has confessed to his crimes. Sari reveals that she used the fur they collected as evidence, and we learn that humans can distinguish colors better than beasts. Sari went around matching the color of the fur with the other beasts, until they were able to find the species that it belonged to. Then they gathered the members of that species, and apprehended the one who behaved suspiciously. A background check reveals that the culprit is an anti-monarchist, and his goal is to prevent the signing ceremony from taking place. They decide to proceed with the ceremony, and Braun is appointed as the ruler of the city. Sari thanks Tyreen for helping her prove Lanto's innocence, hoping to see him again in the future. However, Tyreen thinks that won't be possible, because his men abandoned their posts, allowing the culprit to enter, and he knows this is a grave failure on his part, so he's going to lose his position as captain. The captain bids her farewell, and Lanto reveals that he just wanted to climb the ranks because he didn't want to be abused by the people in authority, but he is grateful since she believed in him, swearing loyalty to her. They return to Osmargo, where Sari rests after their journey, as Lanto is presented to the king as the captain of the Queen's Guard. The king asks him if he's a Hyenian, so he boldly asks the king if that's a problem, saying he won't stab the king in the back, because he doesn't really care about him. Anubis tells him to watch his tongue, but Lanto states that he doesn't even work for the king, and Anubis is annoyed by his behavior, reminding him of Sari when she first arrived. They start to argue, but the king roars at them, causing Lanto to tremble in fear. He asks Lanto if he is proud of his own blood, and Lanto tells him that he's proud to be a Hyenian, saying he doesn't hate himself for who he is, as he states that Sari is the only one who gets to boss him around, and the king accepts him as the captain of the Queen's Guard, telling him to be her knight. Jorman leads his men against the rebels, saving the villagers from being slaughtered. He returns to the palace, and he reports that there are 0 casualties, but the king notices that there's something wrong with him. As he walks around the palace, he stumbles upon Amit, and he tells her that there is something he wants to tell her, causing her to get flustered. He takes her to a terrace, where he returns the amulet, saying it protected them, but he feels unworthy of it, so he wants her to give it to someone else. Sari learns about this, and she wonders why Jorman returned it. Lanto thinks it's because Jorman no longer needs it, and Amit thinks he's right, but Sari can't accept this, so she makes her way to Jorman. She asks him why he returned it, but Jormund tells her that he can't answer the question. At that moment, Lanto appears, introducing himself as the captain of the Queen's Guard and challenging him to a duel. Lanto wants Jormund to answer Sari's question if he wins, saying he's doing it out of loyalty. The king tells Jormund to accept the challenge, because he wants to see Lanto fight, so Jormund accepts it. As the fight begins, Sari asks the king why he wants them to fight, and the king reveals that he wants to confirm something. Lanto lunges at Jormund, who blocks his attack, kicking him away, and Jormund wins the match. But the king realizes that something's wrong, telling Sari that Jormund is injured. Amit learns about this, so she approaches Jormund, looking at his wound, and giving him an item that will help him recover. Amit thinks this must be the reason why he returned the amulet, so she starts crying, thinking her amulet failed him. Jormund confirms this, saying he didn't want to make her sad, and Amit realizes that Jormund was thinking about her when he returned the amulet, so she tells him that the amulet was the most she could do for him. She knows that he's always risking his life in battle, so she wants him to keep the amulet. Meanwhile, we see Ilya walking through the woods, where he sees mounted beasts holding onto a child. He cuts one of them, causing the child to fall to the ground, as the beasts escape. Ilya checks up on the child, but when he finds that the child is a beast, he points his sword at it, as the child thanks Ilya for saving him. The child introduces himself as Malo, and Ilya sheathes his sword, saying killing a child is a waste of time. He tells Malo to go home, but he doesn't know the way, so Ilya leads him to the border. As they walk, Malo suddenly disappears, and Ilya thinks he got kidnapped again, but he realizes that Malo is just playing around, wanting to play with the flowers. Ilya asks him why the beasts kidnapped him, so Malo tells him about the kids getting kidnapped and sold to humans, who treat them as playthings. Ilya realizes that the beasts he encountered work for humans, and he remembers his first encounter with beasts, making him want to throw up. Malo notices this, so he approaches Ilya, asking him if he's hurt, but he pushes Malo away. Malo reaches out his hand, saying he's trying to rub Ilya without touching him, because his mother does that for him when he gets hurt. An arrow almost hits Malo, as two humans appear, saying the beasts did a terrible job. They reveal that they are working for a noble, and that Malo is their target. They take Malo, as they recognize Ilya as the beast hunter, wondering if he's also after Malo. Ilya says he doesn't care what happens to the child, but he hears Malo screaming for help, and he remembers when his sister was eaten by a beast. So Ilya suddenly stops them, telling them that he hates people who toy with the lives of others. He pulls out his weapon, and charges at one of them, telling Malo to run, but he notices that Ilya is being targeted by the archer, so he gets in the way, causing the archer to miss, because he needs to take Malo alive. Ilya breaks their weapons, telling them to leave if they value their lives, and the men run away. Ilya thinks that Malo will kill humans once he grows up, but he remembers how Asari told him that not all beasts are evil, so he starts to believe that beasts are just like humans. Ilya thanks Malo for watching his back, and they reach the border, where he leaves Malo, bidding him farewell. We see Sari and the king on a ship, as the king reveals that the anti-monarchist groups are no longer active. This was discussed during their recent meeting, and the officials thought this was great news, but Anubis thinks the groups are working together. The king tells Sari to rest easy, because she has no particular duties for their next task. Sari wonders what she should do during her free time, wanting to be a good queen, and the king advises her to follow her heart. At the royal palace, Anubis receives an urgent report that their territory is under attack, so he orders a servant to inform the king with a messenger beast. The king receives the message, and he decides to return to Osmargo, but Sari knows that their current task is also important, so she offers to fill in for him. The king refuses to let her go alone, but Sari tells him that she is just following her heart, saying she wants to help him. The king reluctantly gives her permission, but he tells her not to endanger herself. He places a charm on Sari's ring, and he flies back to Osmargo. A naval patrol encounters an illegal vessel, so they order it to stop, but as they approach it, a beast named Fenrir falls from the sky, killing the patrolman. The beast in the illegal vessel, Nir, joins him in the ship, and we learn that Fenrir was expecting Nir to join him. They ride a flying beast together, as Fenrir thinks about storming the royal palace, wanting to kill the king. They see the royal ship, so they attack it, killing the people aboard. One of the soldiers asks who he is, and Fenrir says he's the new king of the beasts. He reveals that his minions are currently invading Osmargo's territories, saying he will take the throne after he kills the king. The soldiers charge at them, but Nir instantly kills them with flying swords. Fenrir inquires about the highest ranking individual on the ship, but the soldiers remain silent, so he thinks about executing all of them. However, Sari suddenly approaches him, grabbing his attention. In the royal palace, the king learns that 2 of their territories are under attack, so the king thinks about dividing his forces to deal with them, but Anubis suggests keeping the main force in the capital in case of a sneak attack, as he volunteers to lead a cavalry company to deal with the rebels. Back on the ship, Sari introduces herself as the acting queen of Osmargo, telling Fenrir to take her and spare everyone else. Fenrir thinks she's worthless because she's human, but Sari tells him that the king loves her, saying her appearance doesn't matter. Fenrir thinks she's lying, but Nir tells him that Sari had guards protecting her in Magia, so Fenrir decides to take Sari as his sacrifice. Lanto suddenly stops them, as he lunges at them, dodging Nir's flying sword. However, it turns around, and Lanto learns that Nir can use magic to control his swords. Lanto ends up getting stabbed, and Nir is about to finish him off, but Sari stops him, reminding them that she will only go with them if they don't hurt others. Fenrir orders Nir to spare Lanto, who wants to die for Sari, but she orders him to return to the palace and obey the king. She orders Bennu to heal the others, and she tells her watchers to deliver a message to the king before she leaves with Fenrir. The civilians learn about the invasion, so they gather at the palace gates in a state of panic. Klops rides a messenger beast to return to the palace, and he informs them about the situation. The king wants to save Sari, but Anubis stops him, telling him that he needs to stay in the palace, as he suggests sending a search party. But the king knows that Fenrir has a grudge against him, so he doesn't know what Fenrir will do to Sari. Anubis tells the king to kill him if he insists on going, because his actions are dangerous for the kingdom, and he doesn't want to serve another king. The king calms down and returns to his throne. Klops delivers Sari's message, telling the king not to rescue her, and the king realizes that Sari wants him to defend the people. The king addresses the civilians, confirming that an invasion is taking place, but he tells them not to panic, as he claims he will protect them. He thinks about Fenrir, planning to track him down before he enters the palace, and he is prepared to fight to the death in order to win Sari back and protect his kingdom. The king receives a report, and he learns that the invaders are actually the anti-monarchists that have grouped up, and they are revealed to serve Fenrir. Meanwhile, we see Lanto as he follows after Bennu to look for Sari, but Bennu notes that he can no longer sense her, so she must be in a place with a barrier around it. We see Sari at Fenrir's base, and she asks him why he wants to be king. Fenrir reveals he was the prince of one of Osmargo's vassal states. He was considered a failure compared to his brothers, but he gets a chance to fight against the prince and prove his worth. He prepares to attack with blue flames, but the prince easily overpowers him in an instant. The prince claims he doesn't like fighting, saying they should be friends, but Fenrir thinks he's being mocked. He gets one of his ears cut off, and gets stripped of his title and gets cast away. Sari thinks he must have a grudge against the king, but Fenrir says it was a fair fight, but he wants a rematch so he can regain his pride, and he plans to return beasts to their natural order, where the strong stand at the top, so he even wants to tear down the border and take over the humans. Sari thinks that if he can only feel strong by hurting others, it's because he is weak, and she says he has no chance against the king. Fenrir gets pissed off, unleashing his flames. Sari is protected by her ring, but she ends up passing out, and Fenrir becomes even more interested, seeing she has the king's protection. We see Anubis as he arrives in the city of Khotan to deal with some of the invaders, but he suddenly comes across Nir. Nir recognizes his value and tries to convince him to change sides, saying they share the same ancestors, so he should serve a wolf king instead of a beast, but Anubis refuses, saying he chose the king that he serves, so Nir ends up stabbing him instead. Meanwhile, Fenrir offers Sari all kinds of food, and even jewelry to try to win her over, but she turns it all down. Fenrir wonders what the king is giving her, and she says it's his heart. Fenrir wishes she could be more like Nir, calling him his lovable slave, and we flash back to when Nir was just a pup. He gets whipped for stealing food, but Fenrir ends up taking him in on a whim. Fenrir is happy to have his first servant, giving him his name, and he says they are now together forever. Nir doesn't want to kill for no reason, and he gives Anubis another chance, but Anubis still refuses. Nir is about to finish him off, but Jormungand suddenly arrives. He fights off Nir's swords, and Anubis wonders why he's there, because he should be protecting the king, but he says that the king sent him, wanting to protect his friend. Jormungand narrowly dodges the blades and he rushes at Nir. The blades are about to stab him from behind, but he manages to slash Nir first. Nier retreats on his flying beast, saying he can't afford to die yet, and Anubis thinks they'll be able to find Fenrir's base if they follow him. We see Lanto has managed to find the base, but as he looks for Sari, Fenrir suddenly appears. Sari tries to get free, but Sai and Benyu manage to find her. Benyu sets her free, and he tells her their plan is to get away while their decoy distracts Fenrir, but Sari demands to go back, not wanting to let Lanto die. Lanto is no match for Fenrir, but he claims he is her guard captain, so he's willing to die for her. Sari suddenly appears, dragging him away, and she refuses to let him die. Sari claims that guards aren't there to die for their masters, and she wants him to be there when she becomes a true queen. Benyu makes it through the barrier, and Lanto catches them as they fall, but he ends up collapsing from the impact. Sai sends a message to Klops, and he tells the king that Fenrir's base has been located. Sari carries Lanto away, but Fenrir catches up to them. He wonders what she can do, telling her to submit to him, but Lanto suddenly stabs his leg, as he jumps away with Sari. Fenrir gets pissed off, jumping after them, but they are saved by Gwibber, and the king makes his appearance. Fenrir gets excited to have his rematch, and the king prepares to take him on. Anubis and Jormund are rushing there as well, but Nier gets in their way, telling them not to interrupt the fight, saying he will stop them by any means necessary, and Jormund knows there's nothing they could do anyway. The king unleashes his power, clashing against Fenrir, but it ends with both parties taking some damage. Fenrir wonders if that's all he's got, as he goes further beyond, unleashing a huge blast that levels the area. The king is brought to his knees, and Fenrir knows he isn't at full strength because he put his power into Sari's ring. Fenrir charges up the rest of his power, unleashing another explosion, but the king is unarmed. The king wonders what he's doing, and Fenrir says he doesn't want to win because he had an advantage, saying they are now on equal footing, and he prepares to settle things as primal beasts. They start fighting with their claws, tearing each other apart. Fenrir bites the king's head, but the king jumps up and slams him down. The king bites down on his neck, and Jormund thinks it's over, but Fenrir manages to push him away. Fenrir bleeds profusely, but he refuses to give up. The king can see his determination, and he thinks about himself, about how he curses his own existence and is merely clinging to the throne. He doubts his resolve, and Fenrir lands an attack on him. The king falls to the ground as Fenrir celebrates, and the king feels he is out of strength, but Sari suddenly calls out his name, Leonhard, and he is reminded that it means brave-hearted. He manages to get back up, letting out a ferocious roar, and Fenrir wonders how he can still stand, but he realizes it's because of Sari. Nier can sense Fenrir is afraid, and he thinks back to when Fenrir had his ear cut off. Nier brings him some water, but Fenrir smashes it, saying he's now just a stray dog. Nier prepares to cut his own ear off, but Fenrir stops him, wondering what he's doing. Nier says he wanted to give him his own ear, begging Fenrir to let him stay by his side, because he was the one who gave him a place to belong. Fenrir declares that one day, he will reclaim his pride and become king. Nier reminds him of his pride, and he clashes with the king once more. They both refuse to lose, but in the end, the king is victorious. Sari jumps into the king's arms, and he tells her it's all over, but she tells him not to ever worry her like that again. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins in a dungeon, where our protagonist Ryota suddenly wakes up, scaring off a girl that was examining him. She wonders if he is really a human, wondering why a slime would drop a human, since they usually only drop bean sprouts, and the boy is confused by what she's talking about. The girl introduces herself as Emily, and she decides to show him what she means, finding another slime that hits her for half her HP, but she crushes it with her giant hammer. As the slime disappears, it drops a bunch of bean sprouts, and Ryota is confused at the sight. Emily explains they are on the first floor of a dungeon called Telulu, and that the slimes on this level always drop bean sprouts. In fact, everything in this world is a drop from a monster. They continue through the maze, and Ryota wonders if he is still on Earth. Emily kills another slime, and Ryota wonders why she doesn't kill other monsters. Emily tells him that there are only slimes on the first level, and that she is too weak to go to level 2. She takes him to a status board, which she explains can show his stats. We see she is only level 3, and her stats seem to be pretty mediocre. Ryota thinks it's like a video game, and he notices there's a second page. Emily explains it shows her drop status, which determines the amount of drops she can get from certain item types. We see all her drop stats are at F rank, but her drops for plants is higher at E rank, which is why she is farming bean sprouts. Ryota decides to check his stats, but he becomes disappointed when he sees all his stats at F, and his level is stuck at level 1. He checks his second page, and we see all his drop stats are at S. Emily thinks his stats are terrible, since S comes after so many other letters in the alphabet, but Ryota thinks S is usually the highest in games, so he decides to try it out. He looks for a weapon, and Emily offers him her hammer. But it's way too heavy for him, so Emily gives him a bamboo spear instead. A slime approaches them, and Ryota struggles against it, but he eventually manages to take it out. The slime drops a huge amount of bean sprouts, and Emily can't believe it, having never seen such a big drop, allowing Ryota to confirm his suspicions. Ryota's stomach suddenly rumbles, and Emily decides to make him some food. Emily cooks some of the bean sprouts they collected. Ryota finds her food to be delicious, and he devours it eagerly. She hands him a cup of soup to try, but she's startled when he starts to tear up. She thinks that might have been the soup, but Ryota assures her that it was good, and that he was simply recalling his past life. He remembers how he used to work tirelessly, only eating cold convenience store food, until eventually, he exhausted himself so much, and the last thing he remembered was waking up there. Emily hugs him, comforting him by saying that all his efforts will eventually pay off. Ryota thanks her, and thinks he should find a place to stay, so Emily tells him about the town where he can find lodging. Ryota learns that Emily sleeps in the dungeon, because she couldn't afford a place of her own, but she lets him keep the bamboo spear as he leaves. Ryota makes it to the town, and he learns more about the world, learning that their currency is called pilos, and he manages to sell his bean sprouts for 200 pilos. He learns that an average meal costs around 500 pilos, and the lodging would cost 2,000 for a night. He starts killing slimes in the dungeon, trading all his bean sprouts for money, and after 3 days, he brings Emily to a house he rented. The house is a bit run down, but Ryota hands Emily the keys, saying it's for her to live in. We learn it costs 20,000 pilos a month, and Emily starts to panic, but Ryota assures her, saying he will cover all of the rent. Emily can't accept such a gesture, but Ryota says it's to thank her for the soup she made him. Emily notices the blisters on his hand, and the bags under his eyes, and she ends up asking him to live with her, wanting to continue making him food. Ryota goes to trade his bean sprouts at the Swallow's Gratitude, and the girl at the counter, Urza, is amazed by the large amount that he brings. Ryota tells her that he plans on going to level 2 to get better drops, and she tells him that monsters on level 2 drop carrots. She mentions a new dungeon called Nihonium popped up, and that the Neptune group, the most powerful group in Sekiro, is investigating it. As Ryota leaves, Urza tries to ask him out, but he ends up rejecting her. Ryota returns home, and is amazed to find it spotless. Emily brings him a warm towel and a cup of tea. He urges her to take a break, but she tells him that she enjoys the work. He mentions Nihonium to her, but Emily says that she heard it was useless, because it has no drops. Ryota decides to check out the dungeon for himself. He walks through the cavern-like area, and a skeleton appears. It attacks him but misses, hitting a column beside him and crushing it. Ryota attacks, but his spear gets lodged in the skeleton's ribs. Luckily, a column behind the skeleton collapses on top of it, and Ryota stabs it repeatedly while it's pinned. The skeleton drops a glowing seed, and as Ryota collects it, he hears a voice that tells him his max HP has increased. Ryota and Emily check the status board, and are shocked to see his HP has leveled up to C rank. Emily is excited by this, and Ryota sets off to kill more skeletons. He brings Emily along, and they find out that Emily's kills don't drop any seeds. She also can't pick up seeds from Ryota's kills, so Ryota concludes that Nihonium must be a stat-increasing dungeon that's only for S ranks. Back home, during a meal, Ryota tells Emily about his plan to go to level 2 of Telulu. Emily gets worried, and tells him not to be reckless, so he promises he will return by nightfall. In the dungeon, Ryota fights a slime on level 2. The slime hits him, but he barely takes any damage, thanks to his new S-ranked HP stat. He eventually kills the slime, and it drops a huge carrot. Another slime approaches him, but before it can attack him, it's killed by a fireball. It also drops a carrot, but it's smaller than Ryota's. 3 men emerge from around the corner to collect the carrot. The 3 mock him, and they skin him with a device, seeing he's only level 1, so they laugh and leave. Ryota is left irritated, when suddenly, a girl appears behind him. She has a peculiar outfit, and we see she has bunny ears. She asks Ryota if he's actually level 1, smacking him in the head, and saying how she hates low levels. Ryota receives no damage, and the girl is shocked by this, so she just walks away confused. Back at home, Emily is amazed by the size of the carrots. Ryota tells her he got 8,000 pilos for them at the Swallow's Gratitude, and he thinks he's going to be rich. There's a knock at the door, and Ryota finds the girl from before. She smacks him in the head again, repeating that she hates low levels. Seeing no reaction from him, she starts acting strange, and she confesses her love for him. Emily asks Ryota who the girl is. The girl smacks Ryota's head, but he doesn't flinch. She drags a bystander to their door, and does the same to him, immediately knocking him out. She asks why it didn't happen to Ryota, and he thinks it's probably because of his S-rank HP. He asks her why she came, and she pulls out a large carrot from her dress. Ryota recalls dropping a carrot when they left the dungeon, and the girl took the carrot as soon as it fell. She tells Ryota she wants more, and gets excited when she sees all the carrots in the house. Emily asks her if she wants to eat with them, and she demonstrates how to make carrot noodles with carrot sauce and soup. The girl drools at the sight of the delicious food, and the three of them sit down to eat. The girl praises Emily's cooking skill as they finish the food, and the girl leaves immediately after. Ryota cautiously walks through the second level of Nihonium, determined to get stronger, when suddenly, a zombie appears, and Ryota valiantly attacks it, but ends up breaking his bamboo spear. Ryota uses his punches and kicks to defeat the zombie, and he collects the seed it dropped. The strange voice tells him that his strength has increased by 1. At that moment, Ryota is disturbed by another voice. He looks up to see that the girl has been watching him all that time. She jumps down, smacking him on the head, and asking him about the drop. Ryota doesn't want her to know that his drop rank is S, so he decides not to tell her. She asks if he has any carrots, and he tells her he doesn't. She wants to go to Telulu for more carrots, so Ryota tells her to wait at the Swallow's Gratitude, and she leaves. Ryota arrives at the Swallow's Gratitude with a ton of carrots in his hand. He walks to the girl, as a crowd gathers around them. He hands her a carrot, and the crowd gasps with shock as the girl ecstatically munches on the carrot. Urza approaches Ryota, and quickly offers to buy all his carrots for double the retail value. She explains that the girl's name is Eve Callisleader, and she's a notorious adventurer. Her signature karate chop is called Excalibur, capable of cutting a boulder in half. She is also a carrot expert, so any carrot she approves of is sure to fetch a high price. Urza offers 15,000 pilos for each carrot. Ryota is astonished and tries to thank Eve, but she simply asks for more carrots. He says he doesn't have any, so she tries to smack him again, but he stops her hand. She asks for carrots again, and Ryota promises to get her more tomorrow. This makes her upset, as she finally leaves. At Telulu level 2, Ryota and Emily check their haul. Ryota decides to have another look around the dungeon. He hears something around the corner, where he finds 2 adventurers struggling to kill a slime. They become exhausted, as their captain walks over. They quickly secure the slime to the ground, as the old man finishes it off, collecting the carrot, and telling them to move on. His companions want to rest, but the old man scolds them for being weak, and tells them he's being strict because he wants them to get stronger. They go with their captain, as Ryota recalls how he used to have a boss in his past life who would overwork him, and tell him that it was for his benefit. Emily comes up to Ryota with a lunchbox, and they decide to take a break. They lay out their lunch, when suddenly, Eve runs up to them, excited to eat Emily's food. They blissfully eat lunch, as Ryota hears someone talking. He sees the group from earlier, and the captain looks at them disparagingly, telling his companions never to be as lazy as them. He says that the quality of the drop depends on the effort put into obtaining it, but Eve leaps over to them, telling them to eat the carrots. She slices it in half, and stuffs it in their mouths. They start munching on it, as Eve tells the captain that the carrots are delicious even without hard work. The captain becomes irritated, preparing to attack, but Eve stops him, and the old man leaves with his companions. At the Swallow's Gratitude, Ryota tells Urza that they couldn't bring all of their items, and Urza suggests getting a magical cart to help him carry the items. They arrive at a shop, where they are greeted by a little girl at the counter. She calls for her dad, and an old man pops out from the back. He recommends a magical cart with a monster detection system, and they are interested in buying it, but they are surprised to learn that it costs 10 million pilos. The other carts in the shop also cost millions of pilos, so they become dejected, and they walk away without buying a cart. They suddenly hear a commotion, as people yell that there is a stray. Emily explains that a stray is a monster that appears when drops are left where there aren't many people. Ryota looks up to see a giant gorilla rampaging through town, and several people running away, including adventurers. Emily tells him that strays don't have any drops, so adventurers don't fight them. Ryota hears a scream, and he sees Urza on the ground as the gorilla throws a punch at her. Ryota jumps in, stopping its fist, and Eve arrives with a band of adventurers to join the fight. Ryota tells Urza that he will deal with the stray, and he charges at the gorilla. It is about to hurl a boulder at him, but Emily smashes it with her hammer. The adventurers attack the gorilla's limbs, as Ryota springs forward, headbutting the gorilla before landing the finishing blow. The bystanders applaud Ryota for saving the town, and Ryota is glad to receive appreciation for the first time. He hears the chime from a drop, and they go to investigate it. They discover that it had dropped a pistol, and Ryota is surprised to find a weapon that shouldn't even exist in that world. Outside Nionium, Ryota checks his status, and sees that his strength has leveled up to C rank thanks to the seed drops. He enters Nionium equipped with the pistol, and he shoots at an incoming zombie. The first shot blows off its shoulder, and the second shot kills it. Ryota confirms that the gun works, as multiple zombies walk toward him. He shoots at them, killing them with ease, but he wonders how he will obtain more bullets, so he thinks about using them sparingly. At Telulu, a slime jumps at Emily, but Ryota shoots and kills it mid-air. She is happy to see him, and they have lunch together. She admires his new weapon, and he tells her he plans on checking out the next level. They realize that Eve didn't show up for lunch, and assume she must be busy. They enter the third level, and Emily knows that the monsters in the area are called cockroach-slimes, and that they drop pumpkins. They set out to find the cockroach-slimes, and Ryota spots some scurrying on the walls. He notices that they are similar to cockroaches, and is disgusted by them. He hears a heavy slam, as Emily strikes the floor with her hammer. She displays a creepy smile, saying she wants to kill all the cockroach-slimes. Emily brutally kills one, and they collect a pumpkin from the drop. Ryota suggests going back up for more carrots, not wanting to see Emily's scary side again. But along the way, they encounter another swarm of cockroach-slimes. They repulse Emily, and she goes crazy at the sight of them. Ryota tells her that he'll take care of it, and he starts shooting at the monsters, begging Emily not to lose her mind. Ryota defeats the monsters, and the pair tries to figure out how to carry all the massive pumpkins from Ryota's drops. When Emily suddenly starts acting weird again, wanting to kill more cockroach-slimes. A sudden burst at the entrance sends Ryota flying along with the pumpkins. Eve emerges to receive her carrots for the day, and Emily offers up the backpack full of carrots, as Ryota feels relieved. They trade in their pumpkins at the Swallow's Gratitude, and return to retrieve the rest of their haul, only to find them half-eaten on the ground. Ryota guesses that a small animal got to them, but Emily suspects that the cockroach-slimes are responsible. She smashes one of the ruined pumpkins, and a swarm of cockroach-slimes emerge from inside it, so Emily starts to go berserk. Terrified of what Emily might become, Ryota quickly pulls out his gun, and shoots at them until he runs out of bullets. He cries for Emily to be patient, and promises to kill all of them as he smashes them with his hands. Eventually, Ryota kills all the cockroach-slimes. Emily apologizes to Ryota for her frenzy, when suddenly, Ryota hears multiple chimes, and they realize that the monsters dropped more bullets. At the Swallow's Gratitude, Urza explains that strays appear if a drop is left unattended outside a dungeon. Ryota thinks it might be possible to force strays to spawn, and kill them for more bullets. He's lost in thought, as Urza attempts to ask him out, but he just thanks her and hurries away. Ryota experiments by leaving a carrot outside, and waits for a monster to spawn, but Eve appears to eat the carrot. Ryota tries again, and a slime appears, so Ryota instantly kills it. It drops more bullets, and Ryota is pleased that his experiment worked. He wonders what would happen if he tried the same thing with the seeds from Nionium. At Nionium, no matter what Ryota tries, the seeds simply vanish in his hands. He was hoping that because of his unique skill, something interesting would happen, so he becomes disappointed, making his way back, when a skeleton suddenly appears, catching Ryota by surprise. Ryota wrestles with the skeleton, and he manages to kick it out of the entrance. Ryota thinks it might turn into a stray, but it simply vanishes. Back at the Swallow's Gratitude, Urza explains to Ryota that monsters disappear if they leave the dungeon, and that even within the dungeon, they can't enter different levels. Urza blushes as she attempts to compliment Ryota, but he cuts her off and rushes away. He returns to Nionium and stands in front of the entrance to test a new idea. A skeleton approaches him, and Ryota launches it outside. He quickly shoots it before it disappears, and a mysterious voice tells him that he has acquired a freezing bullet. Ryota tests out the new bullet on a tree, encasing it in ice. At Telulu, Ryota demonstrates the freezing bullet on a slime, freezing it before Emily kills it. Emily asks him about it, and Ryota tells her what it is, saying it's hard to obtain so he can't use it often. Ryota and Emily are on a trail on the side of a mountain, and they come across two people arguing. A man asks Ryota to retrieve the cargo that had fallen off the cliff, but the woman warns against it, saying it's been left unattended, so strays could spawn. She creates a fireball as she prepares to burn the cargo, but the man stops her, saying the perfume in the cargo is worth a fortune. They start to argue, and the old man tries to hit the woman, but he misses, leaving a dent in the wall. Ryota and Emily are surprised, but the woman explains that a monster called a Femini has just possessed the man. She explains that the monster uses a human body as a nursery to propagate, as Ryota shoots at the monster, freeing the man, but he falls unconscious. The woman tells them to take the man and run, knowing more Femini will appear because of the cargo. She prepares to sacrifice herself, so that they can have enough time to escape, saying it's her responsibility as the escort. Ryota remembers the time when a coworker made a mistake, and the boss laughed at his misfortune. Although Ryota wanted to help, his coworker thought it was his responsibility, so he wasn't able to do anything. Ryota wants to help the woman, so he uses his freezing bullets to freeze the monsters, as Emily shatters them with a single blow, and the woman thanks him for saving them. Later that night, they check Emily's stats, which seem to have improved drastically after defeating the Femini. She thanks Ryota, saying more good things will happen to her if they stick together, but Ryota thinks he's the one getting all the benefits. They return to the dungeon, where they encounter a rare monster. Ryota takes it out, and it drops a necklace, which he wants Emily to wear. He reveals that it doubles the item drops, so Emily will be able to earn more money with it. While wearing it, Emily takes out a group of bats, and they drop more items than usual. Back in their house, Ryota thinks about moving, saying they can get a nicer place with what they're earning now. He knows it will take some time to save more money, but Emily tells him not to work too hard. At the Swallow's gratitude, Ryota tries to sell bamboo shoots, but Urza thinks it's difficult to appraise. A girl asks Ryota if she can have the shoots, and he lets her have one. She immediately slices it into pieces, and tastes it, saying it tastes good despite being raw, so she wants to buy all of his shoots. Ryota agrees to this, as the girl tells him that she can't put a price on the item, but she wants him to accept some money as a token of her gratitude. He realizes that the girl just paid 20,000 pilos for his bamboo shoots, which is a high price for that item, but he seems to be disappointed. However, Urza reveals that the girl is an epicure named Erix, and any food she likes will be worth a lot. She wants Ryota to sign an exclusive contract with them, thinking his bamboo shoots will become the hot topic in Sekiro, so she wants the rights to sell them as a branded product. Urza offers to pay a bonus in addition to the price of the items, and Ryota agrees to this, saying he is happy to partner up with her. He returns to Nionium, where he sees a skeleton approaching a princess named Margaret. He is about to help her out, but her companions suddenly restrain the monster as she chops its head off. A magic card stores the head, as her companion tells Ryota that she's using an air box. He tells Ryota that the monsters in Nionium drop air, so they store it in the box to sell it, and because it's made by Princess Margaret, it has become their top product. He tells Ryota that the magic cart allows them to carry more air boxes, so they can make fewer trips with it. He returns to their house, and he tells Emily that he wants to buy a magic cart, but he knows it will cost a lot, so he can't decide whether to buy a house or a cart first. Emily thinks they should go for the magic cart, thinking it will help them save more money to buy a new house. Ryota thinks she has a good point, so they decide to buy a magic card first. The next day, they go to the shop, but they see the young girl crying, so they ask her what happened. The girl reveals that her father still hasn't returned, saying he went on a trip to get some flowers. Emily knows that the only place to get flowers is a dungeon called Arsenic, so they decide to check it out. They enter the dungeon, where they see monsters blocking their path. Ryota shoots one of them, but the bullet bounces off, so Emily tells him to stand back, as she charges in with her hammer, instantly killing the monsters, and they proceed deeper into the dungeon, where they see the shopkeeper lying on the ground. Ryota asks him if he's okay, but as it turns out, he's just sleeping on the floor. They try to wake him up, but he won't respond, so Emily slams her hammer on the ground. The shopkeeper wakes up, and Ryota asks him what he's doing there, saying his daughter is worried about him. He reveals that he's getting parts for his new magic cart, and he was able to gather the other materials, but he still needs some light rocks. He points them to a flying rock, telling them that light rocks are lighter than air, so he can't get one. Ryota tells him it's tough to do it alone, but he thinks two people can handle it. He lifts Emily up as he struggles at the weight of her hammer, despite having an S-rank strength. She swings at the flying rock, taking it out, and it drops a blue rose, which is exactly what the shopkeeper needs. They head outside, where the man leaves it on the ground, waiting for it to turn into a stray. Emily knows it will be impossible to reach once it flies to the sky, so the shopkeeper needs to grab it before it flies off. The rose transforms into a light rock, and it immediately starts ascending, so the shopkeeper goes after it, but he fails to reach it. However, Ryota fires a freezing bullet, causing it to fall to the ground as the shopkeeper takes it. They return to the shop, where the shopkeeper completes his magic cart, telling them to take it with them. Ryota doesn't want to accept such an expensive gift, but the shopkeeper reminds him that he saved the town from the gorilla, so he deserves some kind of reward. Ryota accepts it, and they use it to store bamboo shoots. It reaches full capacity, so Ryota takes it to Urza, but he sees a man arguing with her. He demands more payment for the goods he's selling, claiming his goods are worth over 10,000 pilos, but Urza tells him that she can't pay more than 8,400. The man tries to attack her, but Ryota freezes his arm, telling him to stop, because Urza won't lie about the price. He removes the goods from his cart, and he takes it to the counter. He puts the man's items into the cart, saying it automatically calculates the amount it sells for, and the cart displays 8,400 pilos. The man accuses him of colluding with Urza as he breaks the ice on his arm, preparing to strike Ryota, but he easily stops the attack, slapping him away. Urza thanks Ryota for this, saying that as an item trader, she wants people to feel comfortable bringing their goods to her, but she starts to feel like she can't do it alone. Ryota tells her that it's okay to have some help, because she also helped him by buying his items, so he wants to protect her in return. She suddenly kisses him, causing him to blush, as Urza tells him that it was a personal kiss from her, so she wants him to remember it. Ryota and Emily return to Telulu, where they hunt bats to gather bamboo shoots. Ryota is happy because they can now earn 200,000 pilos in one trip with the magic cart, which is 10 times more than usual. They now have enough money to buy a new house, so they go back home, packing their things, but they start to feel a bit sad, because they have plenty of memorable moments there. They decide to keep their lease on that place, so that they can return to it anytime. The next day, we see them in their new house, as Emily prepares breakfast for them. Ryota wakes up, and he is surprised to see Eve, asking her how she got there. Emily thinks this isn't a problem, since she made plenty of food, and they sit together, enjoying their time in their new house. Ryota returns to the first level of Nionium, where he uses his gun to kill mummies, but he realizes that he's out of bullets. He collects a glowing seed from the monster, as a voice notifies him that his speed has increased. A mummy suddenly approaches him from behind, so he wrestles with it, pushing it back and kicking it away. He is surprised to see that his attack cut the mummy in half, and he remembers that he has S-rank strength, so he can deal with the monsters even without a weapon. At the swallow's gratitude, a man named Neptune suddenly sits with him. Ryota wonders what he wants from him, and Neptune reveals that he wants to have an arm wrestling match with Ryota, saying he's interested in his power, because he heard how Ryota slapped a man away. He challenges Ryota to a match, and his confidence gets into Ryota's nerves, so he accepts the challenge. The arm wrestling match begins, and he immediately realizes that Neptune is strong. Ryota struggles against his opponent, but he ends up winning, surprising everyone around them. Ryota remembers that Urza told him about Neptune, informing him that Neptune is the leader of the most powerful organization in Sekro, and Neptune asks for a rematch, but he refuses, saying they've already made a scene. Neptune suddenly stands up, trying to punch Ryota, so he immediately counters, blowing Neptune away. He quickly gets back up, saying he likes Ryota, so he wants him to join his family, but Ryota turns him down. Back at their house, Ryota tells Emily that he has no interest in joining groups, because he is already enjoying the life he has with her. Emily is amazed that Neptune scouted him, thinking it must be because he has helped many people, and she calls Ryota a hero. He returns to Nionium, where he encounters Margaret's companion, who informs him about their company's latest product known as the Pandora's Box, which automatically stores the dropped items, and displays the face of the person who found it. The man gives Ryota some of the boxes, telling him to inform his friends about it, and he initially refuses to accept it, but he thinks about a good way to use it. Outside the dungeon, we learn that Ryota used the box to store the seeds. He leaves it on the ground, causing stray skeletons to appear, and he immediately takes them out, allowing him to gather freezing bullets with ease. Emily is about to enter the dungeon with their magic cart, when she stumbles upon Ryota, who is repeating the process with the items he received from other monsters. A mummy and a zombie appear, and he quickly disposes of them, causing 2 special bullets to appear. Ryota takes the red bullet, as the voice notifies him that he has acquired a fire bullet. Then he takes the white one, and he immediately realizes that it's useful, so he thinks about getting more. By repeating the process, he has acquired plenty of special bullets, but as he is about to open the last box, he suddenly feels a powerful chill. Emily tells him that there is a magic storm, and he returns to Urza, who informs him that the magic storm is a rare natural phenomenon, where no one will be able to use magic. Urza reveals that its effects could reach the dungeons, so adventurers who use magic should take the day off. At that moment, a man named Reyes enters the building, asking for help, because his partner, Rosa, has been left behind in Silicon, which is a dungeon intended for magic users. Reyes goes around asking for help, but none of the adventurers want to help him, so he falls to his knees, as Ryota wonders why no one wants to help him. Neptune suddenly appears, telling Ryota that the monsters in Silicon are so dangerous that he doesn't want to go near it. Urza reveals that the monsters in the dungeon are immune to non-magical attacks, so Neptune thinks there's nothing he can do for them. However, Ryota approaches Reyes, telling him that he will search for Rosa, who is revealed to be at the 3rd level of Silicon. He runs through the dungeon, using his special bullets to defeat the monsters, while Emily returns to Urza's shop, where she sees Ryota's cart. A girl named Ina informs Emily about the situation, as Eve overhears their conversation. Meanwhile, Ryota reaches the 3rd level of Silicon, and he finds Rosa lying on the ground, when a monster suddenly appears, but he realizes that he has run out of special bullets. We see Emily and Eve making their way to Ryota, as Emily states that they have no choice, saying Ryota reminds her of her mother. In a flashback, we see a young Emily with her mother, who defeats a monster to save the other adventurers. She checks up on the adventurers, as she tells them to be more careful when exploring dungeons. She takes out the wine that the monster dropped, and she starts hanging out with them, enjoying their time together. One day, an adventurer tells her to run because there is a stray dragon, but she chooses to fight it instead. She defeats the dragon, but she falls to the ground. Emily is worried about her, but she tells Emily not to make a fuss, asking her if the others are safe. Emily tells her that they're okay, and this makes her mother smile, as she tells Emily to bring her to them, because she doesn't want her items to turn into strays. As Emily carries her back, she warns Emily not to be reckless when venturing into the dungeon, and she passes away. Back in the present, Emily thinks that Ryota is a hero just like her mother, because he goes out of his way to help others, so she thinks that it's her turn to help him. Ryota flees from the monsters, trying to shoot them with his regular bullets, but it proves to be ineffective. He continues to run away, and he encounters Emily and Eve, who are running away from zombies. They offer to take care of Rosa, while Ryota deals with the strays, showing him an empty box. Emily and Eve distract the monsters, as Ryota shoots the stray zombies, causing them to drop fire bullets. Ryota says he'll take care of it, and after a while, Reyes sees them walking out of the dungeon with Rosa. He is worried because Rosa is in bad shape, but Ryota tells him not to worry, as he uses a bullet to heal her. Ryota reveals that the white bullet is actually a healing bullet, and Rosa's condition instantly improves, so Reyes thanks Ryota for helping them out. Ryota is happy that they were able to save her, and Emily sees an image of her mother as he smiles. He is impressed that Emily came up with the idea to bring stray zombies to him, but Emily tells him it isn't a big deal, saying she just imitated what she saw him do. He thanks Emily and Eve for saving him, and he offers to treat them to some food, but Emily declines, saying they should just go home, because she wants to be the one to cook for him. Ryota gets a new drop of watermelons, and he asks Urza to appraise it for him, but Eric suddenly appears, saying she can help him appraise it on the spot. She takes a bite, and she is instantly brought to tears by how refreshing and sweet it tastes. The other people crowd around to try it as well, and Urza quickly offers to have an exclusive contract with Ryota. Ryota is surprised by how popular it is, and he is happy to have another reliable source of income. Urza knows that watermelons are dropped on level 5 of Telulu, and she asks Ryota if he has gotten his license, revealing that it's required when going to level 6 and beyond. It applies to every dungeon, and she explains that there's a new license for every 5 levels. She says that if he doesn't get a license, traders won't be able to buy his items from the lower levels. Ryota heads over to another building, where he asks about getting the license. The man asks about his achievements, and Ryota mentions he regularly farms on level 5 of Telulu for watermelons. The man is not very impressed, but he shows Ryota a melon from the 6th floor. He plans to turn it into a stray, and says that if Ryota can defeat it, he will get his license, but the man warns him that monsters from level 6 are on a whole different level. They wait for the melon to transform, and it ends up turning into a metal slime. Emily notes that its body is immune to blade attacks, but Ryota decides to see if it can withstand his S-rank strength. He manages to knock it back, but it's not very effective. He tries his gun next, setting the slime on fire and then following it up with a freezing bullet. He shatters the slime, explaining that he caused an extreme temperature difference to make the metal brittle, and Emily is amazed. The man is also impressed, and Ryota gets his license. The man notes that in his 10 years as an examiner, he has never been so impressed. Ryota starts thinking about how to get even more drops, and he suddenly asks for Emily's help. A few days later, we see that they bought a giant tuna for 1.5 million pilos. They leave it out, waiting for it to turn into a stray, and it turns into a giant gorilla. Emily is traumatized seeing another gorilla, but Ryota starts shooting it with his freezing bullets. He climbs onto it, easily taking it out, and Emily is amazed he defeated it so quickly. The gorilla drops another gun, and Ryota gets excited to dual wield them, thinking it will make his combos easier, but Emily worries about what would happen if he turned into a bad guy. Back at the Swallow's Gratitude, Ryota notices Urza seems distracted. She mentions there's a strike. She says rice only comes from level 6 of the Silicon Dungeon, but the Albert group that occupies that level has demanded higher prices, or else they are refusing to sell any. Ryota decides to go check it out, but he runs into Neptune along the way. It turns out he's there for the same reason, mentioning that this isn't the first time the Albert group has done this, so he is planning to destroy them, but Ryota asks for a chance to resolve the situation. He goes down to level 6, and some of the guys from the Albert group tell him to go away. He draws his guns, so the men call for backup, preparing to fight him, but Ryota shoots 2 bullets that combine, and all the men are suddenly put to sleep. Neptune suddenly pops up, wondering what he did, and Ryota explains that if he fuses 2 of his healing bullets, it turns into a sleeping bullet. We see Ryota practicing with his 2 guns, trying out the different combinations of combining his bullets, and he discovers countless different effects. Neptune is impressed by him, and they end up carrying all the men out of the dungeon. Ryota gets noticed by another man, and he meets with the Sekiro dungeon chief named Clint. Ryota wonders what he wants, and the chief asks for his help in a battle for a new dungeon against the neighboring city of Hitro. He mentions that the dungeons in Hitro all drop meat, but a new dungeon appeared halfway between the 2 cities, and it drops both meat and vegetables, so he wants to claim it. Ryota wonders why it even matters which city owns the dungeon, and Clint explains that every time a drop is bought, the city charges a tax, so he says it's extremely important for their town's economic health. Clint apologizes for losing his cool, and he eats a handful of sugar to calm himself down. He mentions that a dungeon's ownership is usually determined by the percentage of meat versus vegetables, but since it's split 50-50, ownership will be determined by who can get more rare drops. He has heard about Ryota's insane drop rates, which is why he wants his help, saying he will be paid even if they lose, but if they win, he will be given a tax exemption. Ryota explains the situation to Emily, and she is impressed he was asked to check out a new dungeon. Ryota tells her to go with her, but she thinks she won't be very useful, but Ryota insists that she come along. Ryota and Emily head off for the new dungeon, and Ryota finds it weird that the wilderness is so barren. Emily says it's because everything ends up turning into a stray, and she notes that it can be strenuous traveling between cities, so she draws a beansprout on the ground, saying they are the source of energy, so she hopes to encourage anyone that's struggling, and Ryota joins in, drawing his own beansprout as well. At night, Emily sets up camp, and Ryota is shocked she was carrying such a huge tent. She tells him to get some water, and there is suddenly a bunch of hammering going on inside the tent. When Ryota returns with the water, he thinks roughing it out in the wilderness is quite different, but when he gets inside the tent, he finds it completely furnished, and Emily has prepared an amazing dinner. Ryota wonders how she carried everything, but she just says she fit it all in her backpack, although she notes that it was a bit heavy. Emily even makes dessert, saying it's their first trip together, so she gave it extra effort, and Ryota thinks he's so lucky to have her. Emily prepares to burn their trash, saying they don't want it to turn into strays. Ryota is surprised that even trash turns into strays, and Emily says that the strays that come from trash are particularly strong, and they are different monsters than what they were originally. But Ryota gets interested hearing this, and he puts the trash out, waiting for it to turn into a stray. It turns into a Frankenstein, and Ryota sets it on fire. Emily notes that it's not enough, so Ryota combines 2 fire bullets together, creating a huge inferno, and Ryota checks out the drop. The next day, they leave a carrot out, which turns into a slime. Ryota has a new green bullet. The slime dodges his shot, but it turns out to be a homing bullet. Ryota is excited about this addition, but Emily worries he is becoming even more dangerous. They arrive at the new dungeon cell, and there are a ton of people set up around it. Ryota thinks it must be because both cities have sent people there. They see a huge pile of trash, and Ryota wonders how it can be safe. They see a girl using inferno magic to burn the trash, and Emily is impressed by her power. But another trash pile quickly forms, and Ryota can see the girl is exhausted. He recognizes her look as the same as how he used to feel, back when he was completely overworked in his past. They go over to the girl, telling her she should rest, but she says she needs to continue, before any strays appear. She tries to cast her spell again, but she can't keep going, and she ends up collapsing. Ryota tells her she needs to take a break, but she gets back up, saying she needs to continue. He says that her health is deteriorating, and this could lead to her death, but she still wants to finish her job, so he shoots her with the sleeping bullet, forcing her to rest. She wakes up in a tent, and she realizes that it's already late, so she rushes back to the trash pile, where strays are starting to appear. Ryota takes them out, combining his fire bullets to burn them away. As he collects their drops, Emily tells the people to line up for the trash collection, and she notices the girl, telling her to get more sleep. Ryota thinks she must be hungry, so he treats her to some food, as he reveals that they moved their tent closer to the collection site. The girl introduces herself as Celis, and she tells them that there is a lot of trash in the area because the drops in Cellin are tax exempt until its ownership has been decided. Ryota tells her that they will help her out, and she thanks them, telling them that this is the only work she can do before falling asleep. The next day, Celis burns the entire trash pile at once, as Ryota notes that her spells are more powerful than it was yesterday. She explains that her magic recovered after they gave her a chance to rest, and Emily tells her not to overwork herself, offering to let her stay in the tent until the event is over. She is reluctant at first, but she ends up accepting the offer, so they tell her to head to the tent, as Emily walks with Ryota on his way to the Sekiro headquarters. Along the way, they encounter a merchant who is selling jewelry, and they realize that the most expensive ring costs 1 million pilos. Emily wants the ring, saying it looks lovely, but they don't have enough money to buy it. Ryota arrives at the Sekiro headquarters, where the man in charge introduces himself as Duke. He shows Ryota a sketch of Cellin, revealing that there are 10 levels, and the odd-numbered floors drop vegetables, while the even-numbered floors drop meat. Duke explains that they had an agreement with Hitro, where the side with more rare drops on their floors will own the dungeon. Sekiro must obtain the rare drops on the odd-numbered floors to win, and Ryota immediately agrees to help them. Duke explains that the adventurers who find rare monsters will capture them, so that he can finish them off, saying it's the most efficient way to acquire rare drops. In the dungeon, we see an adventurer grabbing onto a rare monster, and Duke tells Ryota to finish it off. However, they see a group of adventurers from Hitro watching them. One of them is named Eugene, who is said to be especially skilled, but his plant drop rate is at rank F. We learn that Hitro is sending adventurers with low drop rates to defeat the rare monsters, so that they won't drop anything. Ryota shoots the monster, blowing a hole through it, but it somehow survives, and it starts growing in size. The Hitro adventurers know that they can't kill it unless they destroy the core. Eugene pursues the monster, ready to strike the core, but Ryota fires a homing bullet, shattering it in the nick of time. Duke tells him that they have obtained the rare drop, as the Hitro adventurers walk away frustrated. They leave the dungeon, and Duke gives him plenty of money as a reward, telling him that he can also have the rare drop. Ryota wasn't expecting to earn this much, so he thinks about doing it again. That evening, he returns to their tent, showing Emily the ring that she wanted. He wants her to have it, making her surprised, but Emily doesn't want to accept it because it's too expensive. Ryota reveals that it is easier to earn money in that area, telling her that she is special to him, so he wants to give it to her. Emily ends up accepting it, and she becomes overjoyed, thanking Ryota for the ring. The next day, they check Emily's drop rates, and they realize that there is a +1 next to each of them. Ryota reveals that he left the ring on the ground so that it would turn into a stray. When the stray appeared, he immediately killed it, and it dropped the same ring, but with an effect attached to it. They head to the dungeon, where Emily defeats a monster, causing it to drop a chicken breast. This makes her happy, because it's the first time she has ever gotten a meat drop, because her animal drop rate was always at rank F. At that moment, they see a group of adventurers fighting a rare monster, and it attacks Emily, knocking her back, but she quickly gets back up. We learn that the adventurers are from Hetro, and a man with a high drop rate arrives, ready to kill the monster. However, Emily charges in, giving Ryota the ring, and he immediately knows what she has in mind, so he uses freezing bullets to immobilize the monster, as Emily lands the finishing blow. The monster doesn't drop anything, so the adventurers from Hetro run away, as Ryota compliments her, giving the ring back. At the headquarters, Duke tells Ryota that more adventurers from Hetro will be arriving, and they will be gathering on the odd-numbered floors to prevent them from getting rare drops. Ryota suggests clearing the levels before they arrive, saying they should raise the reward for finding rare monsters. Duke doesn't like the idea, but Ryota assures him that he will get the rare drops, so Duke reluctantly agrees to this, and they rush through the dungeon, defeating the rare monsters to get their drops. At level 9, they encounter a Hydra, but Ryota shoots his homing bullets, hitting all of its heads at once, and he's able to kill the Hydra. It drops mushrooms, as Ryota comments that its drop is as lame as the other rare monsters. Duke celebrates, thinking they have already won, so he leaves to report his achievements to the headquarters. As Ryota is about to leave, he becomes surrounded by a group of adventurers from Hetro, which is led by Eugene. Eugene tells him that they failed their quest because of him, and one of the adventurers seals his magic, hoping to stop him from using his guns. They all charge at him at once, but he easily beats them up, saying he is stronger without his gun. He pulls out his weapon, and fires at Eugene's direction, revealing he can use them even if his magic is sealed. Ryota heals the injured adventurers, and he tells them that he knows how they feel, so they can continue attacking him if they want to, but he can't lose, because he has someone waiting for him when he returns home. Eugene is jealous because he doesn't have someone special in his life, but Ryota tells him that he might find someone in the future. Back in the tent, Emily prepares plenty of food for them, and Celis tells Ryota that he has done well, but he reveals that Selin still doesn't belong to Sekiro, so the dispute is far from over. The following day, Celis uses her Inferno spell to burn some trash, but she suddenly passes out. Ryota catches her, using a healing bullet to help her recover, and he asks her why she used such a powerful spell to burn a small trash pile, and Celis reveals that she can only use the level 3 Inferno spell. More trash is delivered to them, and Celis is about to burn it, but Ryota beats her to it, telling her that he's there to help. But despite their combined efforts, a massive pile of trash has accumulated, as Ryota wonders if it's always this bad. Celis informs him that the Dungeon Master has just appeared, and no one's allowed to enter Selin because of it, so everyone is now stress-eating, which explains why there is a lot of trash. Celis is exhausted, so Ryota tells her to take a break, saying he will take care of it. Emily takes her to the camp, and Ryota does his best, but the next day, the massive trash pile is still there. Ryota says he will go to the headquarters to see how things are going, thinking it would make Celis feel better. At the Sekiro headquarters, he sees Neptune with his companions, and Duke informs him that the Neptune group is going to defeat the Dungeon Master. Ryota implores Neptune to do it right away, but Duke reveals that they need to assemble a joint force with Hetro to deal with the Dungeon Master as per agreement. However, Hetro isn't sending anyone, knowing the drops in the dungeon can change because of the Dungeon Master, so it actually gives them the advantage, considering that Sekiro is about to win. Ryota volunteers to deal with the Dungeon Master, but Duke says he won't allow it, because there is a rule that only 3 high-ranking adventurers can enter the dungeon. Ryota asks for Neptune's help, but he declines, explaining that he's on a contract with Sekiro, so he can't act on his own. Ryota tries to ask for help from the other adventurers, but nobody wants to help him, because they're only there to profit from the drops while they're tax-exempt. He returns to the tent, where he sees Emily ready for battle, saying she is going to join him in the fight against the Dungeon Master. Celis also wants to join, saying someone is willing to help with the trash while she's gone. Eugene runs to them, and Celis tells them that he agreed to burn the trash. Ryota wonders if he'll be able to do it on his own, but he reveals that he's not alone, as we see a group of adventurers working with him. Ryota tells them about the rule that only 3 high-ranking adventurers can enter the dungeon, so Celis shows him her stats, and we learn that 2 of her stats are at rank A, but her drop rates are terrible. They enter Selin, and they notice that there are no monsters, because the monsters leave when the dungeon master is around, which explains why the drops in the dungeon have been affected. The ceiling breaks as the dungeon master appears before them in the form of a dark horse, which Celis recognizes as a bicorn. Emily takes a swing, but the bicorn's barrier repels her, pushing her away, and Ryota tries to shoot it, but the barrier protects it. The bicorn charges at them, but Celis uses her Inferno spell, forcing the creature to stop as Ryota shoots it, destroying its barrier. Emily manages to land a hit, but its barrier returns, and Ryota thinks about using the same chain of attacks. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Duke learns that Ryota entered the dungeon. Neptune isn't surprised about this, but Duke thinks that he's in danger because the bicorn's power is a huge threat. Their fight with the bicorn continues, as Ryota comments on how resilient it is, because it's still standing after all the damage that they've inflicted. A sigil suddenly appears around the bicorn, and Ryota thinks they need to stop it, so Emily charges in, but the sigil causes her to lose strength. It reaches Ryota and Celis, and it decreases most of their stats by 2 ranks. Despite this, Emily swings at the bicorn, shattering its barrier, but she gets blown away. She quickly recovers, and they check up on Celis. They realize that she is now struggling, because her energy has been depleted after her stats were lowered, so Ryota says he will deal with the bicorn on his own. She thinks that she is being a burden to the party, but Ryota tells her that she has been a great help to them, so she should just rest for a while. Celis has never heard such kind words before, as she recalls that everyone has been harsh to her, pressuring her to finish her job, even though she is struggling to complete it. But Ryota is nothing like them, and his kindness makes her happy, so as Ryota's struggles against the bicorn, she gets back up, going beyond her limit to cast another Inferno spell, which destroys the creature's barrier. Emily lends Ryota her hammer, and he lunges at the creature, smashing its horns, and he manages to defeat it. They check up on Celis, telling her that they couldn't have done it without her. She is happy that she was able to help them out, and Ryota gives her the bicorn's drop, but she refuses to accept it, saying it's too valuable. But Ryota and Emily insist on giving it to her, so she ends up accepting it, and we learn that the item allows her to use level 1 magic without limitations. At the headquarters, Duke is surprised to learn that they have defeated the Dungeon Master, and he rushes outside, wanting to inform everyone about it. Neptune's companions approach Ryota, complimenting him on his achievement. Ryota asks them where Neptune is, but they fall silent, and we see Neptune threatening the leader of the Hetero adventurers, saying he wasn't able to join Ryota because of his actions. Back at their camp, Celis uses the item she received, allowing her to use level 1 fire magic to burn away the trash. We learn that Selin now belongs to Sekiro, and that the dispute is finally over. Ryota tells her that they will return to Sekiro tomorrow, and he asks her to go with them, saying he wants her to be a part of his party. Celis happily accepts this, and Emily welcomes her as a part of their family, looking forward to their next adventure. Meanwhile, we see Eve eating carrots, but she doesn't like how they taste, and she wishes Ryota could get back soon, so she can eat his carrots again. Ryota and his party get back to Sekiro, but everyone stares at Celis, captivated by her beauty. They stumble upon Urza, who is surprised to see Celis, wondering who she is. Ryota explains that Celis is his new party member, and Urza tells him to drop by her shop when he has time, because she wants to ask a favor from him regarding the Harvest Festival. But she dashes off, and the three are left wondering what the festival is about. Celis and Emily gather information about it, and after some time, we learn that the goods gathered in the dungeon are put on display during the event so that they can turn into strays in an arena where the adventurers would then fight them. Celis wonders what they're doing in that area, so Ryota shows her a box, as he explains that he gathered seeds at Nionium while they were gathering information, allowing him to max out his speed. He reveals that the box contains some of the seeds he gathered, as strays suddenly appear. Ryota charges at them, and Celis appears to be worried, but Emily assures her that everything is going to be fine. The strays drop a new type of bullet, and Ryota wonders what it does. There are suddenly explosions around the town, as a stray makes its appearance. Emily charges at it, while Celis uses her Inferno spell, creating a pillar of fire, but the stray manages to survive, and it attacks Emily. Ryota pushes it away, and throws it upwards, shooting it with his new bullets, and they bind the monster's movements. As the monster falls, Ryota uses an erasing bullet to finish it off, and it drops a pouch, which automatically gathers the dropped items. Emily's hammer is broken, and she tries to fix it, but she ends up snapping the handle. The next day, they go to the weapons dealer Smith, who offers to make a new hammer for Emily if she helps him advertise his business. Emily accepts his offer, so he starts making the weapon. Ryota returns to Nionium, where he encounters Margaret's group. Her companion tells him that their airbox business isn't doing well, so Ryota suggests selling their ring drops instead. The monsters start to overwhelm her, so Ryota shoots them, and Margaret thanks him for saving her, giving him a ring as a reward. Meanwhile, Emily tries out the handle as Eve suddenly enters, inquiring about Ryota's whereabouts, and Emily tells her he's in the dungeon. Eve tries looking for him, but we see Ryota is now at the Swallow's Gratitude, wondering what Urza wants from him. She wants him to collect rare drops, offering to pay him for it, and he agrees to this, so she gives him a list of the rare drops that she wants him to collect. He learns that money is being dropped in a dungeon, so he gets some and leaves it outside, waiting for it to turn into a stray. It transforms into a bird, which starts flying away, evading his bullets as it tries to escape. But Ryota uses his homing bullets, allowing him to take it out, and it drops a potion that can temporarily boost a person's plant drop rate by 3 ranks. At that moment, Eve clings to him, asking for his carrots. Ryota fulfills her wish, and he tells her to get some carrots for her party members, but she tells him that she left her party because the other adventurers don't share her obsession with carrots. In a flashback, we see a young Eve with her party, eating meat, and she tells her companions that she hates vegetables, but they tell her she needs to eat them to be healthy, so she dashes away and starts venturing on her own. She kills a monster, but it drops a boy, and he asks her if she's a ghost. Another monster suddenly appears, but Eve takes it out, and the boy asks her to teach him how to fight. Eve agrees to this, so she damages a monster and instructs him to throw a bomb, allowing him to get his first kill. The monster drops a carrot, but Eve tells him to throw it away because she doesn't like it. However, he forces her to eat it, and she is surprised by how good it tastes, so she ends up finishing the entire carrot, telling the boy that they should form a party. The boy agrees to this, but he suddenly disappears. Back in the present, Eve reveals that the boy made her fall in love with carrots. Ryota tells her to get her own carrots, but she reveals that her plant drop rate is D, so she can only get ordinary carrots. He gives her the potion, and she drinks it, raising her plant drop rate to rank A. Eve defeats a slime, and she obtains a delicious carrot, which she instantly eats. Eve is happy that she was able to get the carrot on her own, so she inquires about the potion, but Ryota tells her that it's a special item which only he can obtain. She implores him to let her join his party, and Ryota reluctantly accepts her. He returns to their home, where Emily shows him her new hammer, but she sees Eve clinging to him, so she wonders what's going on. Ryota tells them that she is going to join their party, so Emily welcomes her aboard. The next day, Ryota notices that Celis is not feeling well. Celis reveals that it's because of the magic storm, saying it makes her feel sick, but she will feel better after it passes. Ryota decides to look for a bigger house, which won't be affected by magic storms. They check out another house, and Celis immediately feels better, as the landlord tells them that the house was built to block the effects of magic storms. Emily inquires about the cost of the rent, so the landlord reveals that it's 400,000 pilos per month. Emily and Celis think it's too expensive, but Ryota decides to take it because he wants to have a house that can make his family smile. Ryota notes that it's almost time for the Harvest Festival, so they need to gather the rare drops on Urza's list and look for the rare monsters from Telulu. On the 7th level of Telulu, Ryota encounters the captain with the rookie adventurers. The captain starts crying, telling them that he is proud of them because they have become stronger. The rookies are glad that they followed him, but Ryota thinks that they have been brainwashed. They encounter a pink slime, and Ryota tries to shoot it, but it survives, and becomes immune to his attacks. Celis tells him to stop, telling him that he can't defeat the slime alone, because it becomes invincible when it's close to dying, and it no longer takes damage from the last person who attacked it. She uses a fire spell to defeat it, and she tells Ryota to let them fight, and just focus on landing the finishing blow. Another slime appears, so Emily attacks it, while Ryota finishes it off, causing it to drop a mountain of onions. Ryota notices that it's easy to deal with the slimes if they use teamwork, and they start talking about what they should eat for dinner, when suddenly, Ryota gets hit, knocking him back. He notices that the monster isn't an ordinary slime, so he concludes that it's a rare monster. Celis reveals that it has the ability to reflect damage when it's close to dying, so they need to wear it down carefully. Eve tells them to leave it to her, because she has fought one before. She attacks the monster, and Ryota shoots it, allowing them to defeat it. It drops a jewel, and Celis explains that it reflects damage when it's equipped. He decides to sell it to Urza, who immediately recognizes it as a rare drop called the Slime Tear, and she pays him 3 million pilos for the item. Ryota goes to Nionium, where he defeats a red skeleton, which drops a new seed that boosts his energy. He knows that the energy is used for casting magic, so he starts to wonder how he can learn magic. Ryota buys an item that is worth 3 million pilos, as Celis reveals that people often learn magic by leveling up, but she knows that he's stuck at level 1. The magic fruit allows him to learn a random magic spell when it's consumed, so Celis tells him to eat it, but Ryota leaves it on the ground, waiting for it to turn into a stray. It eventually turns into a metal ball, and he approaches it, as it slowly takes his form. Ryota struggles against it, because it possesses 80% of his stats. He throws the creature, and he shoots it, blowing a hole into it. It drops a magic fruit, as Celis comments that it's just the same item, but Ryota tells her that it's different, and he starts eating it. After some time, Ryota tells Emily that he can now use 2 spells. He demonstrates the first spell known as the Wind Cutter, and Emily wants to know about the second one. Ryota tells her that it's weird, saying he will have to test it on a slime. Celis burns the baby slimes, causing the bigger one to get angry, and Ryota uses his reservation spell. The slime is about to attack Emily, but he shoots it with his binding bullet as she lands the finishing blow. The slime drops plenty of potatoes, and Ryota reveals that the spell applies his drop rates to whoever defeats the monster. He thinks that it's useless, but Emily disagrees, saying she was able to level up after defeating the monster, so he decides to use it to help them gain experience. Ryota returns to Urza's shop, where he sees a girl named Alice, asking the captain if she can join his party. Urza tells Ryota that her max level is 2, so the other adventurers don't want her in their party. The captain is about to let her join, but Ryota stops him, saying he wants Alice to join his party, because he knows that the captain won't treat her well. Urza tells Alice that Ryota's party is the best in town, so the captain walks away, and Ryota welcomes her to his party. They check out her stats, and Ryota notes that it's terrible, but he tells her to start leveling up anyways. They enter Nionium, where Alice tells him that she was born in a dungeon. She points him to the location of the monsters, and they see a group of skeletons in the area. Ryota is impressed that she can pinpoint the location of monsters, and he uses his binding bullet, telling her to finish them off while they're restrained. She is able to level up, so they leave the dungeon to check her stats, but it still looks bad, and Ryota knows that this is her max level. Alice tells him that a creature named Bonesy wants her to return to the dungeon, so they go back inside, and she points him to a skeleton, saying it wants her to defeat it. She is able to defeat it, causing it to shrink, and she tells Ryota that Bonesy will be fighting with them. They go to Telulu, where she tells Ryota that a monster named Jiggly is calling her. Bonesy transforms into a human-sized skeleton, and it fights against Jiggly, managing to secure the victory. After it's defeated, Jiggly transforms into a tiny slime, and it also becomes her pet. They return to the house, where Ryota introduces Alice to everyone, and they all welcome her to the family. It's time for the Harvest Festival, and we see Ryota and Emily checking out the stalls. He buys a bell for her, and she attaches it to her new hammer, so that she can bring it with her anywhere she goes. Alice takes them to a weird stall that is selling boxes, and the shopkeeper tells them about a monster which gives plenty of experience when it's defeated. He reveals that the boxes will spawn that monster, so they can use it to help them level up. Ryota decides to try it out, and they leave it on the ground, where it transforms into a mouse. He uses his binding bullet to restrict its movements, then casts the reservation spell. Emily crushes it to death, and it drops a strengthening bullet. Ryota decides to try it out, causing a sigil to appear, but nothing happens, so he starts to think that the bullet is broken. But when he fires a regular bullet, it's far stronger than normal, so he concludes that the strengthening bullet enhances the power of his next shot. They return to the town, where the people are in a state of panic, because a stray has appeared, and it's about to attack a girl. The party tries to take it down, but with every attack, the stray grows in size. Ryota concludes that the monster is absorbing their attacks, and at that moment, Neptune joins them, knowing they need some help. His companions cast a spell, giving him a pair of wings, which he uses to fly in the air. Ryota binds the creature as he launches a powerful energy beam that defeats the monster in a single hit. The girl approaches Ryota, and she thanks him for saving the town, saying she wants to be an adventurer when she grows up, and Ryota encourages her to work hard. Even Celis returned from the dungeon, and Ryota introduces his party to Neptune. Neptune tries to convince him to join his group instead, but Ryota rejects the offer. As they continue to enjoy the festival, Alice points them to a certain location, where she can sense monsters. Celis thinks it must be the arena, where fighters pair up to take on strays, and compete for a prize. Ryota thinks they should join, and he decides to pick Celis as his partner, because she knows a lot about the monsters. In the arena, the crowd cheers for them as they fight against a slime. Celis uses her Inferno spell, and Ryota finishes it off. He compliments her for her performance, telling her that she's an important party member, and this makes her happy. That evening, Celis shows them the rare item they got at the arena, which is revealed to be a fireworks set. They start playing with it, as everyone enjoys the moment, but after consuming the item, Alice suddenly spaces out, and she starts walking away, saying someone is calling out to her. Ryota stops her, causing her to regain consciousness, and he asks her where the voice is coming from. Alice points him to Nionium, and he tells her that they will investigate it tomorrow, because it's already getting late. The next day, Ryota meets up with Clint, who informs him that the monsters haven't been dropping anything in the dungeons. He reveals that this has never happened before, and he is starting to become worried, because he doesn't know how long it will last. Clint asks Ryota to investigate it, so he returns to Tellulu with his party, where they see a pair of adventurers complaining about the situation. Eve orders Ryota to kill a slime because she wants to eat a carrot. Ryota thinks that it won't drop anything, but he shoots it anyways, and to his surprise, it actually drops a carrot, so they start to wonder why nothing is dropping for the other adventurers. Ryota recalls that someone from Nionium was calling out to Alice, and Nionium is a dungeon where the monsters don't drop anything for other adventurers. So he comes up with a theory, and he quickly dashes off, making his way to Nionium. On the 4th level, he encounters a mysterious girl, thinking she must be the reason why the monsters aren't dropping anything. He concludes that she is the dungeon master, so he shoots her, but the bullet passes right through her, and she kicks him away. Ryota realizes his attacks don't work on her, so he wonders how he's going to be able to defeat her. He tries using his special bullets, but they also just go right through her. Nothing seems to work, and he gets kicked away again. Even his fusion bullets have no effect, and he thinks he has no chance of winning, but he suddenly notices that one of his shots managed to hit her. As the boss digs out the bullet, Ryota realizes that his homing bullets are effective. He instantly loads his gun with homing bullets, but when he shoots them, they still go through the boss's body. However, when she tries to attack, she is hit by the homing bullets. Ryota continues to fire, and as the boss tries to attack again, her hand is destroyed by the bullets. Ryota explains that the moment she tries to attack, her body becomes physical, and the homing bullets will instantly lock onto her. Ryota runs out of homing bullets, but he has done enough damage to weaken her, so he can now follow her movements. He attacks with a headbutt, knocking them both back, but he gets back up, and he finishes her off. He ends up passing out, and when he wakes up, he finds Emily calling out to him. She reveals that the drops are back, telling him he has saved everyone, but she wishes he wouldn't push himself so hard, not wanting to see him get hurt. As they are about to head back to the house, Ryota notices a ring that the dungeon master dropped. They get out of the dungeon, and Emily wants to tell everyone that Ryota saved the day, but he prefers not to have that kind of attention. The rest of his party arrive, telling him that he's too reckless, and Ryota agrees not to do things alone next time. The next day, Ryota goes back to Nionium, and he tries testing out the ring that he got. A group of skeletons approach him, which he easily takes out, and the ring seems to have the ability to create crystals. He runs into Margaret's group, and they mention his idea to sell rings won't work, because they only drop from dragons, and Margaret isn't strong enough to beat them alone. They check out Margaret's stats, and we see she is level 94, but her stats are all at F. Ryota feels bad for her, so he gives her one of his crystals. It allows her to level up, and we learn that his ring has the power to transform the monsters that he kills into XP crystals. Margaret is suddenly shocked when she sees that her stats have also ranked up. Ryota decides to try again, giving her a bunch more of his crystals, and she levels up to 96, with all her stats ranking up again. Ryota thinks Margaret must just be a late bloomer, and her hard work is finally paying off. Margaret is overjoyed, and she wants to repay Ryota, but he just quickly runs off instead. He buys all the carrots and bean sprouts from the town, and he plans to level up his party. He explains how his ring works to them, but Eve refuses to let him destroy the carrots. Ryota promises to get her better carrots, so she agrees to wait patiently. The mountain of carrots and bean sprouts eventually turn into strays, and Ryota takes out the monsters with his guns, while the girls take turns picking up the crystals. At the end of the day, they check their stats, and we see they are all at max level. Celis becomes overjoyed when she sees she finally has a drop stat that isn't an F, and she thanks Ryota for everything. Emily thinks it's a bit sad that Ryota can't get any experience himself when he works so hard, but Ryota says that the experiences he has had in this world are more valuable to him. He thinks that now they have all reached max level, it's time for their family to move to the next stage. The next day, we see the group walking through the town, and we see they have started to become quite famous. They go to get dungeon licenses for Emily and Celis, and we see them easily passing the tests. Alice wonders what they should do next, and Ryota suggests splitting up, to find how they can each make the most of their talents. We see the group out hunting in the various dungeons, and after a week, they report back to see how much each of them was able to earn. Emily reveals she was able to make 160,000 pilos a day, while Celis and Alice each managed to earn around 100,000. Eve reveals she made around 120,000, but notes that she ended up eating all her carrots, and Ryota can't believe she could eat so much. Ryota goes on to reveal that he made around 2 million a day, and Emily wonders what he plans on buying with all their money. Ryota ends up buying the latest magic card for everyone, and we see it has a special function that can transfer their items directly to their house, so they will never run out of space when hunting. Ryota meets up with Urza, and he notes that it's a pain for him to constantly need to make multiple trips to bring in all his items, so he makes a deal with her so that she can handle managing all of the items. Emily welcomes her to the family, and they decide to have a welcome party for her, but Ryota wonders why Neptune has also turned up. Margaret also arrives to thank him once again, and Emily invites them all in, saying the more the merrier. The card merchant also turns up, and Clint comes to thank him for defeating the dungeon master. Ryota can't believe there are suddenly so many people, but he thinks about everything he's been through with them, and how lucky he is that he came to this world. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins by the lake, as our hero finds the surroundings unfamiliar. He suddenly remembers he was driving along on his scooter when a vending machine ahead of him got loose, and it ends up smashing into him. He is surprised he is still alive, but he soon finds he is unable to move. He suddenly hears his voice, welcoming customers to use him, and he realizes he has been reincarnated as a vending machine. We learn he was actually a vending machine fanatic, so he is surprisingly happy about his new form. He admires his affordable products and sleek design, but he soon realizes his new form might be a problem. He wonders if it was thanks to God that he was turned into the thing he loved, and he decides to just accept things. He is able to say the standard things for a vending machine, such as insert a coin, and thanks for buying. He thinks about what else he can do, trying to understand his new body. He sees some writing, and he realizes it's the items he is selling. There are currently only 2 items, mineral water and corn soup. He hears a voice telling him that he can change the items by spending points, and he sees he has 1,000 points. He learns that points are converted from money, which are then used to replenish or change the goods sold, or even gain additional functions. After further investigation, he learns that the points allow him to keep different items at different temperatures, and he is also able to warm up frozen food. He checks out what other items he has, and he finds he has a range of items that he would buy from vending machines when he was alive. He decides to try changing his item to milk tea, so he spends 10 points, and the milk teas appear inside him. It seems he can gain 1 point per 100 yen, and as he learns more about himself, he finds he doesn't require electricity for power, but he consumes his points for power instead. He uses 1 point per hour, which means he uses 24 points per day. Since he still has 990 points, he can operate for about a month, but he thinks he shouldn't waste his points until he can get a more steady income. But he realizes he is in the middle of nowhere, and after a day, he starts to panic, thinking he is doomed, because no one will ever use him. However, at that moment, a giant frog appears. It approaches him, but it gets startled by his voice welcoming it. The frog starts attacking him with its club, and his durability gets lowered. He learns that if his durability reaches 0, he will break and become unusable. The frog keeps on attacking him, and he sees his durability rapidly decreasing. He notices there is a magic stat, so he is surprised there is magic in this world. He is able to repair his durability with his points, so he thinks he can just wait for the frog to get bored. but the frog suddenly calls its friends. Seeing the frog's acts, he starts to panic, and he tries to find a function that will save him, but there is nothing useful. The frogs keep beating him up, but he suddenly notices he can gain a blessing from God. He is able to choose from a number of different abilities, so he gains the barrier ability, and he is able to push the frogs away. He thinks he is invincible, but his points start decreasing rapidly as the frogs keep on attacking him. The frogs eventually get bored, and he manages to survive. He uses his points to repair his durability, and we see he is down to 311 points. A few days later, he still hasn't been able to sell anything, but a girl suddenly appears. She is on alert at first, but she notes how she is starving, saying she isn't cut out to be a hunter. It seems she was hunting the frogs, but she hasn't had any luck. She notices the vending machine, but she is unfamiliar with what it can do. She is startled when she hears his voice, welcoming her and telling her to insert a coin. The girl wonders what kind of coins it takes. She tries a copper coin, but it's not accepted, and he learns he needs to acquire the coin conversion function to accept it. He quickly learns the skill for 100 points, and his prices change, allowing the girl to realize it will cost her 1 silver coin. She thinks it's expensive, but she decides to try it anyway because she is starving. He becomes excited to finally have his first sale, and the girl chooses his soup item. She takes it out from him, and she is surprised it is still hot. She tastes the soup, and she finds it delicious, saying it's better than anything else that's around. He is overwhelmed with pleasure to bring her such joy, and the girl wonders what other items he has. She enjoys his milk tea as well, and she ends up buying a few more corn soups. So he ended up making about 6 silver coins, which converts to 60 points. The girl ends up falling asleep beside him, but he protects her with his barrier, seeing her as a precious customer. When the girl wakes up, she thanks him for all the food, and she is startled when she hears his voice. She wonders if he is able to talk, because she knows someone who invents tools that have magical power, so she wonders if he can only say certain lines. She notices he can understand her, and they come up with a way to talk, where he will say hello to answer yes, and thank you to answer no. She introduces herself as Llamas, and she starts trying to learn more about him. He can't tell her his name, so she decides to call him Boxo. She wonders if he is lonely, and she suggests moving him. He agrees to this, and the girl suddenly picks him up. He can't believe she is so strong, but he is glad to finally move. It turns out Llamas has the blessing of might, which explains her insane strength. She takes a break after a while, wanting to have some more corn soup, but he thinks the soup isn't very filling, so he decides to find her something else. Llamas is surprised seeing he can change his items, and she decides to try it out. It's a can of potato chips, and she finds it absolutely delicious, eating multiple cans, and he manages to recover back up to 320 points. They make it back to the village, and the guards wonder what she has brought back. She explains it as a magical tool that can grant items in exchange for money, saying she found it by the lake. She wonders if it's okay to keep, and the guards mention it's normal for whoever finds something in a dungeon to become its rightful owner, and Boxo wonders if they are in a dungeon, but thinks it's not possible, because he is able to see the sky. The guards are surprised he can talk, so they think he could be sold for a high price, but Llamas says she is taking him to meet her friend. The guards try buying from him, and they are instantly impressed, going on to try all of his items. They tell Llamas to bring him around once in a while, and Boxo thinks business is looking up. They get inside the village, and Llamas notices a girl being bullied. She beats up one of the thugs, but we see that despite her strength, she struggles to land a hit on the men. The men decide to run away, and Llamas checks up on the girl. Llamas goes to the inn, and her friend Manami rushes to her, glad that she returned unharmed. It seems Llamas was left behind by some other hunters, but Manami tells her she has helped her spread bad rumors about them. She turns her attention to Boxo, and she thinks Llamas has brought back more junk, but Llamas claims he is super useful. As Llamas sets him up outside, Manami knows she wants to go to the surface to show Boxo off to her friend, but Manami wonders how she will pay for the transfer circle. Despite being able to see the sky, they are apparently in a dungeon called the Clearflow Lake. It seems a transfer circle is required to leave, but it seems Llamas has spent all her money on his items. Munami tells Llamas to make some money working at her inn, and she hopes Boxo will also help to attract customers. The people are soon attracted by how good his items are, and he is able to sell quite a lot. At night, Llamas takes him over to the guards at the gate, but they eventually get bored of his items, so he thinks it's time he added some new items. It seems he has been able to sell over 400 items, and he now has over 3,000 points. He suddenly glows, and the guard is surprised to see there is a new item. It costs 3 silver coins, but the guard is excited to try something new. They wonder how to eat it, but there are luckily instructions on the can. It turns out to be stew, and the guards are impressed by the delicious flavors, wanting to buy even more. After a few days, word about his new item spreads around the village, and it seems to be a big hit. But during the day he makes it unavailable, so he doesn't compete with the inn's restaurant business. The girl that Llamas saved approaches him, but she gets startled by his voice, so she throws a rock at him and runs away. Their days continue, as Llamas takes him over to the guards at night. She talks to him as they walk, and she hopes they can talk for real one day, which is why they need to get to her friend on the surface. Llamas is glad to have found him, and he thinks that being reincarnated as a vending machine isn't so bad. The next day, Boxo is terrified when he finds himself confronted by a bear, but the bear actually turns out to be the director of the Hunters Association. He is impressed seeing Boxo, and he is there to ask for their help. He mentions that they are planning to attack the base of the frog monsters, and he wants them to come along. Llamas wonders why he wants to bring Boxo since he can't fight, but the director says his ability to provide warm and ready-to-eat food on the go would be invaluable for the hunters, and he promises to keep them safe. Llamas isn't too sure, but Boxo thinks if they ignore the frog monsters, it might end up being dangerous for the village, so he agrees to go. They head off 3 days later, and we learn that it seems to be breeding season for the frogs, so there are an abnormally high number of them, and according to the director, they are making sure to protect the transfer circle in their village, because it's the key to getting in and out of the dungeon. Besides the hunters from the village, there are also a group of hunters known as the Misfits, who are joining in on this raid, excited to make some money. The hunters take a break, and Llamas sets Boxo down. She is approached by one of the hunters, who tells her not to be so worried, because they are there to protect them. He is interested seeing Boxo, and Llamas explains how to use him. The man decides to try it out, picking out a lemon tea, and he is impressed by the packaging. The man tries the drink, and he finds it delicious. He wonders where it all comes from, but Llamas mentions Boxo seems to just refill himself. The man becomes even more interested, so he calls over his vice captain Filmina. She addresses him as Captain Kelroy, and Boxo is surprised to learn that he was the boss. Kelroy calls Filmina an expert about magic tools, so he asks her if she knows anything more about Boxo. She takes a look at him, but she ends up sensing no magic power from him, saying he just seems like a block of iron. Kelroy mentions how he magically seems to refill himself, thinking the items could be coming from another dimension, and Filmina suggests it could be the power of a blessing, but she finds it unlikely. Kelroy thinks it's a mystery, but decides to just be thankful to have him there. The director tells them they are camping for the night, and Boxo thinks it's his time to shine. Everyone lines up to buy from him, and we see he has added cup noodles for this expedition. Everyone finds it delicious, and Boxo takes note of a girl that seems to have a big appetite. Llamas gets to know her, and she introduces herself as Sui. Later at night, the director joins them, and he tells Llamas the frog den is about 3 hours away. He gives her the choice to either stay at the camp, or join the hunters on the battlefield. Llamas is okay with going since she is a hunter herself, but she worries about Boxo. However, Boxo says he doesn't mind, so they agree to join the battle as well. The next day, they reach the frog base, but there is a thick mist, and they are walking through mud. The director tells them to attack, and we see the hunters taking out the frogs. Kelroy tells his team they will get paid extra the more they kill, so they get fired up. Llamas wants to do her best, but Boxo worries for her, because she has trouble landing her hits. A frog suddenly jumps at her, but she easily blows it away. She is surprised she landed a hit, and it seems having Boxo on her back is giving her better balance. We see the Misfits team taking out the frogs, and Filmina uses water magic to take out 3 at once. But even more frogs appear, and Kelroy finds it strange that there are so many. We see they are surrounded, and Boxo starts to get worried. The frogs charge at them, and Sui protects Llamas, but there is suddenly a frog that lunges for Sui. Llamas prepares to protect her, but Boxo's barrier blows the frog away. The girls are confused seeing the barrier, wondering what's going on, but Boxo is glad he protected them. He buys a new ability for 1,000 points, to help expand his field of view. Llamas tells him to watch her back, and Kelroy compliments her on her strength. Llamas blushes hearing this, and Boxo warns her they are being attacked, but she is too distracted to hear him, so he ends up using his barrier again to blow them away. Kelroy is surprised seeing the barrier, and Lammas claims it must be Boxo's power, which makes Kelroy even more interested in him, but Boxo feels he might be dangerous. They end up beating all the frogs, and Kelroy tells his team to cut their tongues so they can get paid by the association. Filomena tells him to help, saying it's gross, but Kelroy claims he became the captain so he wouldn't need to deal with that, causing his team to call him a tyrant. They wonder what they should do next, and Kelroy suggests they could help out on the front lines. Filomena reminds him their job is to protect Lammas and Boxo. Kelroy wants to make more money, saying he can give them all a bonus, and Filomena suggests it's up to Lammas. Kelroy begs Lammas to go, and Lammas is happy to help the hunters on the front lines. They take out some more frogs, and there are a bunch of hunters that are injured. Lammas carries them to the wagon, and Boxo thinks about how he can help. He comes up with an idea, and he decides to give them some drinks for free. The hunters are glad to have him, and the director thanks Kelroy for coming to their rescue. The director notes that there were twice as many frogs as expected, and Lammas wonders how it's possible. The director thinks it must mean that the Frog King has arisen, and Boxo imagines how strong it could be. The director asks for Kelroy's help to defeat it, and he tells Lammas to stay behind to help treat and feed the wounded hunters. Later that night, Lammas gets called away to help some of the other hunters, but there is a shady man that approaches Boxo. Boxo realizes he is after his money, so he gives him a free drink. But as the man tries to grab it, he burns the man's hand with a hot soup. Boxo laughs at him, but the man prepares to bust him open. However, Lammas returns just in time, and she ends up knocking him out, and the man is restrained. There is a disturbance in the distance, and the Frog King suddenly appears. The hunters wonder why it's there, and they all start to panic. Lammas loads Boxo on the wagon, but the pigs are too scared to move. Lammas ends up letting them go, and the hunters wonder what she is doing, but she ends up trying to pull the wagon with her strength. Boxo wonders what he should do, thinking his barrier isn't enough to save everyone. He tries to think of a way to slow down the monster, looking through his item list for ideas. He ends up buying Coke, and Lammas thinks he has a plan. They grab the Coke, and he buys the form change function, turning himself into a candy machine. He is filled with Mentos, and Lammas wonders what she needs to do. He struggles to explain his plan since he can't talk properly, so he just keeps telling her to insert coin. She doesn't understand what he is trying to tell her, and the Frog King approaches. The hunter thinks he must be broken, but Lammas can tell Boxo is trying his best. There's nothing Boxo can do, but the thief suddenly wakes up, seeing the Frog King, and he demands to be freed, not wanting to die. But a hunter stuffs his mouth to shut him up, but he starts to choke, so they give him some of the Coke, causing him to explode. This gives Lammas an idea, and she figures out Boxo's plan. She explains it to the other hunters, and they end up using the Coke to blast the frog in its eyes. Kelroy and the director make it back in time, and they manage to take out the Frog King. They all celebrate, and the director apologizes to Lammas for putting her in danger, and he thanks Boxo for saving them all, telling them their mission is complete. As they head back, they suddenly notice that the village was attacked. Lammas rushes back to the inn, but it's been completely destroyed, and she worries about Manami. However, Boxo manages to calm her down, and Lammas thinks Manami could have evacuated to the Hunters Association. We see a giant double-headed snake, which was responsible for all the damage, and Lammas finds the two guards. She asks about Manami and her mother, and the guards tell her they are safe inside. We see that the building is well guarded, because it's where the transfer circle is located. Manami welcomes Lammas back, and they are happy everyone is safe. Boxo thinks about helping the people, and he decides to give them all free items for the day. At night, we learn that the snake is normally the natural enemy of the frog monsters, and Boxo is surprised to see the villagers cooking it up for food. There's a huge line since he's giving away free items, and it even helps attract some new faces. He thinks it will make him even more money in the long run, and we see he has even started selling alcohol. Lammas gets a bit drunk, happy that everything turned out well. She is also happy seeing everyone gathered around him, and she thinks he has become an integral part of their lives. The next day, the people start the repairs, and Boxo is set up at the association, where there are plenty of people around. Lammas visits him, mentioning that the director gave her a personal request, and it's to help with removing the rubble. She takes Boxo over to the inn, and she starts moving the rocks, easily smashing them into pieces. Her cart gets full, and she prepares to take it to the dump, but Kelroy suddenly appears. He offers to treat everyone to some of Boxo's items. Llamas gets excited, and Kelroy tries to recruit her to his team along with Boxo, but she instantly refuses. Kelroy walks off rejected, and Llamas says she's too busy with helping rebuild the inn. The next day, Boxo is visited by a woman and her assistant. Llamas wonders who they are, and the woman introduces herself as Akawi from the exchange house. She mentions they are there because it seems the village is low on silver coins. Llamas thinks it must be because Boxo only takes silver coins, and he can't believe she ratted him out. Akawi proposes exchanging for her gold coins, but Boxo isn't able to do it since he doesn't have an exchange function. Llamas suggests they could just buy something with a gold coin, and they will be able to get the silver coins as change. They end up with a whole chest full of silver coins, but the thief sees their exchange. Later on, we see an old man in front of Boxo, and we see he has added a lottery function. The man is devastated when he loses, wanting to spin again, but he ends up getting dragged off by his wife. The young girl Sayori visits with a bunch of rocks to cause trouble, but she drops them all when she is startled by his voice, and she gets carried off by some men. As she approaches again the next day, she is disappointed that her father is away. Boxo can tell she is feeling down, so he gives her a free juice, and she thanks him. At night, Boxo gets set up at the bathhouse, and we see that he also sells hygiene products like shampoo. And he seems to be a big hit with the furry creatures. The next day, the old man is back, and this time with his granddaughter. He teaches her about the lottery function, and the girl is excited to try. She actually ends up winning, and her grandfather can't believe it. She gets an item for free, but she ends up just giving it to her grandfather to make him happy, saying she had a great time with him, and it seems Boxo rigged it for her. The next day, the director approaches Boxo. He heard that Boxo now has the ability to disguise himself, so he asks him to hide out where a bunch of crimes have been taking place so he can help identify the culprit. He ends up being set up right outside the front of the association. Llamas wonders where he has gone, but Monami reminds her the director was borrowing him, so Llamas continues to help around the association. Boxo has a quiet day, but we see Sayori looking around for him. She runs into Llamas, and she wonders if she has given any more thought to her proposal. However, Llamas says she's not going to sell Boxo. Sayori says she would have enough money for the rest of her life, but Llamas refuses, saying Boxo is irreplaceable. Sayori wonders what Boxo truly is, but even Llamas isn't sure. She thinks that since he can understand and respond to everything, she sees him the same as another person, and Boxo is happy to hear she feels this way. Sayori declares she will get Boxo one way or another, but she leaves for the day, telling Llamas to take care of him until that day comes. Boxo reappears, and Llamas is shocked to see him, but she tells him she missed him, and she is excited to tell him about her day. The next day, we see Boxo as he gets wheeled around on a cart, but it turns out he has actually been kidnapped, and he wonders where he's being taken. A few hours earlier, we see Boxo getting approached by a group of men. They tell him they were hired by the director to help reinforce the walls, so they tell him the director wants him to go with them so he can help feed the workers. Boxo notices the shady guy that tried to steal from him, but he thinks he must be reformed since he's working for the director. He agrees to go with them, so the men load him onto their cart, but after 8 hours, he comes to the realization of what's really going on. He wonders how far they are going, and they eventually stop to have a break. While they are stopped, Boxo takes the chance to use his security camera to take photos of all of their faces. He's approached by the thief, and the man threatens him to give them food. Boxo refuses, so the man stabs him, causing him to take some damage. But the boss reprimands the thief, telling him not to damage the merchandise. The boss tells Boxo to hand over all his money, but Boxo refuses. They know Boxo is able to repair himself, so the boss tells his men to rough him up. The men start bashing into him, and although the damage isn't a lot, he wonders if there's anything he can do about it. He gets a notification that he can enhance his toughness by spending 1,000 points, and it instantly makes him tougher, reducing the damage from the attacks to 0. The boss notices that Boxo doesn't seem to be repairing, getting worried they may have broken him, but the thief assures him it's fine. Boxo gives them some drinks, and the man is relieved he is still working. They all try out the drink, but it turns out to be disgusting, because it was Boxo's lowest rated drink. They reach their base at night, and Boxo gets taken inside. They tell a woman to take a look at him, but they get scared as she approaches, so they just throw her the instructions and quickly run away. The woman starts talking to Boxo, and he wonders if he should answer honestly, The woman introduces herself as Hulami, and Boxo recognizes her as Lamas's friend. She's actually a magic item engineer, and it turns out she was also kidnapped. Boxo starts talking to her, and she is instantly impressed to see a magic item that can understand and speak with people. She reads the instructions, and she soon figures out how he can communicate. Hulami reveals she has experimented with trying to give magic items human intelligence, but concluded it's not possible with their technology, so she started thinking about putting a human soul into an item instead. Boxo is amazed she figured it out, and Hulami says she needs a drink from all her excitement. Boxo gives her one of his milk teas, and she finds it delicious. They keep on talking, and Boxo confirms he actually has a human soul and has memories of his past. Hulami wonders why he requires money, because normal magic items don't require any. Boxo decides to show her, transforming into his other form, and Hulami realizes he must use the money to gain additional functions. She wonders what else he can do, so he shows her his barrier skill. She thinks it's some kind of wall, but Boxo lets her pass through, and Hulami is amazed he can even use a blessing, but Boxo is impressed she is working everything out so quickly. Hulami goes to sleep, and Boxo wonders if the people in the village have noticed that he's missing. At that moment, the bandits return, wanting to get payback on Hulami for scaring them, but Boxo suddenly transforms, turning into a magazine dispenser, and he instantly attracts the men. The men become too distracted, and they all decide to head back to their rooms, saying they have business to take care of. The next day, a man comes in to give Hulami her food. Hulami is disappointed seeing a single loaf of bread, so Boxo decides to give her some of his food. He treats her to all kinds of different foods, and she thinks he is even better than a restaurant. Hulami is completely stuffed, but the boss enters, wanting to know what she has figured out. Hulami doesn't want to cooperate, but the boss tells her she has 2 days to figure out how to get Boxo's money, so Boxo thinks they need to find a way to escape before then. Hulami continues on with examining him, and their time is running out. Boxo thinks about making a distraction to give Hulami a chance to get away, but Hulami has a serious talk with him, telling him not to think about sacrificing himself, because the area is surrounded by monsters, so even if she got away, she wouldn't be able to survive. She gets tired, so she calls it for the night, but Boxo wonders what to do about their deadline. During the night, there is suddenly a commotion outside, so he quickly wakes Hulami up. They realize there's a fight going on outside, and they suddenly hear Lamas's voice. We see the fight outside, and Lamas calls for Boxo, charging into the building. Hulami is surprised that Boxo is friends with Lamas, and she thinks they should be fine to just wait to be rescued. But Hulami suddenly thinks they could be in trouble, because besides storing all their gold here, the bandits also have explosives. Boxo worries hearing this, and some of the explosives go off, causing the ceiling to come crashing down, but Boxo protects them with his barrier. Hulami wonders if he can hold the barrier forever, but he admits that he can't. He thinks he would survive being crushed since he upgraded his toughness, but he worries for Hulami. Hulami realizes that his ability must use money, so she points out the bandit's stash of gold. Boxo lets it through his barrier, and he jacks up the prices on all his items, while Hulami deposits all of the money into him. Boxo gains an insane number of points, and he thinks he'll be able to hold out until Lamas saves them, but Hulami suddenly collapses. Boxo realizes she can't breathe, because his barrier also stops air from getting in. He thinks about what he can do, and he suddenly transforms, turning into an oxygen vending machine. Hulami is able to breathe, and Boxo is glad he was a vending machine fanatic in his past, knowing that in 1965, there were oxygen vending machines because there were concerns about air pollution. Hulami thinks she would fall for him if he were a man, and even Boxo is charmed by her. Lamas makes it to them, and she is overjoyed to finally find him. She slips through the barrier, crashing into him, but she cries thinking she had lost him. She hugs onto him, apologizing for not watching him, and he is glad to be reunited with her as well. Lamas eventually realizes Hulami is also there, and Hulami is glad they got out safely. Filmina wonders why Kelroy helped out, when there was no money involved. Kelroy says he's just a nice guy, but Filmina knows he is trying to gain a favor from Boxo, and Kelroy says they will achieve their dream by any means necessary. We see Lamas as a child, using her strength to catch fish with Hulami. Hulami thinks her parents will be happy, but we learn Lamas gets into trouble for constantly breaking things at home. She suddenly stands before Boxo, where she thanks him for saving her, but we see she is just dreaming, telling him not to leave her again. Hulami tells Boxo that after he was abducted, llamas kept looking for him and didn't even sleep. She mentions their past, revealing that their village was wiped out and llamas lost her parents. Despite having her strength, she was too scared to do anything, and it became her biggest regret. Boxo wants to do whatever he can to help her, and she dreams they'll be together forever. The next day, Hulami decides to stick around in the village, and Llamas heads off to do some work. Hulami and Boxo get approached by Sui's bodyguards. The man tells them that Sui will be coming to make a request from them, and he hopes that they will accept the request. The men panic as they hear Sui approaching, so they quickly leave. Sui introduces herself to Hulami, and she asks for a favor. Hulami wonders what she wants, and Sui explains there is a gathering of merchant families where they reveal their newest magic items. The organizer is her rival Kana, and she gets mad even thinking about her. Hulami thinks it sounds interesting, and Boxo agrees as well. They go over to the event, and Boxo looks around for Sui's rival. Sui approaches her, and they pretend to get along. Kana checks out the competition, looking over at Hulami and Boxo, but she is confident she will win. The presentations begin, and we see the first participant show off his latest invention. He introduces it as a magic weapon that can transform. Hulami thinks it's a good idea, but it turns out he is just putting different attachments onto a stick, and everyone is disappointed. After a number of other lackluster presentations, Hulami starts to get bored, but it comes to Kana's turn. Her engineer reveals a robot, claiming he has succeeded in the dream of giving intelligence to a magic item. Hulami is shocked, thinking he must have put someone's soul inside the robot, and she notes that it's banned by the Magic Engineer Association because it's too dangerous, mentioning that a whole town was destroyed in the past because of it. The robot impresses everyone as it can follow commands, but it suddenly starts to go wild, wanting to kill everyone. The man tries to turn it off, but he gets thrown away, as the robot blames him for awakening it. Hulami orders Sui's men to help out, but they all get thrown away. Hulami jumps onto it, targeting its magic seal, and she manages to turn it off, apologizing to the soul that was used. The crowd suddenly realizes who Hulami is, and we learn she has quite the reputation for being a troublemaker. Hulami claims all her incidents were from her youth, and Sui declares her victory over Kana. After some time, winter arrives and we see all of the town's restaurant owners in a meeting led by Munami. They discuss the arrival of a popular chain restaurant, and they worry about going out of business. Munami reveals Boxo as their secret weapon, and she bribes him by giving llamas a discount at the inn. We see the restaurant has opened up, and they have a huge line of people wanting to get in. Llamas and Hulami go and try out the food, but they find it's pretty average, thinking it doesn't even compare to Boxo's food. Llamas thinks the food is bland, and Boxo thinks that it's because seasoning isn't cheap in this world, but this gives him an idea. In Munami's next meeting, she thinks that they need to come up with a new menu to save their customers. They all bring out their latest creations, and Llamas and Hulami test the food. They give suggestions on how to make it better, while Boxo transforms, giving them a sample of what it should taste like. All the owners rush to get advice, and they become inspired by Boxo's samples. We see that at the chain restaurant, all the owners have set up food stalls outside, offering their new dishes, and they start to attract the people waiting in line. The people are amazed by all the new foods, turning out to be a huge success, and the restaurant ends up going out of business and closing down. As all the owners celebrate, Kelroy approaches Boxo. He tries to invite Boxo on a campaign, but Boxo instantly declines. Kelroy reminds him how he helped out when he got abducted, and Boxo considers changing his mind, but Kelroy tells him to talk it over with Llamas. Hulami thinks that most people would want the opportunity to join Kelroy's group, and she wonders what Llamas wants. Llamas says she wants to fight so she can get stronger, but Hulami wonders if she is after revenge, and Boxo wants to help her in any way he can, turning into a flower machine, and he cheers Llamas up. Boxo thinks about what Hulami told him about Llamas's past, and as spring approaches, when the hunters will become active again, he wants to be able to protect her. He is suddenly approached by a girl, but she quickly hides behind him as the guards approach. The guard gets some stew, and his friend wonders why he keeps eating the same thing, but the guard insists it's his favorite. We learn that the girl is into him, but she's just too shy to make a move. Boxo decides to help her out, transforming into a new form and giving her some vegetables. He gives her a bunch of other ingredients as well, and she realizes he is telling her to cook the man's favorite stew. The girl thanks him, and we learn they ended up getting together. Spring arrives, and it seems Llamas and Boxo have agreed to go on Kelroy's expedition. We learn they are going to check up on the crocodile monsters, since they are one of the 3 main monster factions in their area, and after dealing with the frog boss and the twin-head snake, they are going to check to see if the crocodile monsters have over-multiplied as well. The group prepares to leave, and Hulami reveals she is also going, saying that the director hired her to perform an ecology survey. They head off, and Kelroy is glad to finally get out of the town. They are suddenly attacked by some frog monsters, but the group easily fights them off. Llamas wants to get involved, and she thinks about throwing rocks. Boxo thinks throwing would be a good use of her strength, so he gives her a reinforced bottle to throw. She gives it her best, but she ends up completely missing. The group stops for a break, and they enjoy all of Boxo's food. They are glad they don't need to hunt for their food. Boxo shows off his new function, adding on an emergency box, and it turns out to contain the parts of a portable toilet. The group thinks it's amazing, and Kelroy tries to take credit for it since he convinced Boxo to join, but the group doesn't buy it. They continue on, and Kelroy mentions they are entering the crocodile's territory. He decides to send Akka and Shiro to scout, so they head off while the rest of the group waits. When they return, they report that they found a group of around 30 crocodiles. Hulami mentions that a normal group is between 10 to 50, and Kelroy thinks that since there aren't an abnormally large amount of them, they can just leave them alone. But Filmina mentions that the crocodiles go for a high price, so she wants to take them out. Kelroy ends up agreeing, and they decide to rest up for the night. As they sleep, we see Hulami telling Llamas to be careful. She wishes there was something she could do for the fight, mentioning the crocodiles are weak to the cold, and Boxo suddenly turns into an ice machine. Hulami gets an idea, wondering how much ice he can make, and we see Boxo dumping ice into the river the next day. The crocodiles end up all getting out from the cold, and Kelroy thinks this is their chance. He asks Filmina to create a fog, but she says she can't cover such a large area. They wonder what they should do, and Boxo turns into another machine. He starts dumping dry ice into the river, and it creates fog over the whole area. Kelroy tries to take credit once again, but Filmina says Boxo is more useful than him. Kelroy gets depressed thinking he is useless, but they end up heading off to hunt the crocodiles. Hulami is left with Boxo, and she explains her real mission from the director is to investigate the appearances of the boss monsters. They are meant to be quite rare, but after 2 of them have appeared, she wonders if something is going on. There is suddenly a huge crash, and the group comes rushing back. We see Llamas unconscious, and they are being chased by the crocodile boss. Kelroy tells Hulami to jump on, but she doesn't want to leave Boxo. However, he pushes her away with his barrier, and Kelroy grabs onto her. Boxo transforms and starts making noise to grab the boss's attention. He upgrades his durability and his toughness, but he still gets blown away by the boss, and he loses 1,000 points from the hit. Boxo thinks his barrier won't be enough. He wants to protect the group, so he transforms once again, and he shoots some fried chicken lunches at the boss. The boss starts to eat it, so he spits out a whole mountain of them, but the boss ends up eating him in a single bite. Boxo finds himself inside the boss's stomach, and he notices his points are rapidly decreasing. He transforms into a laundry dispenser, attacking with Tide Pods, and it starts to give the boss a stomachache. Boxo knows it's not enough, so he turns into a gas machine, and he fills the boss's insides with gas. He then turns into his heating mode, and he summons a can into his microwave. Together with some paper, he heats it all up, and he manages to start a fire. He shoots it out of his barrier, causing an enormous explosion, and we see Boxo is the only thing that remains. The boss drops a special coin, but as he takes it, the ground suddenly splits, and Boxo falls through the ground. As he falls, he thinks about what he can do. He transforms into a balloon vending machine, and he starts inflating balloons, and he is able to fill his barrier full of balloons. However, it's not enough to slow him down, so he transforms into a cardboard vending machine and becomes much lighter. He finds there's a huge labyrinth beneath him, and he decides to use his camera to take some photos from above. He manages to land safely, and he notices the coin from the crocodile on the ground. He can't pick it up, so he thinks about unlocking some new functions. He is shocked to see he has over 1,000,000 points, and he realizes he must have got them from defeating the crocodile boss. He wonders what he can do with 1,000,000 points, and he sees he can level up his vending machine rank. He increases his rank to 2, boosting some of his stats and unlocking more options for his transformations. He transforms into a vacuum machine that you would see at a car wash, and he is able to suck up the boss's coin, but when he examines it, it doesn't seem to do anything at the moment. He suddenly starts flashing red, and he gets a warning that his transformation time for the day is about to exceed 2 hours. He quickly turns back to his original form, and he is shocked he had such a limitation. The day goes by, and he hasn't seen a single person go by, but he just enjoys his time in the sun, revealing that he added a new solar panel function that allows him to save his points when the sun is out. There are suddenly 4 bear creatures running toward him. It turns out they are being chased by pig fiends, and one of them is injured. Boxo decides to help them out, using his camouflage to hide. He then activates his barrier to shoot out drinks at the pigs, hitting them in the face and driving them off. The bears wonder what happened, and Boxo quickly reveals himself. They wonder what he is, but when he speaks, the bears are terrified and back away. Boxo thinks there is only hope, so he quickly transforms into a food machine and throws out a box of fried chicken. The bears admire the smell, and the one named Suko realizes he might be a box that sells food, but the leader Mikan worries it could be a trap. However, they just can't resist, and the one named Pell eats the chicken, finding it delicious. The other 2 rush over, buying another box, and they also find it delicious. Mikan can't resist, so he also joins in, and he can't believe how good it tastes. After eating a whole mountain of chicken, Pell thinks they should go home, but Mikan says they haven't found any treasure yet. However, Suko points out Boxo, thinking he is the best kind of treasure, but Boxo tries to say that he won't be their property. The bears are shocked when they hear him saying different lines, and they wonder if he can actually understand them. Boxo tries communicating with them, but in the end, Mikan can't work it out, and thinks he is just saying random lines. They decide to take him back to the entrance, but he's way too heavy for them to move. Boxo thinks about turning into cardboard again, but thinks that would scare them off, so he adds wheels to himself instead. The bears push him along, and they approach the area where the pig fiends attacked them earlier. Boxo decides to show off his barrier, but the bears start freaking out. He lets them out of his barrier, but they start to find him suspicious. Boxo tries to communicate with them again, using a new function to display text, but the bears can't understand Japanese, so they aren't able to read it. The bears think they should just leave him behind, but Boxo quickly drops more fried chicken, and they easily change their minds about him. The pig fiends suddenly come rushing over, and Boxo turns into a gas pump, but realizes he can't move his nozzle. However, the ground shakes, and the nozzle comes loose, allowing him to spread his gas, causing all the pigs to slip. But the ground keeps shaking as an enormous flaming skeleton appears. Mikan recognizes it as the boss, and he tells the others to run. They rush away with Boxo, and the boss ends up eating the pigs. They manage to get away, and they end up spending the night in the labyrinth. While the bears sleep, Boxo notices some flaming skulls approaching. He makes as much noise as he can, and he manages to wake up the bears. Mikan says they need to deal with them, or they could end up calling the boss. They wonder how to fight them, and Boxo quickly gives them water. The bears throw water on the skulls, and Mikan is able to finish them off. Pell thinks Boxo is amazing, since he helped them with exactly what they needed, and Boxo thinks this is his chance to communicate with them, but Mikan says it's just his imagination, saying it was a coincidence. The next day, they continue toward the entrance, but they hear a fight going on up ahead. Kuro runs up to scout ahead, and he returns to tell them it's safe, saying he saw the director, as well as an abnormally strong girl. We see Llamas as she defeats a pig fiend, calling out for Boxo. She sees him approaching, and she instantly rushes to hug him. We see Hulami and Kelroy's group are also with her, and they are glad to finally find him. The bears greet the director, and the director thanks them for saving Boxo. Mikan wonders what Boxo is, and the director introduces Boxo as a resident of their village. Mikan wonders how a magic item could be a resident, but the director explains that Boxo can understand them. Mikan finds it hard to believe, pointing out how Boxo just says random lines, but Llamas explains their communication system, and the bears are shocked to learn that he could understand them the whole time. They manage to get out of the labyrinth, and the director reveals they had a second objective besides saving him, mentioning that Kelroy's group wants to defeat the skeleton boss. Kelroy explains that everyone in his group has a goal, and they are determined to achieve them no matter what. He goes on to explain the legend of the labyrinth, where it's said that if you can reach the lowest level and meet the requirements, you can have any wish granted. Llamas wonders about the requirement, and Kelroy believes it's the coin that drops when a boss is defeated. Boxo is surprised to hear his coin is so valuable, and Kelroy says that among his group, they have 6 wishes that they want to achieve. They currently have 3 coins, and they have been going around to different areas whenever they hear that a boss has appeared. Kelroy knows he got a coin from the crocodile boss, and he suggests working together, saying it would even be possible for him to turn into a human. Llamas gets excited hearing this, and they end up agreeing to join Kelroy's group, but Boxo isn't quite sure about turning back into a human. They prepare to head back into the labyrinth, and the director shows them a map to prepare. Boxo notices it isn't quite accurate, and he manages to show the pictures he took when he was falling down. The director is impressed, and promises to give him a bonus when they get back. They head into the labyrinth, and they discuss the plan to defeat the skeleton boss. The director reveals a trap that was discovered by some other hunters, and they plan to lure the boss into the pit. Kelroy thinks it probably won't be enough to take it out, and its flaming body would melt any attacks that they try, so he thinks about using Filmina's water magic and Boxo's water to fill the pit, hoping to put out the boss's flames. He asks Boxo if he can produce enough water, but Boxo thinks if he just used his water bottles, it could take days to fill up. But he suddenly gets an idea, transforming into a pressure washing machine, and he's able to let out much more water. Everyone is impressed, but Boxo thinks about his limited transformation time. After 2 days, Boxo sprays water as a power washer for 2 hours each day, and has the bears throw in water bottles the rest of the time. Meekin gets lowered into the pit to check the water level, but it seems the ground has absorbed all of the water, and none of it is left. The group becomes discouraged, but Boxo comes up with another plan, turning into an ice machine, and he starts dumping ice into the pit instead. At night, Llamas asks Boxo if there's something on his mind, because she has noticed that his light flickers when he's thinking. She asks how he feels about becoming a human, but Boxo isn't sure. He wants to be able to talk to her as a person, but as he thinks about becoming a human, he worries he will become useless. Everyone finds him incredibly useful, but he thinks that without his vending machine powers, people will no longer need him, so he's scared of this reality. Llamas tells him how she wants to be able to talk with him and cook for him, giving him the courage to want to be a human. After another few days, the pit is finally ready. Hulami wonders if the ice will be enough, thinking the boss's flames might instantly vaporize it all. The boss appears, and it starts to approach them. Meekin triggers the trap, and the boss falls right in. Hulami warns everyone to watch out for steam, but nothing comes out, and Meekin points out that the fire is out. Hulami wonders how it's possible, and it turns out Boxo actually filled the pit with dry ice, which actually caused the pit to be filled with carbon dioxide, and since fire can't burn without oxygen, its fire was extinguished. The group starts throwing rocks down at the boss, but Meekin thinks it's not enough damage, suggesting that they throw something heavier. Kelroy's group starts looking at Boxo, thinking they could throw him, but Llamas refuses to let them do that. Kelroy thinks they could jump down and defeat it, since its flames are gone, but Boxo warns them not to go, because they won't be able to breathe. But the boss starts climbing up, and Kelroy thinks they have no choice but to jump in. Boxo starts to panic, and he suddenly transforms into a magazine dispenser. Llamas becomes flustered, and she ends up slapping him, causing him to go flying, but he thanks her as he transforms into his heaviest form, smashing right through the boss. The boss is defeated, and Boxo sucks up another boss coin. He uses his balloons and his cardboard form to fly out of the pit. Meekin closes the trap, and Boxo lands safely. Llamas tells him he was too reckless, but Boxo is just glad that everyone is safe. Kelroy asks about the boss's coin, and Boxo prepares to give it to him, but Hulami grabs it first, saying that the coin rightfully belongs to Boxo. Kelroy agrees, and he offers to buy it for 100 gold coins. Boxo can't believe he offered so much, and he thinks he doesn't need more than one, so he agrees to sell it to Kelroy, and the group heads back to the village. They stop by the Hunters Association branch near the labyrinth, and Kelroy's group leaves using a transfer circle, but Llamas and Hulami stay behind, because the director gave them a mission to survey the perimeter of the labyrinth. A hunter named Miguel enters, and all the girls are instantly charmed by him. Even Llamas thinks he must be some sort of hero, and Boxo gets a bit jealous. He asks for a map of the labyrinth, and the girls tell him it will take a few days to give him an updated map, so he decides to come back another time. At night, we see that Miguel isn't quite the hero Llamas was thinking about, and we learn he only came to the labyrinth because he heard there weren't many people. He bumps into Boxo, and it turns out he gets nervous just talking to people. He doesn't know why everyone stares at him, finding it scary, and Boxo is surprised to see this is what he's really like. He starts having a nervous breakdown, and Boxo feels bad for him, so he gives him a drink to help him calm down. The next day, Llamas tells Boxo that Miguel is joining them on their job. They head off together, but when Llamas tries to get to know Miguel, all he can do is play it cool and agree. When Hulami asks him questions as well, he gets nervous and ends up running off to guard the rear instead. Boxo feels bad for him, but it seems Miguel is trying to improve his communication skills. After a week of traveling, Llamas seems to be feeling unwell. Hulami worries about her, telling her to ride on the cart, but Llamas decides to keep going. However, she suddenly gets weak, but Miguel catches her just in time. They stop for a break, and it turns out to be Llamas' time of the month. Boxo thinks about what he can do to help, and he turns into a hygiene product dispenser. Hulami wonders what his item can do, but when she sees how absorptive it is, she realizes how to use it. After that, Boxo even turns into a washing machine, and he takes care of all of Llamas' clothes. After 2 weeks of traveling together, Miguel has started warming up to the group, finally able to eat with everyone. Meekin smells something up ahead, and he tells the group to stop. Pell senses it as well, and he can tell there is a group of men up ahead. Hulami finds this strange, because there shouldn't be anyone out in the middle of nowhere. Miguel gets nervous hearing this, and he tells the group that the men are probably after him, so he thinks he should leave so he doesn't cause them trouble, but Llamas doesn't want to let him go. Hulami wonders why he is being targeted, but Miguel isn't able to say. Hulami tells him there's no need to worry about their safety, because Boxo will be able to protect them. Boxo shows off his barrier, and Hulami tells him to test it, telling him to stay if Boxo can block his attack. Miguel agrees to this, and he prepares to go all out. He unleashes a lightning dragon, but the barrier is able to stop it. It does 500 points worth of damage, and Boxo is shocked it was so much, thinking it was almost as strong as the crocodile boss's attack. They continue on foot, and Miguel can sense that there are 3 swordsmen and 2 magic users. Llamas is amazed he can sense them from so far away, and we see the men approaching them. The leader reveals they are there for Miguel's life, and he wonders if Llamas and Meekin are his companions, but Miguel says they are unrelated, telling the man to leave them alone. The man agrees not to harm them if he doesn't resist, but Miguel doesn't trust him, so he decides to fight. Llamas and Meekin run off, drawing the 2 magic users. The mages attack, but Boxo blocks it with his barrier. He then transforms into his washing mode, and Llamas sprays the men with water. She then attacks with soap, blinding their vision, and she easily finishes them off. Miguel fights against the leader, but in an instant, he is able to take him out. Miguel thanks Llamas for her help, and he tells them to get the others while he gets information from the men. When they regroup, Miguel isn't able to say why he's being targeted, and he thinks it's too dangerous to keep traveling together, so he thinks it's time they part ways. But Llamas suggests he should join Kelroy's group, saying they don't care about a person's past as long as they are strong. Miguel agrees to get in touch with them, but when he leaves, he just can't handle meeting more people. The group makes it back to the village, but when they check in at the guild, the clerk finds it strange because he thought Boxo was already back. It turns out that at the closed-down chain restaurant, there are some vending machines, but when they try it out, it's actually just a person inside, and they are just selling the food from the restaurant. Llamas and Hulami aren't impressed, and after a week of Boxo being back in the village, the restaurant is once again out of business. Munami holds another meeting with the restaurant owners, and she suggests holding an eating competition. The repairs to the village are almost complete, so she thinks the contest would be a good way to attract more people. The other owners think it's a good idea, and they decide to hold it in 2 weeks' time. But after a week, we see the restaurant owners asking Boxo for help, and Hulami wonders if there's a problem with the contest. Munami says it was all going great, until they realized that Sui and the band of bears would be entering, and they are all known for their insane appetites, so the restaurant owners think they are going to go broke running the competition. Llamas wonders if Boxo can help them, and he ends up thinking of giving the contestants cola, because the bubbles will fill them up. Llamas thinks the contestants might complain, because the people drinking water will have an advantage. The owners decide to market the drink before the event at a higher price, and then on the day of the contest, they'll give it out for free, so the people will be more likely to want it. They all thank Boxo for his help, and Munami hopes he can continue to help if they have any more problems. On the day of the competition, We see the event has attracted a large amount of spectators, and Munami reveals there were so many entries that they need to have 2 preliminary rounds, with the top 5 of each group moving on to the finals. The first group of contestants take their place, and we see the band of bears are in this group. Munami tells them they need to finish all the food before the time runs out, but after just a moment, the bears have already finished, taking 4 of the slots, and one of the hunters take the final spot. In the next group of contestants, we see Sui, and even Llamas is giving it a go. Munami starts the round, and Sui seems to be quite relaxed, but she devours her plate, and she's the first to finish. The time starts to run out, but we see Llamas manages to finish just in time. They move on to the finals, and Boxo has unlocked a new form, playing music as a jukebox to set the mood. The contestants prepare to eat, and Munami tells them that whoever eats the most during the time limit will be the winner and get a special prize. They all start eating the food, and we see Sui easily devouring the first dish. The second dish is a fruit crepe, but she eats it all in a single bite. The bears manage to keep up with her, but she's just too fast, and she ends up winning the competition. She is given her prize, but when she opens it, she finds it's empty. However, Munami reveals that the prize is being able to use Boxo, and he will do anything she wants for a day. Boxo is surprised to hear this, but Munami begs him to go along with it and help her out. The next day, Sui brags to Aka and Shiro about her prize. Kelroy gets excited, thinking they can use Boxo on Monster Hunt, but Sui says she isn't planning on sharing him, and she has other plans. They head into the original dungeon, and they reach a small house. There are a bunch of kids that come out to greet her, and her master Mia welcomes her back. Sui shows off Boxo to the kids, and they all try out his food. Boxo is happy seeing all their smiles, and he even turns into a balloon machine, giving them all balloons. After that, Llamas plays with them, spraying them with water, and Boxo does their laundry afterward. Sui tells them to take a bath while they wait, but they find they are out of hot water. Mia thinks they will need to skip baths for that day, but Boxo comes to the rescue, and he is able to fill it up with hot water. They all have a relaxing bath together, and Mia thanks Boxo for his help. At night, they have more of his food for dinner, and Llamas is glad they could make so many kids happy. After they all go to sleep, Sui thanks Boxo for everything that he did. She thinks it must have been expensive to give out so much food, and she promises to find a way to repay him, but he tells her it's not necessary. Sui goes on to talk about the original dungeon, saying it's the first place that everyone must go through, and the only way to leave is to make it to the transfer circle. There are many children that get abandoned here, and Sui reveals that her wish is for everyone here to be happy. Meanwhile, we see a group of men approaching, and it seems they are after Boxo, hearing he can produce unlimited food. Boxo thinks about waking everybody up, but he worries it could put the children in danger. So he transforms into his dry ice machine, creating a fog which spooks the men, and then using his barrier, he fires ice at the men, causing them to run away. In the morning, Boxo shows the others what happened at night, and Sui recognizes them as former hunters who have a base nearby. Mia leaves Sui to watch the children, and she heads off to teach the men a lesson. Llamas wonders if she'll be okay by herself, but Sui notes that Mia is an expert hunter, and even Kelroy is afraid of her. Llamas meets back up with Kelroy, but she freaks out when she finds out they are planning a campaign in the Dead Zone, because it's an area filled with all kinds of skeletons and monsters, and Boxo is surprised to see her so scared. It seems Llamas is too terrified to go, so Kelroy wonders if there's any other way for them to take Boxo. Filmina worries about having enough food during a long campaign while they are looking for the boss, but Llamas suddenly claims she isn't a child, saying she's not scared, and she agrees to go with them. They prepare to head off, but Llamas notices Filmina isn't with them. They tell her she scares easy, so she isn't coming along, and Llamas realizes she was tricked. They arrive in the Dead Zone, and we see all the buildings are abandoned. Llamas tries her best to keep her cool, and they arrive at the inn. Llamas is scared seeing a picture of a woman, but when she appears behind her, Llamas instantly passes out. Kelroy takes her to one of the rooms, and Boxo is set up outside the inn. Hulami tells him more about how Llamas was even easier to scare when she was younger, and she can't believe Llamas hasn't already run away. At night, there are ghosts that appear, and Boxo becomes surrounded by all kinds of monsters, but they just seem to be wandering around. He puts up his barrier just in case, and he decides to try out his undead repelling items. He starts off by throwing salt at them, but it seems to have no effect, so he transforms into a figurine machine, throwing statues and other religious items at the creatures, but that also does nothing. In the morning, Hulami checks on him, but is shocked when she sees all of his items on the floor, wondering what's going on. Sui and the others go out to explore, and Calroy also leaves to find more reinforcements. Boxo is approached by the innkeeper, and she wonders what he thinks about the monsters. She explains that they envy the living, which is why they didn't even bother attacking him, since he's just an object to them. Lammas is depressed, because she is still scared of the area, but Hulami tries to cheer her up, saying she will help her overcome her fears. Lammas gets excited by the idea, but when Hulami tells her to start by walking around the village, she's scared once again. Hulami tells her to buy some potions from the store, but when she goes to take Boxo along, Hulami tells her she needs to go alone. Lammas agrees to prove herself, but when she hears a door opening, she dashes right back, hugging onto Boxo. She claims her job is to carry him around, so she insists on taking him, and Hulami ends up letting her take him. Lammas tries her best, and Boxo realizes she's trying so hard to overcome her fears, just so they can be together. He wants to help her out, so he produces the smell of coffee to help relax her, and he plays music to calm her down. She shows off her newfound confidence to the others, and Hulami tells her she's ready for the next step, telling her to do it without Boxo, but she instantly refuses. Calroy returns, and we see he has brought back the band of bears, as well as Miguel. Boxo wonders if he'll be able to communicate in such a big group, but it seems he has improved. The group has a meeting, and Calroy reminds them that their goal is to defeat the boss of the area, the King of Souls, suggesting that they go out looking for it during the day. They head out exploring together, but after just a while, they are soon surrounded by monsters. However, the group is prepared and is easily able to handle them. After several more days, the monsters seem to just ignore Boxo, but there is suddenly a zombie boy that approaches him. It seems the boy wants his food, so he ends up giving him a drink, but the boy just bites the bottle because he isn't able to open it, but he manages to get through. The next night, the same boy comes back, so Boxo gives him another drink. He keeps coming back every night, and Boxo starts to enjoy his visits. One night while camping outside during their exploration, Boxo wonders how the boy is doing, but the boy manages to find him. However, Akka and Shiro are on watch, and the boy gets taken out. Boxo feels bad about this, but he knows it's not Akka's fault. They find he had a coin on him, and they wonder if he was trying to buy something. After some more time, the group has a lead on where the boss is. They start discussing their strategy. Calroy reveals that the Soul King is a magic user that can use multiple different elements. Hulami wonders how he plans to deal with it, but Calroy thinks Boxo's barrier would be the perfect defense against its magic. Boxo agrees with his plan, and they all have a toast before they head out. The group heads off, and they approach the Soul King's location. They scout from a distance and see the Soul King, but there are also countless monsters in their way. Calroy thinks they'll need to take them out before fighting the boss, but Sui thinks it'll be tough to fight so many. Boxo gets an idea, turning into a gasoline machine, and Hulami wonders what he's trying to tell them. She sprays out some of the gas, examining it, and they soon realize that it's flammable. The group prepares to fight, throwing bottles of the gas, covering all of the monsters, and the flaming skulls set everything on fire. The group charges through with Boxo's barrier, and they head straight for the boss. The Soul King attacks them with lightning magic, but Boxo's barrier manages to withstand it. Calroy and Sui attack, but the Soul King creates walls that stop the attack, and the walls even split up the group. Lammas and Boxo are by themselves, but Lammas charges at the boss. The Soul King blasts her with ice, but Boxo easily blocks it. The Soul King is surprised they can stop his magic, and he tries using wind to blow them away, but Lammas is able to withstand it, thanks to her blessing of strength. The boss tries to bury her, splitting the ground underneath her, and Lammas starts to fall, but Boxo quickly transforms into cardboard, and Lammas manages to jump back out just before the ground closes. The Soul King prepares to attack again, but he's suddenly interrupted by an arrow, and we see the others boosting Sui up over the wall. Lammas takes her chance, and she uses Boxo to land a finishing blow. The group celebrates their victory, but we see the Soul King on the floor cursing at them. Calroy steps on him, preparing to finish him off, but there's suddenly a darkness from the sky as a black orb drops onto them. Everyone panics, and Boxo's barrier takes massive damage, but it eventually stops. Miguel and Calroy get back up, but when Kelroy tries to grab his hat, there are vines that suddenly emerge, taking the Soul King's remains and forming an orb in the sky. The orb dissolves, and another skeleton monster emerges, but it seems to know Boxo is from another world. Lammas wonders who he is, so he introduces himself as the Netherlord. He examines the Soul King's coin, but finds no use for it and just throws it away. Lammas wonders what he is after, but the Netherlord says he's just hunting, just like they are hunting the dungeon bosses. Meanwhile, Miguel sneaks away, and he suddenly launches a surprise attack, but it has no effect and he gets blown away. Hulami rides in on the carriage, telling them all to run, and she throws a bottle of Boxo's gas. The Netherlord wonders what she's doing, but Sui follows up with a flaming arrow, causing an explosion. The group takes the chance to run, but the Netherlord blasts them, and he grabs Hulami, recognizing her as a threat. He grabs Sui as well, and he proceeds to shock them both. Lammas rushes to them, but she's too late, as the Netherlord drops them to the ground. Lammas is devastated at the sight, and she charges in, but the Netherlord avoids all of her attacks. Lammas wonders what they should do, and Boxo comes up with a plan, but he worries that it might not work. The Netherlord counterattacks with his magic, but Boxo stops it just in time. Lammas tells him that she believes in him, giving him confidence. Boxo transforms into his balloon machine, filling his barrier with balloons, but the Netherlord tells them it's futile, as it charges up his ultimate technique. Boxo shoots out Lammas from his barrier, but he uses his balloons as a distraction. Lammas takes this chance, and she lands a kick on the Netherlord's staff, managing to shatter it. The Netherlord decides to retreat, and he disappears with a cloud of dust. Lammas rushes to check up on Hulami, reminding her of their promise to stay together. Kelroy gets back up, and he quickly checks on Sui. He refuses to let her die, and he tries to give her CPR. Boxo realizes there's a chance to save them, and he turns into an emergency defibrillator. Lammas and Kelroy are confused by his new form, and Boxo thinks there's no time to explain how to use it, so he quickly spends his points to learn the telekinesis skill, and he starts moving it with his mind. Boxo also spends the rest of his points to boost his luck stat, to increase the chance of success, and he shocks Hulami to jumpstart her heart. Boxo worries he was too late, but she ends up waking up. Sui is also saved, and Kelroy is overjoyed. They make it back to the village, and report to the director. The director notes that he has only read about the Netherlord from old records, but believes he's one of the Demon Lord's generals. Boxo gets worried hearing this, thinking the Demon Lord would be even stronger. Lammas returns to the inn, where Monami instantly rushes to her, wondering if she's okay, after fighting against a monster that was stronger than a dungeon boss. News of the encounter spreads throughout the village, and all the people praise Boxo for saving Hulami and Sui. Meanwhile, we see Miguel as he's approached by the bears. They wonder what he plans to do next, and Miguel thinks about how he was defeated, but he swears to get even stronger so that he can protect his comrades. The bears are happy to hear this, and Mikan tells him that the director is even calling for backup, so there will be a ton of other hunters coming to help, but this only makes Miguel more nervous, since he still has trouble talking to new people. We see Kelroy reflecting upon the encounter. He notes that he was ready to give up his life for the sake of his wish, but after seeing Sui on the verge of death, he can't handle his friends dying, so he starts to reconsider his goal. But he's joined by the rest of his team, who say it was their own choice to follow him, so they tell him not to worry. The next day, we see Lammas walking with Boxo, but Boxo wonders where they are going. She ends up taking him back to the lake where they first met, and she reflects on everything they've been through together. She thanks him for always protecting her, but he thinks about how people were hurt in their last fight. However, Lammas tells him to focus on everything that he's done, and that it was all thanks to him that Sui and Hulami survived. Boxo is touched by how much she cares about him, and Sui and Hulami suddenly appear. Lammas wonders what they are doing there, and the two suddenly kiss Boxo to thank him. Lammas starts freaking out, but Hulami tells her she should also thank him, since he has helped her the most. Lammas approaches Boxo, but she gets too embarrassed to do it. However, Sui and Hulami push her in, and she has a moment with Boxo. Lammas runs off, chasing after Hulami, and Boxo is left thinking about how his life being reincarnated as a vending machine isn't so bad. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.